Hello, everyone. Welcome to our DNC Western Region Candidates Forum. Today marks our third of four DNC sponsored forums for our DNC officers election. And of course, I'm Jamie Harrison, chair of the DNC. I'm honored to be with all of you today as we continue our officer election process and hear from the voices who will lead the Democratic Party in the future. I would also like to thank all of our candidates for joining us today. It's been a wonderful opportunity to learn about their vision and plans for our party, and I'm excited to hear even more from them today. As we consider the next 4 years, Americans will look to the voices of our chair, vice chairs, and vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation, treasurer, secretary, and national finance chair to hold the Trump administration accountable. You will chart the path to the future for our party and provide direction and hope for our friends, our family, and our neighbors. It's a tremendous responsibility that I've been honored to shoulder for the last 4 years, and now I take great pride in passing the mantle. This forum, like the others, will give every candidate an opportunity to issue opening and closing statements and answer the important questions our moderators have prepared, including some sent in by our very own DNC members. It will also allow our members to make an informed decision about who will represent their interests and their vision for the party going forward. During today's forum, we will focus on the Western United States, a region that has recently faced devastating wildfires and experienced the tragic realities of climate change firsthand. Our friends in California deserve leaders who won't play politics with disaster relief. As Trump threatens to hold back desperately needed funds in order to force through his extreme political agenda and fund his tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, we need leaders in the Democratic Party who will stand up and stand strong for the American people. The DNC is 176 years old, and the Democratic Party is the oldest active political party in the world. From the civil rights movement and beyond, it has been a stalwart in fighting for the freedom and the rights of all Americans. So while we may be in the minority at the moment, we are still in that fight. We will continue to advocate for the American people, spread our democratic values, and invest in our future. So thank you again, and good luck to all of our candidates. I'd now like to welcome my good friend, Andrew Lechman, to offer the Pledge of Allegiance and welcome remarks. Andrew?
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. If you will all join for a moment in the Pledge of Allegiance. And place your hand over your heart, or however your expression is. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, thank you again for having us here on behalf of the DNC Western Caucus. We appreciate you all coming here. I want to open, first of all, by offering our support and hopes and prayers for those who've been affected by the fires. I live about 15 miles from where these fires are taking place. We have some of our board members, DNC members, who were temporarily displaced and evacuated. And the communities that have been affected, including one of the oldest Black communities here in Los Angeles, up in the Altadena area. We're all here for you. We are one Los Angeles, and we will stand by you for supporting you in this time of need. The Western States Caucus is one of our largest and most diverse. We cover 6 time zones. From the mountain states, where we actually, even though we had somewhat of a mixed record on the federal level, we actually held on to, and in some cases even gained some seats in the great Southwest, where we were able to hold on to some Senate seats, as well as, but had some challenges at the local level, from the West Coast, where we expanded. We're now able to pick up seats in a number of places and do better than the national average. Alaska and Hawaii as well, and our island territories, Guam, American Samoa, and the Mariana Islands. They all comprise the Western states. We are some of our most active, some of the most diverse, and some of the most eager to make sure that we can help defend and expand our Democratic majorities from, our Democratic numbers from what has been a rough year overall nationally. We have a lot of great success stories, but we want to make sure that our party is better. And we're very excited to have all of you here. So on behalf of myself and my executive board, we welcome you all, and I will hand it back to our chair. Thank you very much. And I want to say one other thing before I do that. Thank you so much, Chairman Harrison, for all of your work in support of the Western states. You came out here supporting our candidates, made sure everyone was respected at every single level, and incorporated incorporated into what you did. We all appreciate your service to the party. I know it's had an effect, as it does with all of us, with our families. And as from one parent to another, we appreciate everything you've done, and want to thank you for your service.
Well, thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for your leadership, but most importantly, thank you for your friendship over the years. Really, really appreciate you, and I respect all of the hard work and effort that you do leading the Western Caucus. So thank you again, my friend. And thank you all again for joining us. Now, before we begin today's forums, I want to give a special thanks to our moderators. Reese Colbert of Sirius XM's The Reese Colbert Show, Gabrielle Birnbaum of the Nevada Independent, Todd Gilman of Cronkite News, and Carolina Cuellar of the Arizona Luminaria. While the DNC is hosting these forums, the moderators have exclusive control over the questions and the flow of the forums, and I'm confident that they will run this event smoothly and impartially. Now I would like to hand it over to Carolina, who will open our National Finance Chair portion. Thank you all again.
Great. And thank you for having me. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the Western Regional DNC Forum. As Chair Harrison said, my name is Carolina Cuellar, and I am a reporter for Arizona Luminaria, a local nonprofit newsroom based in Tucson, Arizona. And I will also be moderator for 3 of today's discussions. Now, before we begin, I have to and I want to give you all a series of rules and information that's useful to know before we begin with our questions. So in order to participate today, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures on Thursday, January 16th. Candidates who did not meet this deadline may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting on January 30th through February 1st. This forum will take place over 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate, and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determined the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I have been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members in the Western region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question. There is a timer available to all candidates. Once a candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate and they may be muted, and crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. Great. Now let's start with our opening statements, beginning with candidate Tim Lim. You have 30 seconds.
Great. Thank you to the Western Caucus for hosting this forum. My name is Tim Lim. I'm a lifelong Democratic activist who, over the past 20 years, has raised millions of dollars for Democratic candidates and groups. I've served on the National Finance Committee for the last 4 presidential campaigns. I serve on the board. I serve as a board treasurer for Run for Something, as well as serving on the boards of several progressive groups. I'm running for National Finance Chair because I want to tackle a broken fundraising environment, one that pushes new donors away and is rampant with access politics, scam packs, SMS, and email harassment.
Your time is elapsed. Mr. Corge.
I want to thank the Western region for hosting this forum. And I also like to thank the caucus region, Andrew Lackman, for his endorsement. I am Chris Corge. I'm running for re-election as the National Finance Chair of the DNC. Folks, we are in a very tough spot, but I have a proven track record of being the largest Democratic fundraiser in Democratic history. And as the National Finance Chair, we've built the strongest National Finance Committee ever. I am ready to go back to work and raise
money. Sorry, Mr. Corge, your time has elapsed. I apologize. Well, thank both of you so much for being here. The first question I will ask is a question from one of the Western Regional members, specifically Sam Crunkleton of Nevada, who said, I support wanting to empower state parties and provide them funding and resources to be able to do the work on the ground. But there are concerns with how those resources are being used. What oversight or accountability will be put in place to make sure funds are being spent to elect Democrats and not on other uses? Candidate Lim, we'll begin with you.
Thank you for that question. I'm running because I want to revitalize the role of the National Finance Chair. So it's just not catering to the richest donors in our party, but taking an active role in our programming and how we're spending the money and how we're budgeting. A big problem, having spoken to dozens of DNC members across this country, is transparency and accountability. When we are spending and when we are raising without any sort of thought about what the overall impact and long-term impact is, well, that's not helping us grow the party. What I'm focused on is growing the Democratic Party, making it more inclusive, lowering the barriers of entry for new raisers and donors, increasing transparency in our budgeting and spending processes, investing in regional and state finance committees so that state parties aren't left to, taking checks just from the DNC, but able to actually raise from the NFC members and the donors within their state. And overall, I want to make the Democratic Party more inclusive again. And so one where grassroots donors, high-level donors, all donors of all types are coming in and feeling like they're joining a community.
Thank you. Candidate Corge, go to you.
Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, I 100% agree that we need to modify our bylaws to create more transparency. I'm not sure why Mr. Lim thinks that we don't reach out to regional raisers and smaller raisers, because we've had for years regional finance committees, and they include people that raise money for a lot less than what the threshold is for National Finance Committee members. I think the question was, what are we going to do to avoid people from misappropriating funds? So, number one, I believe that we need to give state parties the money they need to run their organizations. What people need to understand is we are in a tough spot. We raised a historic amount of money, and we had 2,533 members of our large finance committee, and we had, I don't know exactly how many, but on a regional level, we probably had over 1,000 people that qualified for our regional finance committee. So I think from a fundraising point of view, we broke every records. We did our job. That was the one thing that did not fail us in the last election. We haven't heard anyone complain about that. But we do need to be mindful of how state parties and the party runs the organizations, and that we don't squander money. And that goes to where the chair of the party and the executive director, they're the policemen of this money, and the staff and the finance staff. So we need to do what it takes on the finance committee to also get reports and understand what's going on always.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Lim, because he mentioned you by name, I want to give you the opportunity to respond. I will give you 20 seconds.
The question about regional finance committees and how we're investing into our next generation of raisers and donors. I think it's very clear that we haven't done enough. We're talking a lot about the monies that have been raised last cycle. When did that money come in? How did we spend it? Are we seeing the residual impacts of those dollars today in the state parties and local areas? That's why I'm running for finance chair.
Thank you. Thank you, candidate Lim. My next question is just for you, candidate Korch. Your lobbying activities and financial ties have sparked some concern over your role as finance chair. You've been accused of bribing a former Miami Beach mayor during his time as mayor in exchange for, quote, favorable votes in relation to real estate development projects under review by the Miami Beach City Council. I want to emphasize that you were never charged in relation to these allegations, but their existence has impacted people's perceptions of you. How do you respond to these allegations and people's concerns over potential conflicts of interest with you in your role as finance chair?
Well, first of all, I'm not a lobbyist and I'm not a consultant as my opponent is. Okay, that first of all, what you're talking about is something that 25 years ago someone accused me of, and is just total utter nonsense. That this question's coming. It's like a hit job question. When I was a lawyer, I represented clients, and I never ever have been charged or even given a target letter for everything. So I want to be very clear about this. This is the kind of politics and stuff that happens when people want to play these dirty games. Okay, I have been, since that time, I have been Al Gore's, during all this, Al Gore's national finance chair, one of his co-national finance chairs, John Kerry's, and there is no truth to it, and it was all originated by Republicans. So they've tried to hit me. I have, over the years, been attacked by Republicans because of my, because of what I do as a fundraiser for the party. And so I'm really just kind of sad that someone would try to dig up something that's unsubstantiated, written on a website controlled by Republicans that are just trying to stop me in what I'm doing. Okay. And so this is really just kind of a low moment in our politics. And, I think people ought to judge me for my performance and what I've done and my dedication to the party over the last 30 years.
Thank you so much. And my next question is also for you, Mr. Korch. Why do you want to maintain the position of finance chair?
The reason why I want to maintain the position of finance chair is because, in fact, I wasn't even intending to run again. But when I saw how devastating the results were of this election and how incredibly difficult I know from talking to dozens and dozens of donors who are really just fed up with how the campaign was run. And incidentally, I had no control over how money was spent by the campaign. They did not even share their budgets with any of us in the DNC. So they controlled the money. And that's one of the things that I want to do in the bylaws to make sure that that does not happen again. So I want to run for one simple reason, because I know I'm the best person to get the job done. I have 30 years of relationships. I have experience of running finance committees for the last 6 years. I've been in several roles for the DNC, and I'm not just coming on board without ever serving a leadership position in the DNC and just saying, trust me. This is not on the job learning, okay? And the fact that you raise $300,000 or $400,000, I personally raise from donors that I've gotten to know over the years, $32,781,000, and over the 5 years of my tenure as chair of the National Finance Committee, have raised over $75 million directly. That matters. The state parties are relying on us to get the job done, and this is going to be tough. So I am telling you all, that's why Chris Lowe got out of the race, backed me, and has agreed to work with me because he knows that I can lead this effort better than anyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Corge. My next question is for you, candidate Lim. If elected, what, if anything, would you do differently from Mr. Corge?
I can't think of a race where you're going to find two more contrasting approaches to how you're going to approach the job of National Finance Director. My opponent's talking about how much money that he's raised, all calling out how much money I raised. And that's the type of talk that's shutting out new donors and raisers of our party. I mean, there are thousands of activists and raisers out there who've been rebuffed and disrespected with that type of behavior. We need leadership that's inclusive and thinking about what gets the most raisers and donors involved, and not creating more rope lines, but creating communities. I'm the only candidate in this race that has expertise with grassroots fundraising and high dollar bundling programs. My experience with grassroots fundraising far outpaces my opponent. And we are a party where 60% or more of what we raise is through our grassroots. That expertise is going to be much more important at a time when we're out of power, when we don't have the White House, we don't have the Senate, we don't have the House. We can't keep playing the same access politics that we have been playing for the last 4 years in order to be able to raise those dollars. I've also served on the National Finance Committee for the last 4 campaigns. I've developed relationships with a number of the raisers and donor advisors involved. What we need is a finance chair who's going to tackle the entire fundraising program and not just a piece of it. That's why one of my key tenets is that I want to tackle scam packs and SMS email harassment. We have harassed donors, grassroots, high level, whoever, to a point where they feel despondent and despaired. I want to actually tackle the big issues that are affecting our broken fundraising system from the grassroots all the way up to the high level donors.
Thank you so much. And I have another question for you. Mr. Lim, on your campaign announcement, you stated, we need to focus not on raising the most amount of money, but raising to win elections. Can you expand a little bit on the statement and specifically how it relates to winning upcoming elections?
Thank you for that question, and I really appreciate this. My opponent, and I think a lot of folks are talking about how much money was raised and the epic amounts that were raised last cycle, and I think no one is going to challenge that. But let's think about when that money came in and how, right? For most of cycle, it was brutal out there, and raisers and donors know that, right? It was after the candidate switch that we raised over half of everything that we raised. So $1 billion came in the last 2.5 months. Well, there was no plan for that. That wasn't part of some overall fundraising program that we thought. That happened because we had a candidate switch. And for state party activists, for activists that are watching here, are you seeing the residuals of any of those investments? Do you see the infrastructure that was built? Do you see the party building that was built from all that was raised? No, because we raised all that money in the last 2.5 months, and then we had to put it all into these quick turnaround programs. So when I say that it's not important just to raise the most money, but to actually win elections, I want to build long-term fundraising structures that are raising the dollars needed, not at the very end, but at the very beginning. And that's so we can build and organizing programs. We can invest in state parties. We can invest in infrastructure. And that's not going to be dismantled right after the election. This is the only way that we're going to build a party that has long-term success. And that's exactly why I'm running for finance chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Corge, I did give Mr. Lim the opportunity to respond to one of your answers. So I want to give you the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Lim made on the last question and also on the previous question.
It's ridiculous that he acts like we didn't
I will give you 20 seconds. You may start.
It's ridiculous that he actually acts like we didn't have a tremendous grassroots fundraising effort. We broke every record. Stop just making up stuff. You know what the problem we have is? We have too many consultants like Mr. Lim. He's a consultant. He was a consultant for Future Forward for 2 months until they got rid of him.
Great. Thank you so much. And my final question is for both of you. And I know you have both touched on this, but I'm going to ask you it in the form of a question. So I apologize for the redundancy. This question is from Kylie Overson, the chair of the DNC Rural Council, who asks, how will you work to move from the Democratic Party away from corporate funding sources and towards more grassroots fundraising? We'll start with candidate Korch.
Okay, thank you for that question. First of all, I want to make sure everyone knows this. We don't take corporate fundraise money. We don't take corporate money. And all of our donors, from our largest to our smallest, are very important. And to act like somehow the National Finance Chair, I don't have the technical skills to, from an online point of view, to tell our producers of all of our online and grassroots fundraising how to do their job. That's not my job. My job is to be the chairman of the National Finance Committee. So first of all, we've raised a record amount of money. And in the off years, during the midterms, more than 50% of our money comes from our work at the National Finance Committee. So my job is not to do what Mr. Lim said that he wants to do. If he wants to do that, he should go and apply to be the executive director or the head of our, of our different departments that deal with that. My job is to get as many donors, small and large. I don't hear him talking about the 300 plus events we had with surrogates to raise money over the time that Joe Biden was president, okay? And to act like Joe Biden didn't raise any money, and it wasn't, the fundraising did dry up when Joe Biden had a bad debate, and that's why he left the race. Before that, we had already raised more money than Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton had raised. We raised $2.3 billion. And yes, at the end of every cycle, it's natural that you raise a lot of money online for the president. It happens every time, and it happened again this time.
Thank you so much. Now it's your turn, candidate Lim.
Thank you. I want to make one correction. The job of the National Finance Chair is not to be in charge of the National Finance Committee, but it's to be raising funds for the Democratic Party, for its state parties, and its candidates. And I take that job and that charter very seriously. I do think that you need a finance chair who actually understands how most of the money is being raised in our party today. And that's not just online. It's through mail. It's through SMS. It's through all sorts of these avenues where we need to know what the ROI is and how we're spending it. In 2017, the DNC raised $67 million. This is the first year of the Trump era. 60% or more that came from grassroots fundraising. So why do we think that in a similar year that we're not going to be focused on grassroots and really growing out that program? I'm committed to raising $80 million in 2025 for the DNC. 70% of that will be through grassroots fundraising. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to dramatically change the National Finance Committee. We're going to lower the barriers to entry. We're going to make it easier for folks to join. We're not going to keep someone out because they were joining NGP Van or Act Blue. If you're raising money, if you're raising millions of dollars, if you're raising $10,000, I want you in the Democratic Party. I want you on the National Finance Committee. So integrating with state parties, creating state fundraising networks so that they're able to actually not just depend on the DNC, but actually depend on the folks that are in their states that are active. Eliminating this fake barrier that we have between NFC members and DNC members and activists. We created this shrouded mystery for no reason. It's time for us to grow a bigger, better, and more inclusive Democratic Party.
Thank you so much, both of you. Now we will move on to closing remarks. And for those, we will begin with candidate Korch.
I know how to build a strong team. I've done it in my 40 years of business and my 35 years in politics and the last 5 years as a DNC National Finance Chair. We're our National Finance Committee made up of 2,533 members, shattered fundraising records. We've got our work cut out for us, but I am ready to roll up my sleeves and once again do the hard work to get the job done. Thank you.
Candidate Lim.
Thank you again for everyone watching today. And what I think you saw are two dramatically different points of views and approaches. Unlike my opponent, my focus is going to be lowering the barriers of entry and bringing as many raisers into our party as possible. Invest in state and regional fundraising committees so that they're supporting the state parties and candidates that are running in their elections. Tackling scam packs and SMS email harassment, because we can't depend on the usual access politics that we've been depending on. I'm the only candidate with the experience at all levels of fundraising. I'm asking for your vote next weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Candidate Lim. And that will be the end of our National Finance Chair Forum. Thank you both so much for participating, and we will be back after a break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Western Regional DNC Forum. Again, I'm Carolina Cuellar, and I will be your moderator for this discussion. Now, before we proceed with our Treasurer Forum, I have some rules and other information to go over once again. In order to participate today, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures on Thursday, January 16th. Candidates who did not meet this deadline may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting on January 30th through February 1st. This forum will take place over 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determined the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I've been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Western region, but may include other questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question. There is a timer available for all candidates. Once a candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate and they may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. Now, let's begin with our opening statements with candidate Virginia McGregor.
Thank you. This new administration is moving quickly, and we need to match their speed. There is no time for on-the-job training. My work as DNC treasurer over the past 4 years made our money safer and set us up for success in our work ahead. I'm the only candidate for treasurer who is not also an elected official, so my only constituents are you. I love this job, I work hard at it, and I look forward to telling you more about why I should earn your vote so that we can continue the progress we've made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will throw it to you, candidate Hughes.
As Democrats, we must hold ourselves to the highest standards of accountability, transparency, and innovation. And that's why I'm running for DNC treasurer, to ensure that every dollar entrusted to us by grassroots donors is used strategically to strengthen our party from the ground up. With my experience as a nonprofit CFO and certified nonprofit accounting professional, I will bring these experiences to bear as we reform our party to build a sustainable, resilient party that wins elections and defends our democracy for generations to come.
Thank you. And last but not least, Marika Coleman. You are on mute.
Oh, I'm on mute. There we go. Let's get started. There we are. So I'm Marika, and it's pronounced like paprika. So I am your candidate for DNC treasurer. I'm a state senator, was a member of the House of Representatives for 20 years. So that means, y'all know I was about 12 years old when I got elected. So I am running for this position because I was a surrogate for the campaign, and I didn't like the disparity in how money was spent from the grassroots and for elected officials. So I'm looking forward to this debate, and I'm looking forward to telling you more about what I have to offer to the DNC.
Thank you so much. Let's begin. What oversight or accountability will be put in place to make sure funds are being spent to elect Democrats and not other uses?
Who's that for?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Matt Hughes.
Well, I think everything that we bring in the Democratic Party needs to be used to elect Democrats. That's what the mission of the DNC is, to elect Democrats from the top of the ticket all the way down to the bottom. I think there was a lot of discussion, and rightfully so, as to how we spend those funds. If those funds are going to investments that are efficient and effective to elect Democrats, that the way that we implement the work that we're doing to elect Democrats, that the consultants and other folks that we hire to bring on that we're getting a good return on our investment. And what does that mean? That means electing Democrats. There's no difference, in my opinion, as to whether or not a candidate comes close or comes way far from winning an election. The biggest thing is whether or not they won. And if they did not win, we have to look at why that's the case. And I think that's what we have to do. I think there's a lot of DNC members who are quite perplexed as to the fact that we raised a record-breaking amount of dollars. We had a great amount of enthusiasm on the ground, but at the same time, not only did we lose the election, we lost the election, gaining less votes for Vice President Harris than President Biden did 4 years before. So I think we do have to look at how we spend our money with a really good forensic eye and ensure that what we're spending actually is doing what our mission is, which is to elect Democrats.
Thank you so much. Candidate McGregor?
Same question?
Correct.
Great. The role of treasurer is a very specific role, and it relates to our FEC reports. So making sure that we're accounting for every penny that comes in and every penny that comes out. And we are regulated by the FEC. The sign of that success is not having any violations, which I'm very happy to say we don't. The role of chair is and his executive director make the decisions over how the money is spent. I agree with what Matt just said. I think we have to make sure that the money being spent is directed to the Democratic races and that the sign of success is winning. And I want to make sure that we're winning. And so, as I said with the FEC reports, it's also making sure that our banking relationships are strong. When I took over this job, we only had one bank, and those deposits were not insured. I had conversations where we made sure that they took on a sweeps account, which insured all those deposits, and we expanded our relationships from 1 to 3, and which secured that banking. Also bringing in our legal counsel in-house ensured that we were making sure that the decisions we made, we weren't wasting any money. We weren't making decisions that we were going to end up in court with afterwards. But again, the role of treasurer is very specific, and it's making sure we're keeping our money safe and sound, and we're getting our FEC reports in time.
Thank you so much. Candidate Coleman, same question for you.
Thank you so much for that question. As I said in my opening, I'm running for this position because of the disparity that I saw while having skin in the game in the last election. I served as a surrogate in both as an elected official, but also as a bus captain and a canvasser. So as an elected official, all expenses were paid. The campaign and the DNC would pay for my travel, my food, someone else to travel with me, a driver on the ground. But as a bus captain and a canvasser, we had to beg to get funds for lunch. Ultimately, we did get the campaign to pay for us the bus, but those canvassers that were volunteering all day long, we had to beg to get food to make sure that they had the sustenance that they needed in order to talk to those people to try to win votes. So I think that we need to look at an impact audit. Where are the places where we spent money and they worked? If they did not work, let's adjust that. So I think that ought to be something that we do. And although this is a streamlined position, I think this position can be expanded. So if Marika Coleman is your DNC treasurer, I will be an advocate to make sure that we have that impact audit to look at how we spent money, where we did that job well, let's keep it there. And places where we didn't perform, or those folks that we gave money to didn't perform, we need to adjust. And there has to be some equity amongst how we spend that money when it comes to grass tops, elected officials, and those folks with names versus the grassroots, who are those folks that are on the ground and they really, really have a pulse of the people. And so I think we have to have those impact audits to make sure that we make those sound financial decisions in the future.
Thank you very much. Our next couple of questions for context, information of multiple questions submitted about the budget process. So keep that in mind and just know there will be probably some redundancy in your answers. So first, how do you plan to ensure that DNC members have transparent access to the budgeting process? And this time we will begin with candidate McGregor.
Thank you. I think we are all in agreement that there needs to be more transparency around the budgeting process. I didn't get to see the budget as treasurer as it was being put together, but the budget is discussed and the finances updated for all members of the DNC at the Budget and Finance Committee. It's a committee meeting that takes place during our DNC meetings. It'll be Thursday of next week. And it's in a confidential setting. All members are invited to attend, but there will be no press there. Sorry, Carolina, but it's a time and place for everyone to ask about where the money is, how it was spent, and lessons learned for the future.
Thank you. Our next candidate is candidate Coleman. Same question for you.
Thank you so much. I've talked to many DNC members around the country, and this has been one of the number one issues as it relates to this position, but also the chair's position. So number one, I would just implore upon the members to make sure that you choose a chairperson that wants to make this process open, number one. I commit to you that once you choose that chairperson, if you elect me as your DNC chair, your DNC treasurer, that I will be the conscience for the rank and file members on that Budget and Finance Committee. If that chair said, I want this process to be open and honest now, I want DNC members to have input, you will have a DNC treasurer that will be that conscience to remind the person, hey, this is what we said. And so one of the ideas that I have that I think that we could do, I know going in person to a Budget and Finance Committee, everybody might not be able to do that. That could be expensive. But we could create a member access portal, something that is password protected for members on a regular basis, where they have access to the budget, but they also have input into the budget process. So again, this position itself is very streamlined. So I'm asking the members of the committee to choose a chair that commits to changing the bylaws so the rank and file members have access and they have input into the budgetary process. And again, you know, I'm going to be that conscious. I serve as that conscious right now in the legislative body as the chair of the Alabama Legislative Black Caucus. And I will continue to serve in that role, or will serve in that role as your DNC treasurer if you allow me to be elected in that position.
Thank you so much. Candidate Hughes, it's your turn.
I love this question, and it's one of the things that I think is very, very important to the DNC members. I think Senator Coleman was absolutely right. It does depend on large part as to who the chair is, but I think the good thing is that all of our chair candidates have committed to the idea of financial reform, and we need to work out what the details are. I will say that as the DNC treasurer, what I will be pushing for are listening sessions to where our DNC members can understand what are the inputs going into the budget, what do we plan to be doing in terms of expenditures, to ask questions about what the investments are, to really take a leading role so that they don't have to necessarily come to a finance and budget committee meeting in order to get that information, because the budget is being developed way before that. So we need to have a lot of input from the DNC members. I believe that the DNC members also need to receive a quarterly P&L report so that they can have the context as to how the funds are being raised and how they're being spent. I think there are a lot of secure ways that we can do that, and it's 100% doable and possible. And so that they can hold us accountable, whether or not we're raising and spending according to our budget. I think that's immediately important. And the other big thing is getting to some of the things that the charter and bylaws already calls for, which is a written report from the treasurer on a yearly basis to the DNC members. And that's not being done. It's not being done the way it needs to be, and it's not being done the way it should be, so that our DNC members, which are the governing body of our Democratic Party, really has all the information about the party that they need, rather than being a managed group of individuals.
Thank you so much. Candidate McGregor, I saw you shaking your head, so I want to give you 20 seconds to respond.
Yes, if you read the bylaws, it is not a written report. It is an annual report. And that annual report is given at the Budget and Finance Committee that is closed to the press and where confidential conversations are being given. And I give an update at every DNC meeting of those top lines. But we are hearing from the members that they want more of that. But it is not a written report.
Thank you so much. And Candidate Coleman, I don't know if you would like to respond, but since I gave the extra time, I want to give you the opportunity.
So much. I just want to reiterate the point that is to the Budget and Finance Committee. That is not for all of the rank and file members who may not be able to attend that Budget and Finance Committee meeting in person. You did say they'd have access if they came, but if they can't come, they won't have access. So we need to create some type of member portal password protected so they can have access.
Thank you so much. All right, our next budget-related question. If elected, will you provide access to budget documents before approval and visibility into post-cycle audits or reviews? If not, why not? And we will begin with Marika Coleman.
Thank you. Well, it depends on actually what the bylaws ultimately say. I'm a lawyer. I'm not going to break a rule. But as I said earlier, what I'm going to do is make sure that I fight as the conscience of that committee to make sure that our new chair and our executive team actually hear what our rank and file members have said. And they said that they want to have access to these budgets. They want to have input into these budgets. But I'm not going to break the bylaws rules. What we have to do is make sure that the members vote to get that bylaw change. But again, the budgetary process to me, budgets are our value system. That's what they are. They say what's important to an entity. And in this case, what's important to Democrats. And one of the reasons I'm running also is, I am a part of a group of us that are Obama alumni. I was the first person in my state, first female to endorse Barack Obama and ended up chairing his efforts. So we have this group of folks, over 1,000 folks of us alumni. And I saw kind of a list of how the money was spent. It unnerved me, the little bit amount of money that was spent in Black and brown organizations, Black radio, and into those grassroots organizations that touch the people. And so we've got to have voices, all hands on deck on the Budget and Finance Committee. And we have DNC members that have ideas, folks that are closest to the ground. They know the organizations in their states. We have state party leaders that know are the entities that can move the needle. So I want to make sure, again, we have a chair, you have a DNC treasurer and myself, if you allow me to be that is going to fight for that transparency and know that you all have the ideas and we have that budget that has the value system that reflects our party.
Thank you very much. Candidate Hughes, same question for you.
The short answer is absolutely to both of those things. I think the DNC members need to know what the status of our finances are, to have the context as to how we spend our funds. It would be very easy to look at our FEC reports and get sometimes inaccurate opinions about maybe how we're spending our money and where that money is coming from and going to. But it's because DNC members don't have the context in order to judge the information that ultimately gets reported to the federal government. So reforming the process, codifying what that process is, putting in protections so that the members of the DNC are able to ensure that spending decisions of money raised by the DNC is made by the executive leadership of the DNC, that personnel decisions also can have some shielding in that as well, especially when it comes to budget and finance. I think is very important. Many of us probably serve on nonprofit boards. I know I do in my community, some very worthwhile causes. But anytime you've been sitting around that room as a member of a board of directors and there's not a finance report, almost every board member's ears perk up because there's questions about, well, why don't we have a P&L report to present? Where is the budget? How did the budget numbers come to be? What's the underlying information here? And it would alarm almost any of us. And I think it should alarm us as it relates to the DNC that so many DNC members just don't know. They don't know what the budget is. There's executive committee members that don't know what's in the budget. And I think that's very telling and very distressing. And I think our DNC members need to be trusted with that information. They're not members of the opposition. They're family and friends.
Thank you so much, Candidate Hughes. Candidate McGregor.
Same question.
Yes, same question. And let me know if you would like me to repeat that. And that goes
Why don't
for
you repeat the question?
Of course. If elected, will you provide access to budget documents before approval and visibility into post-cycle audits or reviews? If not, why not?
Absolutely, yes. I would like to be part of that process, and I haven't been in the last 4 years. So absolutely, and I think the chair candidates are hearing this, and you'll see a more open process. While I have been DNC treasurer, I had weekly calls with the chair and weekly calls with our CFO, making sure that the finance documents that are submitted to the FEC are accurate. And by law, they have to be. So they're never inaccurate. I just want to make sure that's corrected. It would be against the law to do that. And we haven't had any violations filed against us. And so, that should not be said that our finance reports are inaccurate, because they're not. And I think making sure that the members know, we have 448 members of the DNC. We have great attendance at our DNC meetings and at our committee meetings. And so I think that the people that come and are at the Budget and Finance are hearing these things. But as Marika has said, we have to do a better job educating those who aren't there, making sure that they understand the process. And I'm going to say one more thing that I think we haven't talked about. The campaign holds most of the money. And especially in this last campaign, I'm hoping the new chair, with the help of the executive committee, will make sure as we transition to our new candidate that our chair has a seat at the table as they're making decisions how that money is spent. And as we do our joint fundraising agreements, making sure that there's a provision in there that the chair of the DNC has his eyes or her eyes on how that money is being spent. And that wasn't happening before. So that is what I would do differently.
Got it. And Candidate Hughes, Candidate McGregor addressed one of the things you said about the accuracy of financial reports. Would you like to respond? I will give you 20 seconds, if so.
Well, I think that what we're ultimately talking about when we're talking about the FEC reports and what's in a budget is just being able to tie things back to what's in the budget, having the context as to where certain things fall in. Of course, all the expenditures are categorized, but there's a lot of budgetary nuance that's missed.
Thank you so much. And my final question, and you beat me to the punch, Candidate McGregor, but I'm going to ask again. How are you a stronger candidate than your opponents for the position of treasurer? And we will begin with Candidate Coleman for this question.
Thank you so much. I have a unique set of skills as a person that has been, on budget committees with billions of dollars for many years on our general fund, and having to, set up priorities for how we spend that money. I have that experience. In addition, because I just wanted to make sure that I understood how the FEC operated, I actually went through training. I went through the FEC training for parties, for political party committees, on how to report and how to file. I wanted to make sure, and I have the certification to prove that, along with the CLE hours for that. So I wanted to make sure that I had that experience. In addition, I'm a lawyer. So we have the compliance officer who is a lawyer and our CFO who really do those reports. But because I'm a lawyer, I have the experience to be able to decipher the complex FEC rules and how that works. And not to mention that I have a direct connect between, the grass tops and the grass roots, and how to make sure that our value system is displayed in our budgets to make sure that we're showing people that we care about underserved communities. And so 22 years of service for this party, and also a passion for this party, a passion for this country. We've got to have all hands on deck in this party. So the treasurer can't just be somebody who files FEC reports and puts her name on that report. This is also have to be a person that can go out and inspire and bring people back to the fold that we've lost, and identify folks that don't even know that they're Democrats to come into the fold as well. So I will be an all hands on deck treasurer.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hughes, you're next.
Yeah, I think that what I bring as a great strength is being a certified nonprofit accounting professional, being a chief financial officer. I know the questions to ask. I know how campaign finance operates, how the party does operate from a compliance and legal perspective with outside organizations, with candidates, with state party committees, whether that's Fed or non-Fed. Understanding all those complexities, I think, is very important. Also, being someone who, anytime I go into an organization, it's really because they need my help. They need to strengthen their policies and procedures. They need to codify things and introduce new concepts. And that's something that I've been very proud of specializing my career in. Particularly using my great MPA from the University of North Carolina, where I apply the types of best policies and procedures and other things. And because of that, because of my professional experience, I was quite distressed that the DNC, for example, had only been banking with one financial institution. I was distressed that our party was not utilizing a sweeps account, which even small nonprofits that have under $1 million use those sorts of mechanisms to safeguard their financial resources. And to me, it's almost malpractice that we weren't doing those things. And I do credit Virginia for her leadership in seeing something that was so glaring that needed to be fixed. But I do believe that I have the skills and the experience to take it to the next level, to introduce the transparency and accountability that a lot of the DNC members are asking for, and that we're not just satisfied that, hey, everything's all right, everything's doing well, that they know that things are going well.
Thank you. And Candidate McGregor.
Thank you. Well, I love talking about this job because I love this job, and I'm uniquely qualified for it because my husband and I own a 106-year-old steel business that has been in our family, as I said, for 106 years. And so every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we talk about our banking relationships, our legal relationships, how to take the long view. And when I took this job, I am only one of two fiduciaries of the party, legal fiduciaries. The chair is a fiduciary, and I am a fiduciary. And that means we are the legal and ethical representatives of the Democratic National Committee. And I take that role very seriously. I am not here to replace the CFO. I am not here to replace our in-house legal counsel. I am here to do the job of being a steward. So that's why my first question was, where is our money? And I found out that it was in only one bank account, and we are a totally liquid dependent organization dependent on our cash, and that money wasn't insured. And we went to a sweeps account in that bank, and then we expanded our banking relationships from 1 to 3. One of our biggest costs is legal, and we brought our in-house counsel in. Those are experiences that I bring forward. I'm also very active in fundraising from the women of this country, giving women a pathway into the party. I raised $17 million in this last campaign cycle for the DNC. Majority of it was grassroots donors. I was part of a call, the White Women for Harris call, and that call had 160,000 women on it. I look forward to days where we get everyone as engaged as those moments in August. And I am listening to our members who I've gotten to know over the last 4 years, and I hear them, and we need more transparency in the budget process, and we need more regular updates. I know people are worried, and I'm worried as well, but I want to win, and I'm the right person for this job.
Thank you all for your thoughtful responses. We will close off with closing remarks, and for that, we will begin with Candidate Coleman.
Thank you. So I'm Marika Coleman again, Marika like paprika. I love this country and I love this Democratic Party. So I'm asking that you give me the opportunity to serve you as your DNC treasurer. My plan is about transparency, shedding light on our DNC finances, accountability, putting you as the members first, bridging grassroots and national efforts. Again, we need all hands on deck. Marika Coleman will go out and fight to bring people back to the fold. So please vote for Marika Coleman for your DNC treasurer.
Thank you so much, candidate Hughes.
I'm a lifelong North Carolinian who's dedicated over 17 years to public service and advancing our shared democratic values. From serving as a local elected official or leading initiatives within the party as a party leader, I've focused on empowering communities and reforming organizations. Whether it's helping flip key legislative seats, training candidates and party leaders, or raising over $1 million to support progressive causes, I have been right there with you in the trenches at the grassroots level. I ask for your vote next Saturday.
Thank you very much. And lastly, candidate McGregor, your closing remarks.
Thank you. There's no question that the DNC needs improvement in some transparency and our messaging and the way that we reach voters. But we will only be able to do that if we keep our financial house in order. My experience and deep institutional knowledge of the treasurer role provides me the stability we need to help us succeed. And with only 649 days until the midterms, there's no time to waste. As the new chair, the CFO and other officers develop and implement our party's outreach and organizing strategies, they can count on me to provide the support they need to achieve our goals. I'd be honored to get your vote for treasurer, which is a vote for my successful experience, team player attitude, and consistent good judgment for our party.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all three of you. Wonderful to hear you. We will be back after a break. And again, thanks all three of you for participating.
Thanks so much, Carolina.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Western Regional DNC Candidate Forum. Once again, I'm Carolina Cuellar, a reporter for Arizona Luminaria, and I will be moderating this discussion. Now, before we proceed with our Secretary Forum, I have some rules and other information that I have to say. In order to participate today, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures on Thursday, January 16th. Candidates who did not meet this deadline may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting on January 30th through February 1st. This forum will take place over 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determined the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I have been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Western region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question. There is a timer available to all candidates. Once a candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate and they may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. And finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. All right, now that we have out of the way, let's begin with our opening statements. First, we are going to go with candidate Marilyn Davis.
Thank you. Over the last 3 days, we have watched Donald Trump roll back the federal government's commitment to diversity. The Democratic Party cannot do the same when it comes to the top 4 leadership positions. I am Marilyn Davis. I'm running for DNC Secretary because we need leadership that reflects a broad range of perspectives, lived experiences, and expertise to address the challenges of today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, candidate Jason Ray, you may give your opening statement.
Well, thank you. Serving as your DNC secretary has been the privilege of a lifetime. Since 2017, I focused on strengthening communications, building stronger relationships, and being a trusted resource for all DNC members. I'm running for re-election because my experience and proven results equip me to continue advancing transparency, responsiveness, and engagement within the DNC. We've made incredible progress together, but there's still more work to do, and I'm ready to continue this important work.
Thank you so much. We will begin with our first question from California. Michael Kapp asks, what are some examples of how you've advocated for DNC members within the party leadership? And we will begin with candidate Davis.
How I have advocated for party leadership. Well, so during the time when we had the chair's role was open, I advocated for my fellow South Carolinian, Jamie Harrison, to be the chair of the party. I called members of the DNC and other leaders around the country advocating on behalf of Jamie, because I thought that he would be a great leader for the party, especially since he had just ran as a candidate. And so therefore he understood what the voters need from the party. And so I was, without hesitation, supported his candidacy for DNC secretary.
Thank you. Candidate Ray.
Well, thanks for the question. And I really believe, that the role of secretary really is about serving our DNC members and really being their advocate and voice within the party. And that's something that I've worked really hard to do during my time. And a couple examples of that stand out to me. One is helping make sure that we are advocating for their interest, whether that is trying to schedule our DNC meetings. I know that I've always pushed to get as much notice out and as early as possible so that DNC members can plan accordingly so they can attend and participate within our meetings. Whether that's advocating for more transparency or to send out information to members or talking points. My guiding star in everything that I have done as secretary has really been to ensure that we are advocating for our members, that when we're going to leadership, we're talking around how can we make the experience of a DNC member impactful and meaningful. Our members are incredible people. They are grassroots leaders in their communities who are doing tremendous work. And we owe it to them to really be their voice and be their advocate. And that's what I'll continue to do as secretary if I'm reelected.
Thank you so much. My next question is for candidate Davis. Where do you see opportunities for improvement? And what changes do you hope to enact if elected as secretary?
Thank you. That's a great question. So one of the areas where I think we can improve, especially in the secretary's office, is with providing DNC members with information regarding upcoming events with sufficient time, more than 2 days, more than a week. Members need to know what is happening and especially the agenda for the meetings. I've talked to some members who said, like, it has, in some cases, caused an economic hardship trying to get to meetings when they get the last minute agendas. So as secretary, I would promise to provide members with at least 3 weeks notice, not about the meeting itself, but the agenda for the meeting. Just last week when we were in Detroit, we were given 2 days notice before we got the agenda. Had I known that the meeting, that my portion of the agenda wouldn't have started until the afternoon, I could have flown in that morning and left that evening because I left a 10-year-old at home that I had to get a babysitter for. So I think going forward, if I were secretary of the DNC, I would provide members with advance notice, not just of the meeting date, but of the agenda as well, so they can plan accordingly.
Thank you so much. Candidate Ray. Why do you want to maintain your position as secretary?
Yeah, it's a great question. And for me, we're going to have a change at leadership at the top of our party with a new chair, new vice chairs coming in. And I really think it's important that we have consistent leadership in some of the administrative areas of the party. And I really view the secretary's role as one about keeping the business and affairs of the party going forward, whether that's engaging with our members, onboarding new members, helping plan for future meetings, and really bringing that institutional knowledge and history along with me so that we don't have to repeat our same mistakes, but that we can learn and grow together. And that's why I'm running for re-election. And that's why I'm proud to be endorsed by more than 250 DNC members across the country who believe in steady continuity in our leadership in certain roles. And I'm going to keep doing that during my term. And I'm going to continue to advocate for our members Because as I said, our members are truly amazing leaders in their communities. And I want to make sure that we are utilizing them to the best of their ability.
Thank you so much. My next question is for both of you. I know I've heard y'all talk a lot about advance notice so that people can attend. And there's also a lot of moving parts, it appears, when it comes to coordinating people from across the nation and abroad to join a meeting. So my question is, how do you plan to improve engagement with party members? And this includes incorporating people who span different time zones, such as we do in the Western region. I'll start with, again, sorry, I did this again. I will begin with candidate Davis.
Well, my campaign manager can say that I definitely believe in inclusivity. And one of the things I would do as secretary is engage the members in the decision making. We just received a notice earlier this week that the January 30th forum is going to be at Georgetown University, where the winter meeting is going to be at the Gaylord. So members have to trek over to Georgetown, where there's very little parking, the streets are small. I would engage the members in the decisions of some of the matters before the DNC. I think it's really important to get feedback, to solicit information from the members as to what they prefer or what they would like. So I would absolutely engage membership, do a survey, find out what they're thinking, where they want to have the DNC meetings. I mean, we went to Detroit, a lovely city, in the middle of winter, which could have provided, it could have caused some hardship for people with the weather. But thankfully, we didn't have that issue. But I would engage with members and say, where do you want to have these meetings? So they have some input. DNC members are elected, and they should be treated with respect and engaged as a party, as a party in the process, as a key stakeholder, and not as treated as if they're the staff of the DNC.
Thank you so much, candidate Davis. Candidate Ray, same question for you.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think first it's important to remember as we're talking around notices, engagement with members, I as secretary am not a participant in the planning of the forums or scheduling of these forums or sending out notice because I'm a candidate. My staff is doing that, but I'm not a part of that process. I've recused myself from that bit. But I will tell you, it's a guiding principle of mine to be as engaging and as inclusive to all of our members as we can. And that includes with notices. You know, I was really proud that, for example, in February of 23, we were able to announce our October meeting, the next meeting already at that point. We were able to work with leadership to advocate for members to say, we really want to get the notice out as far and early as we can. You know, I know our charter requires a minimum of a 30-day notice to members of our official meetings, and we've always done that and always worked to exceed that with 60 or 90 days or whatever we can, including with an agenda, always tentative and subject to change of our meeting as things evolve and develop. And that's what we'll continue to do. As we look at doing new member orientations, as we look at doing calls, Carolina, you mentioned, you know, the time zones, and it's a vast one. And I actually on my phone have every time zone that DNC members are in, so I can always look at the time, so I can make sure that I'm not calling someone in Northern Mariana Islands in the middle of the night or vice versa. But we always are looking when we're scheduling things to say, how can we be as inclusive to as many folks as we can, so that folks can participate, so that they can engage in this important work. You know, our members need to be at the table, and we will do everything we can under my leadership to make sure that we are making things as open and transparent and accessible to our members as we can.
Thank you so much. And this next question is also from Michael Kapp of California. Managing delegate certification and voting processes at convention is a critical part of the secretary's role. How do your past experiences and previous conventions prepare you for this responsibility? And for this question, we will begin with candidate Ray.
Well, thanks, and thanks for the question, Michael. You know, I think I've had experience in the last two conventions actually leading a team that has done just this. You know, I am really proud of what the Office of the Secretary has done to certify over 5,000 convention participants during the last two conventions, and then conduct a nominating process and a voting process. And it's important to remember that neither of those two conventions were what you consider a traditional convention. There were unique challenges presented, whether it was in 2020 when we had to switch it to a virtual model, to 2024 when we had to come up very quickly, working closely with the convention staff as well as our state parties to put together a new nominating process so that our delegates could be heard and nominate a candidate and then conduct the voting process. And I'm really proud of what we were able to do in those 2 cycles as secretary to really ensure a seamless, impactful opportunity for our convention delegates. And it's something I want to continue to build on. I'm really excited to continue working with state parties and thinking around how we can improve that process for 2028. It is one that will start as soon as one's elected, as we start building out the certified platform and begin thinking through all of the ways to make it, one, easy for delegates to submit their information, but also really for state parties as well. And it's one that we will continue to innovate on to be as inclusive and accessible to all people. But I'm really proud of what my team was able to do in this last 2 conventions, both in the certifying of our delegates and conducting voting processes in both times unique and different circumstances.
Great. Thank you so much. Candidate Davis, it is your turn.
Thank you. So I'll say this. My first convention was in 1996 as a volunteer. My second convention was in 2012 as an employee, as a DNCC staffer. My job at that time was to oversee all of the constituencies of the DNC and ensure that those key constituencies like organized labor, like the social justice organizations, women's groups, the progressive organizations, that each of those organizations received housing and received credentials. Some of them received multiple credentials for their organizations. So I have experience in 2012, but also in 2016, when I worked for the convention from the DNC. I worked for the DNC as the director of community engagement, overseeing 9 constituencies for African American, Hispanic, women, LGBT, LGBTQ, Native Americans. Every single constituency group also had a leadership team that we too was responsible for ensuring that they had credentials. So I have experience in multiple campaign conventions, ensuring that key stakeholder groups receive credentials and housing during the conventions. And I would do the same working with DNC members and DNC state party chairs to ensure that there's diversity, and that we make sure that the key groups that need to be part of the system, be part of the process, be part of the convention are also engaged.
And for my last question, I want to touch on sort of like the practicality aspect of reaching out to DNC members in order to improve the times and, changing the meeting times or whatever. In practical terms, how does this outreach look? Does this mean emails? Does this mean accounting for accessibility for people who have different levels of accessibility to receive this information? I will begin with Candidate Davis.
Well, Carolina, thank you for the question. I have been talking to members ad nauseum about the need to create a portal for DNC members that is private and protected, that will allow DNC members to access DNC information, including the membership roster, the rules and bylaws, the charter, agendas for meetings, as well as a myriad of other issues that DNC members need. And as you mentioned earlier, we have members who are offshore, who are part of the Democrats Abroad, and having a portal where DNC members can access this information. They can access it at any time of the day or night. So that's not restricted. They don't have to come to the Secretary's office to get what they should already have access to. So therefore, I would create a membership portal to help members. But in addition to that, I think it's also important that the DNC has a newsletter just for members so that they know what is happening in their party. So members know where the chair is going, where other officers are going, and so they know who's doing the work. And lastly, I think it's important for the DNC to have a listserv. So for those members who want to keep their information private, this listserv will allow DNC members, caucus and council chairs, to communicate with their members without, again, having to go to the Secretary's office to get that information.
Thank you so much, Candidate Ray. Same question.
Yeah, when I look at this, for me, it's really about hearing from members and having an open door. It's something that I've had my entire time on the DNC, and as secretary, I have always, when I call new members and welcome them to the DNC family, I always start with saying, this is my personal cell phone. Feel free to call, email, text. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your feedback. And that's something that I'm committed to continuing. And I have members who will call me. I think I wake up every morning with 3 or 4 text messages from members with different questions on whether it's like, hey, I've got a question how to book this hotel, or hey, can you help me understand how this process works? And that's something that I'm going to continue to do for all of our members, because it's really important to have a secretary that is engaging and responsive to our members, who is able to help them navigate the DNC. That's why I'm so proud to have so many endorsements from members who have really been touched by the consistency and communication engagement. There's always room to improve. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to work with our DNC members to find new ways to help provide them with information, materials, and really to help them do the tremendous work that they are doing on the ground in their communities as leaders. That's what my role as secretary is, and that's what I'm going to continue to do.
Great. Awesome. Thank you both so much. We will proceed with closing remarks, beginning with candidate Ray.
Well, thank you all for the conversation today. As you've heard, the secretary plays a vital role in our party, and I'm proud of what I've been able to do in this role. But the job isn't done, and I'm ready to keep working for you. I'm committed to expanding transparency, further modernizing our operations, and making meetings more interactive and impactful. I'm so honored to get to serve all of you, and it would be an honor to have your vote for re-election as DNC Secretary.
Great. Thank you so much. Candidate Davis.
Thank you. 94% of Black women voted for our nominee, and Democrats down the ballot in the past election. We can't win with only Black women, but we sure as hell cannot afford to lose them. It would be a travesty for the Democratic Party to not have representation of Black women at the top of the leadership team. I'm Marilyn Davis, and vote for me for DNC Secretary. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, both of you, for your thoughtful responses and participation. We will be back with the next forum after the break.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. This is the DNC Forum for Vice Chair Candidates. I am Todd Gilman. I am a journalism professor with Arizona State University, Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication. I'm a longtime political reporter in Washington for the Dallas Morning News. We are going to jump right in. I have some rules that I have to read before we get to the candidates. In order to participate, candidates must have submitted at least 40 verified DNC member signatures by last Thursday. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the winter meeting, January 30th to February 1st. This forum will be roughly an hour, followed by another forum with the rest of the candidates who have qualified for this forum, which will also take about an hour, so I hope you stick with us. The order was determined for opening statements by random drawing, and closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I have exclusive control over the questions and the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any of the candidates have previewed any of the questions. I'm not sure I have previewed my own questions fully. Guess we'll find out. I've also received questions submitted by DNC members, and I had the option of choosing from among those. The forum will prioritize questions from DNC members from the Western region, since this is the Western region forum. Candidates may not receive all the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be given time to respond to other candidates unless directed by me, the moderator. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do, I will provide a time limit, which will be much shorter than the ordinary time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question. There's a timer that all of the candidates and I can see. When the time has elapsed, I will let them know that they may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. And finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, other electronic applications. It doesn't say this here. Well, it does say this here. And you may have written notes, but you're not supposed to get notes passed to you by friends, family, and advisors. So with that, we'll go to the opening statements. And the order is first, Mr. Kenyatta.
Well, thank you so much. As was said, my name is Representative Malcolm Kenyatta, and I'm running for vice chair of the DNC for the same reason you're watching this forum. You know that Democrats need to win. And it's not just because we want our team to win. We know that a strong Democratic Party is the last best hope for working families like mine who just want to get by and, frankly, get ahead. But we're not going to do that just by being expert articulators of what happened in the last election. We have to be fearlessly focused on the future. And I look forward to spending this forum talking about my qualifications and my vision for that future. Representative Malcolm Kenyatta, I hope to earn your vote.
Almost exactly on the 30-second mark. Thank you. Mr. Zogby next.
I'm Jim Zogby, and I've been chair of the Ethnic Council in the Democratic Party and a member of the DNC for now over 30 years. I'm running because I want to continue what I've been doing for the last several years, and that's pushing for change in how the Democratic Party does its business. I want accountability, transparency, and democracy. I want the funding that we give to shift from outside consultants to state parties, to caucuses and councils. I want to empower our membership to be the governing body of our party, and I want to grow and win, and the way to grow and win is to change.
Our next speaker is Ms. Dietrich.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Dietrich, chair and founder of the DNC Climate Council, a union member running for DNC vice chair. I served as an elected official in a rural seat, which I flipped from red to blue, and I've experienced at winning votes from many of the same voters that we need to win again, our multiracial, multi-generational, working class base, rural voters, young voters. I'm a battleground state organizer and an elected leader in the DNC, and I bring all this to the table. With so much at stake, I will do this full time, and I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you. And now we go to Ms. Conrad.
I'm Shasti Conrad, chair of the Washington State Democrats, and hello, West, you're my people. It has been a dangerous week for our country and for our democracy. We've already seen the actions Trump is taking to dissolve our rights, to dismantle environmental protections, to take away our sense of security, and to spread policy violence. I am the youngest chair ever of the Washington Dems, and I am proud to be your Western Region Vice President for the ASDC. Under my leadership, we became the only state to withstand the 2024 Republican shift. It's time for action, and I'll be ready to lead us to victory. Thank you.
Mr. Barbuto.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Joe Barbuto. For the last 8 years, I've been the chair of the Wyoming Democratic Party and a member of the DNC. In that time, I've seen the good work that state parties, territory parties, and even the Dems abroad have done to engage with rural and red state voters. But the truth is, when we're doing that work, in that effort, we're not only up against Republicans, we're up against a narrative that Republicans have created about who the national party is, what we stand for, what we value, and who we fight for. It's almost always wrong, but it's effective. And it's time for our national party to re-engage with people in those places and remind them that of the two parties, we're the ones that share their values, we're the ones that care about their livelihoods and want to fight for their future.
Ms. Clinton.
Good afternoon, West. First of all, allow me to extend my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the people of California and everyone affected by the wildfires. And now those of you who are going to be facing some more inclement weather with the mudslides, with the threat of mudslides there in California as well. I'm with Kenya Clanton, a community organizer, activist, and chief problem solver. But one thing that I know that in a time of crisis, leadership matters. As someone with more than 20 years of experience, I know a little something about leading in difficult times, and I'm ready to take that leadership to the DNC.
And last but not least on this panel, Mr. Black.
Hi, West Coast. My name is Troy Blackwell, proud Afro-Latino from the South Bronx. I often tell people I grew up in the poorest congressional district in the country. My mom was a member of 1199 SEIU, and my dad was a small business owner. Grew up in public housing, survived off of public assistance and food stamps. But because I had really great people who invested in me, and because the Democratic Party gave a damn about me, I've went on to serve in 2 presidential administrations and at least 3 national campaigns. This is why I'm running to be one of your next vice chairs.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You're proving yourselves to be good so far at keeping to time. I appreciate that. We're going to jump in to some questions. Just so nobody's surprised, I'm going to go down for at least the first 2 questions in the same order, just so that people are not speaking back to back. So my first question, which I'd like everyone to address, and if you forget it by the time it's your turn, I'll repeat it, just ask me. I've heard a lot of talk in these forums about Democrats need to do a better job of messaging, listening to rural voters and listening to blue-collar voters. And it kind of made me think of all the times I've been overseas, and I have heard ugly American tourists speak more loudly as if that's going to help people who don't understand English understand. And I just wonder if improving the same message, improving the delivery of a message that people just aren't buying is really going to work. Democrats lost much of the working class. Exit polls found that Latino voters, Black voters, and others, reliable parts of the Democratic coalition for a very long time, view the party as overly woke, too obsessed with racial injustice, sexism, denial of transgender rights. These were, you all know, these were issues that the Republicans used very effectively against you. The question, that's the preface, is it time for Democrats to tamp down some of these more progressive ideas and voices in the party in order to expand your appeal? And we will start with Mr. Kenyatta.
So thank you for that question, but let me challenge the premise at the start. You know, I guess I would ask rhetorically, who should we leave behind? Should we leave behind the mom who's working 2 jobs, who just wants her kid to be treated with the same decency, dignity, and respect that everybody deserves? Should we leave behind the young people who are learning how to hide under their desks instead of being learned how to read and write because they're worried about the threat of gun violence? Should we leave behind, myself and my husband and the LGBTQ Americans all across this country who just want to be able to be who the hell they are and love who they love? Or maybe we should leave behind the workers that are on a picket line demanding to be treated with dignity and respect. That is not the answer to how we move this party forward. A part of the problem we have right now is that Democrats have accomplished a hell of a lot that voters say they don't know anything about. If you ask the average voter what we've accomplished in the last 4 years at a national level, many voters would not be able to answer that question. If you ask people what is in the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, what was in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, you see people's eyes glaze over. As a local elected official, I understand that. And I would also push back on what happened in this last election. At a local level, Democrats did much better than we did nationally. So what does that tell you? I think what it tells you is that local elected officials who see our neighbors every single day at the grocery store, at church, in our community centers, have found a way to communicate to their constituents and be successful even in tough national electoral climates. And so what I propose is that we look local first, that the Democratic Party be a place that gives a damn about our school board members just as we do about people running for Senate, that cares about precinct captains just as much as we care about who's going to be president of the United States. As a local elected official who's in a bellwether state of Pennsylvania, I know how to do that. And with your help, I'm ready to get to work.
Mr. Zogby.
I have to agree with Malcolm. It's not a question of either or, never was, never should be, but we've made it an either or question. And that's the problem, is that we've stopped talking to working class voters, white working class voters in particular. Let's be clear about that. I went to a DNC executive committee meeting in 2014 after we got whomped in state legislative races across the Midwest. Party pollster said we won the young black vote, we won the young Latino vote, we won the Asian vote, we won the professional educated women vote, and we kept the coalition together. I said, yeah, but we lost. And we lost because we lost the ethnic voters that I represent, the Hungarians, the Poles, the Italians, the Greeks, yes, the Arabs, and the Irish and Italians. We lost them, and they were used to be our party. His response was, we're not throwing money away after people who aren't going to vote for us. And my response back to him was, if that's our philosophy, then we're going to lose those people and we're never going to win them back. And we're going to hand them to Republicans on a silver platter. That's what we did. And frankly, the issue is we can do both. We can speak to the social and cultural issues that are so vitally important to people that we do not want to leave behind. But at the same time, we can go to working class folks. We can go to former. Look, I worked with Jesse Jackson in the 80s. I saw him deal with issues that Democrats had not dealt with before. He spoke about abortion rights. He also spoke to gay and lesbian, and it was not easy for him to do that back then with black ministers railing against him on it. He challenged them head on. He also went to Appalachia. He also went to miners, coal miners who were out of work because their mines had shut down. And he reached out to everybody. The Democratic Party, if it's going to win and be a majoritarian party, has to be able to reach out to everyone to bring back the voters we've lost and keep the voters that we've gained. We have not done that. When I saw a candidate for Congress in Pennsylvania say, I used to be a Democrat, but I'm not anymore because they don't talk to us anymore, I said, that's wrong. We can talk to everyone. We should talk to everyone. And that's what we need to do.
Just for the viewers back home or wherever you are, if you're at work, sneaking some time watching this forum, when I pop up on the screen in the corner, that's how you know the timer has elapsed for everyone. Ms. Dietrich next.
Look, what we need to do is win. And we do that by expanding the map and by messaging on our policies, which in fact, messaging effectively on our policies, which in fact are vastly popular when you poll and when you actually communicate about them. So we do have a media problem. We do have a communications problem. It includes branding, communicating the great things we are doing, as Malcolm noted, and it means for everything from protecting voter rights to the great accomplishments in renewable energy under the Inflation Reduction Act. And so, we need, though, the media platforms have been diversifying, fragmenting, and are rapidly evolving. We saw that again this week. And so we need to be communicating with people where they are getting their news, and we need to communicate about, the accomplishments of Democrats up and down the ballot, because local government, local Democrats are doing great work. I'm a former county commissioner, founder and chair of my county's environmental council. We need to be communicating about all of these things. So we do need to stand up for our principles. And we need to also do, as something I'm advocating for, is we need to have a comprehensive, sober data and listening driven analysis of what's been successful, in this election, but looking back 10 years, because a lot of the things that happened in this election were the culmination of trends that have been going on for a long time. You mentioned rural voters. That's one example. Have to actually look back more than 10 years. So that's why I'm advocating for that analysis and then building a strategy based on it.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad.
Well, I think, like Malcolm, I reject the premise to some degree, because I think you can't separate out race and class in America. You just cannot. I am never not a woman of color who comes from a working class background, who has had to think about these issues of economic populism and how it impacts my life, but also how it impacts my life as a woman of color in these different ways. So you cannot separate those things out. I do think that the party needs to be leading on an economic populist message. I do think that, because I think that that applies and impacts everybody. And I think it does, it crosses a lot of different constituencies that I think are incredibly important to not only to the Democratic Party, but to the United States of America, that we have to continue to be winning in. So I don't think it's an either or. I think that, in Washington state, I often say that we're a microcosm for the rest of this party, which is I have, the former head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus in Pramila Jayapal, and I also have Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who won in a Trump +5 district and restarted the Blue Dog Caucus. We have to build a party that can hold space for both of them and for everybody in between to be authentic. The other thing that I talk about is that in universal design, it's an architectural term that means that as we build for marginalized and vulnerable populations, that it actually helps everybody. We can build a Democratic Party that thinks about how can we be trans inclusive? How can we be there for communities of color? How are we there for women of color? How are we there for young people? How are we there for rural voters and benefit everyone? We can do that. And also, we can say, we know that our policies are popular. We are winning even in red states on higher minimum wage, on codifying reproductive rights into state constitutions. We can win and still talk about how we can be there on economic issues, but also identity-based constituencies.
Thank you. And next is Mr. Barbuda.
Thank you. And I have to agree with everybody. This is not an either or question. And as Democrats, we can't compromise on our values when it comes to standing by and protecting these different populations of people. But it goes back to, again, what I said in my opening statement. As state party leaders and territory party leaders and everybody else, we are always up against this narrative that we've allowed Republicans to create about who Democrats are. And a lot of that is telling people that there's only certain things that we care about and that we're willing to fight for. And that's absolutely not true. And that's why it's so important that we're doing the work to go into these communities and talk to people about the issues that matter to them, the things that are impacting their lives and livelihood. Just the other day, I was talking to a friend in Utah, and she told me a story about how she ran into a friend in line at the post office, and they were talking about Democratic issues, and this set off a man in line to start complaining to them about how Democrats only cared about those issues that we'll call woke here. And that's absolutely not true, because when that guy went home that night, I bet he wasn't sitting across from his family at the table talking about how mad he was about who's using which restrooms or which pronouns people use or how they live their lives. He was probably worried about, are we going to be able to retire at an age when we want to? Are our kids going to be able to afford the medicines they need and the things that we need to do to pay for their extracurricular activities, things that every American faces? And not enough people know that those are the causes that we're championing too. Those are the ways that Democrats have the back of everybody who lives in this nation. And we have to get back to a point where when people look at the Democratic Party, whoever they are, wherever they came from, whatever they believe, whatever their values are, that they can look at the Democratic Party and find somebody who's not just fighting for their livelihoods, it's for their values, but someone who can be their champion. We're not there right now, and it's because we've allowed other people to define who we are. So it's important that we get back to the work of defining ourselves and being in there and having those meaningful conversations, not talking to people, but listening to people and reminding them our values are your values, and the other party certainly hasn't had your back.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Clanton.
Thank you, Todd. You know, I was talking to a DNC member the other day. His name is David Roth out of Idaho. And he said something to me that really stuck with me. He said, we're so focused on inclusion that we've forgotten how to make people feel included. And I think that's something that as a party, we really have to contend with. We're so caught up on being known as this big tent party that we forget that even, I don't care how big that tent gets, someone's going to get pushed out. Someone's going to be forced into the margins. And when we think about what happened this past election, we lost this election because we forgot about people in the margins. We forgot about marginalized people. We didn't go where we needed to go to talk to the rural farmer who's out on a tractor. We didn't go into the nursing homes to talk to the elderly about what issues were relevant to them. We didn't have that type of opportunity to really put our boots back on the ground the way the Democrats know how to organize and how to win. And so when I think about where we are and where we're facing as a country, we really got to get back to really talking to everyday people. This campaign, the one that we're running here, we're all uniquely qualified to serve as DNC vice chairs within this party. We all care about the future of our democracy. But when it comes to when it comes to really putting forth the work and the effort and the strategies that are necessary, it takes someone who knows how to lead in times like these. People who know what it means to go out and talk to everyday people, to meet them where they are, to understand and empathize with the fact that many people are making decisions at tables that have been checkered and overdue medical bills and overpriced grocery receipts. Some people are facing evictions. People are just graduating college trying to figure out how they're going to pay their student loans. We have a real crisis in this country, and we have to do more as Democrats to not only talk about the issues, but work to move these issues forward for the American people.
Thank you. Mr. Blackwell.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. As I noted in my intro to you all, look, I'm someone who's Afro-Latino. I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I grew up in severe poverty. The only reason I'm on this call with you all today is because this Democratic Party had policies that looked out for communities like mine and for working families like mine, right? I'll give you a specific example. Almost 30 years ago, a member of the LGBTQ community couldn't even get a security clearance, right? It was President Clinton that enacted that made it possible for members of that community to even be able to get past an FBI clearance and work in the federal government. This president currently right now is putting executive orders that are attacking DEIA, right? I think there's someone who said it best, James Carville, it's the economy, stupid, right? I don't know anyone that I've ever met that's like, hey, I don't want your help, or I think you're talking too much about this because you're a part of the LGBTQ community or you're a person of color. What I think happened is that we had really incredible policies. I'm someone that was most recently at the U.S. Department of Commerce. We created 1.5 million jobs. Before I departed this past Monday, we got $800 million out the door to rural communities to make sure that we were closing the gap in broadband access. I was on President Biden's council working group for HBCUs and HSIs. And for those that don't know what that is, those are historically Black colleges and Hispanic serving institutions. What happened is that we had a breeding ground for misinformation and disinformation, right? We're competing with algorithms on these platforms that are encapsulating the information that people are getting. We're competing with the Rupert Murdochs who own Fox News. We're competing with the Sinclair Group. We're competing with these entities that are buying up not just digital platforms, but local media stations and TV newspapers. Let's not forget that it was just 2 months ago that the editorial board at the Washington Post wanted to endorse the vice president, but Jeff Bezos said no. That's the reason why we got into this situation around social versus economic issues.
All right, that is our first round of questioning. I appreciate all of you for your thoughts. For the second round, I'm also going to go down the line and then I'll mix it up a little bit. So this is the Western Region Forum. Most states in the Western region We could have colored in blue or red before, long before anybody started voting. Nevada, Arizona, we weren't so sure, but everybody else, Hawaii, I think we can color it in blue. Utah, probably color it in red. So much of the time and resources of the parties and certainly of the presidential campaigns are focused on those battleground states, the 7 battleground states. 4 years ago, President Biden won by a margin of 80,500 votes in those states. 3 months ago, President Trump won with a much bigger margin of 760,000 votes in those battleground states. I'm wondering if you think that going forward, the party should focus its resources on these battleground states or spread it around, kind of the old Howard Dean 50-state strategy. And what I really want to know is, what is your thought process when thinking about how to do triage when triage becomes inevitable? So we will start with Mr. Kenyatta.
Thank you so much. And I think this is an important moment to delineate between what the DNC does and what presidential campaigns do. In 2028, I don't know what the Democratic nominee will see as their strategy and where they need to dedicate their resources. But I want to be very clear. The DNC cannot simply exist to be focused on who's going to be president of the United States. We have elections that are about to take place in New Jersey and in Virginia that matter. We have candidates right now or future candidates who are making a decision about whether or not they're going to raise their hand and jump into the fray and try to serve their neighbors. I know what it's like to make that decision. When I ran for office as just a 26-year-old, there were not a lot of people that I felt like I could look to help me figure out how to reach a donor, how to build out the infrastructure. Those are part of what the Democratic Party should be doing, building a strong infrastructure that we can then hand off to whoever our Democratic nominee is for president in 4 years. I understand that as vice chair, we're going to have a lot of conversations. I have a lot of big plans that people can see on my website, and I've been emailing you about them and talking to you about them. But we should be really clear about what the vice chair does. A big part of my job as vice chair is going to be, hopefully, showing up to places that haven't seen Democratic leadership in years, showing up to a bunch of chicken dinners. And I'll be very clear. I like chicken. I like dinner. I will be right there. Don't you worry about it. I'm happy to show up. And it's something that I've done. I've gone all across this country and all across Pennsylvania, a critical bellwether state, in rural communities everywhere else, talking about how we center working people and working families. And as vice chair, I want to work with county and state parties to do what we need to do on the ground. I believe that our focus as a party, particularly over the next 4 years, can't just be about what's happening in DC and the presidential map. It has to be about what's happening in people's lives in their local communities.
Thank you. And for the viewers, I just wanted to let you know that Ms. Clanton had to drop off. I believe she had a work conflict, so you won't see her again. Next, Mr. Zogby. And again, the question is, what's your approach to doing triage with the party's resources?
Look, that's one of the biggest issues that I'm raising, is that money needs to go away from the consultants and to state parties. And there are no red states, there are no blue states. They're only our states. All of them matter to us. Who declares that Ohio's a red state? It's the consultant class. They look at it and they say, oh, we can't win that, so we're going to drop it. We never should have lost Sherrod Brown in the U.S. Senate. We could have won with Tim Ryan. We would have been spared J.D. Vance if we'd done that. Why do we not invest in those states? Because some, what Jesse Jackson used to call the smart-ass white boys, the consultant class, who are no longer all white, no longer all boys, and they're not really that smart, have a cookie-cutter approach to politics. And they decide this is what we're going to do because this is what we've always done. And they've been losing. When you talk about battleground states, let me make a point. When I raised that issue about that we'd given up on white working class voters, that was in 2014, a midterm election. We lost 1,400 state legislative races in 3 consecutive elections because we didn't focus on the states, those states that matter. And what we did was we sacrificed the rest of the people in those states, in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, to a Republican legislature that then cut all the things that they needed from that they'd gotten from previous Democratic administrations. Why is Ohio not blue? Why is Wisconsin not blue? Why is Michigan not blue? Why? Because we gave up on them. We stopped talking to them. What did we do to the white working class? They're non-college educated whites. Nobody's got a bumper sticker that says, I'm non-college educated white and I vote. They call themselves different things. We don't talk to them. We talk at them or we ignore them completely. That's why we're losing. And you're right, Malcolm and everybody else. We need to pay attention to local races. We need to pay attention from the bottom all the way up to the top. But it starts with the consultant class that makes a cockeyed decision that this is our group. We're talking to only them. These are the states we're talking to. We're not talking to everybody else. When we do that, we lose.
I'm going to invoke moderator privilege and ask a follow-up question and give you hopefully 20, maybe 30 seconds, Mr. Zogby. I'm not sure I understand how it is that the consultants are making these decisions. Isn't it up to the officers of the DNC, the leadership of the party, to either accept or reject the consultants' advice?
I've been on the executive committee for 17 years. We never made a decision about where money got spent. The bylaws say that we should look at annually review the budget. Never have done it. Never have done it. We're supposed to evaluate the effectiveness of the budget. Never have done it. I've been on these forums when people say, well, we want to bring young people into the discussion, the decision making. And I say, nobody's in the decision. That is the biggest opaque problem in the Democratic Party, is that we do not know who makes the decision about where money gets spent. We don't know how it gets spent, and we don't know whether it was effective or not. That's the problem we've got to solve.
All right, I got to say,
and I want the DNC members to be the governing body of the party.
As a journalist, this makes me feel better because I always thought it was just us who thought that everything was opaque. Ms. Dietrich.
Look, we got to figure out how to expand the map. I live in one of the 7 battleground states. We've got to figure out how to organize, communicate, and win at all levels in all 57 states, territories, Democrats abroad. We should not forget, because there's millions of votes there, and there's people doing really terrific work. But we also need to be investing in the red areas and the purple areas within the battleground states. I live in one of those areas, and I flipped a rural seat from red to blue, and I know what it takes, and the volunteer work and the investment, but that needs to be happening everywhere. It is a huge problem that in just barely 300 counties of the 3,100 plus counties in the US, we have only thriving Democratic Party organizations in barely 300 of them. If we're not there, we can't possibly win. And that does take, as others have said, much greater investment of resources in state parties, in county parties, in city, municipal parties. We need to be organizing down to the precinct level. And it means outreach to youth, much greater investment in our youth organizations. And that means our high school Dems, our college Dems, our young Dems who are doing great work with hardly anything. But also means we need to be reaching out to the, half of college, what we call college age, 18 to 24-year-olds who are not in college. So working with unions, working with community colleges, working with apprenticeship programs. So, all of this is super important. And it's why I think we need someone who will commit to doing this work full time, helping the chair with turning this around.
Thank you. And we'll turn to Ms. Conrad. Again, what is your approach to doing triage with the party's resources?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think, on paper, the battleground strategy sounded like a good one, right? That's where we had an opportunity to flip these states, make a difference. That was a way to concentrate the resources. After this past cycle, we can say didn't work, doesn't work. We can't do that again. We have to have a full 57 states and territories strategy. We have to make sure that we are investing in state parties. There is a big difference in the infrastructure that is in many of these different states. I am one of the few full-time state party chairs that is paid, that has full-time staff, year-round organizing, and it makes a big difference. What I will say too, though, is that whether you are a blue state, a red state, a purple state, or in between, nobody feels like the DNC has invested or cared to the degree that is helpful. As a blue state, we feel like we are an ATM and that we are used and forgotten out here in the West. And I know certainly my friends in the red states feel like no one believes in them, is investing in them, thinks that they can win. And then we're not even talking about the territories who get like half a vote sometimes, barely any representation, and we are not making sure that we are taking care of those folks and investing in them. There's over 4 million votes that are in the territories, and we need to make sure that we are bringing them in. And then Michelle also mentioned the Dems abroad. They are the difference makers. So we've got to be making sure that we are remembering those folks that are on the outliers, that we are investing in state parties. And that goes all the way down the chain into county parties. And for me, I have legislative district parties. We need to be making sure that we are helping them to be able to do the work, because we can be universal in our values, but we need to be localized in our messaging and in our organizing. The folks on the ground know what's best, but they need help with the strategic planning, they need help with the investment, and they need the leadership of the DNC to make sure that they are getting what they need to be able to win. And so that is where I say, give it to the states. We know how to do this. We know how to win. Let us do the work.
Thank you. And we'll turn to Mr. Barbuda.
Yeah, thank you. Some of you might remember from the last election that Wyoming was not a battleground state, but certainly like Idaho and Utah and others all across the nation, we are a state that's worth fighting for. But besides that, let's just stop for a minute and talk about the battleground states. And I know my dogs are about to start barking. They're giving some hints to that. Had we engaged in rural areas in those battleground states, not just this cycle, but in cycles before, just if we could have turned out more people in rural areas by just a few percentage points for Kamala Harris, then we would not be sitting here today in this forum right now. We would not be running for this, because we would have inaugurated Kamala Harris last Monday instead. So we haven't been doing the work. We haven't been making the kind of investments that we need to in rural America. And that's talking from the perspective of the national party. I don't want to, for any moment, think that I'm not saying good work hasn't happened there, because like I said in my opening statement, state parties, territory parties, Dems abroad, allied groups, there are a lot of people doing a lot of good work in these areas, but they're having to do it a lot less than what they need to actually be as effective as the potential exists for change. And so, yeah, I am absolutely in favor of a 57 state and territory strategy. We all talk about that. I've been a part of this DNC for the last 8 years, and I have seen some strides made there with additions to the state partnership program. We all receive more money now, and the development of programs like the Red State Fund. But it absolutely isn't enough. And if we want to build this party, and we have to make sure that every state is strong, because the party's only as strong as our weakest links, just like a chain, just like my state party is only as strong as my county party. So yeah, we build from the bottom up. We make those critical investments, and we make sure that states and territories and some allied organizations, that they have the knowledge, the training, the information, and the resources and investments they need to be successful at organizing on the ground and making sure that we are connecting with voters in every state and every district and every zip code.
Thank you. And Mr. Blackwell, your approach to triage resources.
Yes, thank you for that question, Todd. So first I want to say, and I think it was already mentioned, we need to be able to separate what the DNC does versus what the campaign does, because I do want to commend Chairman Jamie Harrison for the work that he's done. I also think that, yes, the 57 state and territory strategy that Howard Dean had was a good strategy. So was the strategy that Ron Brown had that helped Clinton win the White House in '92, right? But in terms of my approach to this, the 57 state and territory strategy will include the battleground states, so we can walk and chew gum at the same time. In terms of my personal view, I think that if we are really going to expand the map, I think the first thing that we need to do is look at an audit of our finances, see where the money is at, and see if we can build an in-house legal team. What's happening when we look at these down ballot races, we know we have 2 gubernatorial races in 25. We also have the midterms in 26. We're seeing how some of these down ballot races are playing out in places like Minnesota and North Carolina. Republican-led state legislatures are contesting elections, You have conservative leaning Supreme Courts that are refusing to certify results for these elections. So no matter how much we organize, if we don't have a legal team that's prepared to support our state parties in this endeavor, that I don't know how do you win. You can't just out-organize litigation. So I think we need to start there. Second, in terms of the state parties, I do fully support state party partnership. As I've mentioned to many people, I think all state party chairs should be paid. I think it's an incredibly hard and difficult job. So my hat goes up to everyone who's doing this on a volunteer basis. I also think that DNC staff in these state parties should have the option to be a part of the DNC union. I think they should be able to opt into our administered healthcare plans. We should release that burden on some of the state parties, right? Third, but last but not least, we didn't get a chance to really talk about youth. Youth registration declined in over 41 states. That's part of expanding the map, putting money there.
So we are probably past the halfway point, and I'm going to mix it up a little bit by asking just three of you the next question, and then the other three of you a different question after that. And again, I'm gonna take moderator prerogative, and I'm gonna drill down even farther on the question of triage of resources. So 57 states and territories is all well and good, but I covered politics in Texas for the last 35 years. And let me tell you, Texas Democrats have been saying, if only the national party would invest in Texas. Now, it's one thing to say, oh, Wyoming, we should really invest in Wyoming. There might not be a lot of Democrats here, but at least it's cheap. Texas would not be cheap to play. So I'm going to ask Ms. Conrad first, and then Mr. Zogby and Mr. Blackwell, to discuss, is it worth investing even in a state as expensive as Texas, where if Democrats took it over, you run the table, you control the White House, but there's got to be trade-offs. So let's start with Ms. Conrad.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think, we need to be making sure we're working with, strategic planning and helping to do an audit and an understanding of what the resources are that are in those states versus resources that are going to be needed to come from outside of a state. And whether that comes from national or that comes regionally, we have to think about those things. In my state, in Washington, I've been able to build up a really solid in-state donor base that helps a lot. And I work very closely with our labor allies. And so I am able to do what I need to do, with a lot of support, mostly from inside my state. But certainly, when we had the governor's race in Mississippi, there's no infrastructure. That party did not have a donor base that they could pull from in order to win. And so they needed additional funds from the DNC to be able to have a functioning state party that could help to be the infrastructure to win that governor's race. Now, they came up short. And what I know the candidate said was, while I'm running my own campaign, I have to build the infrastructure. And that's why I say we have to invest in the state parties, because we are the infrastructure. I often describe parties as, we are the steady drumbeat and the candidates and the campaigns are the jazz music. And so we do need to be thoughtful about the different places where states are at and how we can help, I think, regionally. Here in Washington, I call my other Western states and I make sure that they have what they need. I was just talking to someone in Idaho last night, the vice chair of Idaho, about what they need. And they're in a really, really tough spot. They're in a very different place than where we are in Washington state. They need different types of resources and a different focus on where they can get to a closer place of winning. And it's going to be at school vouchers. In my state, I'm trying to get to supermajorities. So the investments need to match what the goals are. And we need to be making sure that we are helping to fund the red states at least $30,000 a month. In the blue states, we can figure out what we need, what we have, and where the DNC can help. In the battlegrounds, you all are going to have the presidential campaign spending money in a different way than the rest of us are spent in.
Mr. Zogby, what do you think?
Look, in 1984, Jesse Jackson ran with a philosophy of increasing Black voter registration and building a rainbow coalition so that Democrats could take the South back, so that Democrats could win in states and in cities in the Northeast and Midwest. What did we get? We got Dave Dinkins, mayor of New York. We got Doug Wilder, governor of Virginia. And in 1986, we won back 6 southern states, taking control of the Senate from the Reagan sweep that we'd lost in 1980. Texas was a blue state. South Dakota was a blue state. Look, the Midwest gave us George McGovern. It gave us Tom Daschle. It gave us, folks who are in the prairie progressives. That's who it gave us. And the southern states gave us not only John Stennis, but it also gave us Weiss Fowler. It gave us some good people, Bob Graham. Look, we have to understand why we lost those states. Why did we lose Arkansas? Why did we lose Texas? Why did we lose South Dakota and Iowa? I'll tell you why. Because we stopped talking to people in those states. We gave up on them, and they read it back and said, you don't care about us. That's how Donald Trump, we gave him to Donald Trump on a silver platter. I do not believe that the Hungarian and Polish and Slovak former miners and workers in Pennsylvania in the Northeast region, that they are intrinsically Republican. I don't. I believe that they feel they've been let down and betrayed and they're not listened to, and that we favor others instead of them. And we've turned our back on them and they've turned their back on us. We can win them back, but it can't be either or. We've got to do both. And that's how we win Texas. I believe we can change the map. I think we can win back states we've lost, but we've got to make an effort to talk to people and care about them and let them know that we're there for them.
Thanks. Mr. Blackwell, what do you think?
Yes. So thanks, Todd. I first want to start off by saying that I don't think it's my role to dictate to a state party what I think they should be doing. I think that should be an open conversation, and we should be getting that feedback from the state party, what they think is best, and then do an analysis and then come up with recommendations. But personally, yes, I do think that we should be investing more in Texas, and there's a couple of reasons why. First, due to increase in population in other states, the adjustment of population, we know that by 2030, which is in 6 years, that states like Texas and Florida are actually going to get more electoral college votes. So it's at our own detriment to not invest in Texas. So I just kind of want to start there to level set. Second, I want to start off by saying that when we look at some of these states and we look at demographics, right now, Latinos make up 20% of the country. They're the second largest group of eligible voters behind non-white Latinos. That's a huge population in Texas, right? It's also a huge population in other states. That means 1 out of every 5 eligible voter you're meeting is Latino. So I want to start there. Third is that half the battle is just showing up. No, you're not just going to immediately show up in a year or two. You're just going to win sweeping seats in Texas. It's a consistent battle, right? It's like David and Goliath for those. I don't want to put that on anyone, but it's a David and Goliath story, right? Like you have to start somewhere. Like you're not just going to come out the game. We're going to win all these seats in Texas. No, it's a slow build. But if people see that you're there, that you're competing, that you're running candidates in that state, we have cities like Houston and Dallas and Austin that are growing more democratic. We have those who are working in tech and business that are relocating from California to cities like Austin, Dallas, and Houston that we can also use to build up our donor base. Texas is definitely in the future, and it would be at our own detriment not to invest in it.
Thank you. All right. And now I have a question for the other 3 candidates, which is submitted by a DNC member from Nevada named, I apologize if I'm mangling the last name, Sam Crunkilton, who asks, how do we as a party become the party of truth-telling? The Republicans lie and voters clearly don't want to hear the truth. So how do Democrats combat and win this disinformation war? And I will start with Ms. Dietrich.
I love that question from Sam, who I just have to say I had a really amazing, wonderful conversation with, as I have had with so many DNC members all across the country. Running for this is a privilege. People are willing to give you a call and tell you their thoughts about what we need to do next in the Democratic Party. And this issue of disinformation and combating it and being truth-telling is something that we have been working on at the DNC Environment and Climate Crisis Council for years, because, we've been fighting all of the disinformation, which we now know goes back 5 decades, about climate change and other environmental issues. And so, we can't continue to let, and we can't allow the MAGAs and the huge corporate interests big tobacco, big pharma, big oil, to be defining the conversation and to be dominating the conversation. So I think the answers are complex. There's a lot of pieces that we need to do. And part of it goes back to what I was saying before about needing a really good media strategy and investing in it and being sure to communicate to people where they're actually getting their news. But there are a lot of other things that we can do. Our caucuses and councils are a rich and underutilized resource. And the work that we've done in the Climate Council with getting messaging out on the renewable energy, clean energy accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration were crucial through the presidential campaign. So we can use our caucuses and councils to communicate and to listen. We can do trainings through the Best Practices Institute, and we can invest to make sure we are the party of truth telling. Lots more to say, but ran out of time.
Mr. Kenyatta.
You know, my sister said something to me that I'll never forget. She said, Republicans and Donald Trump lie with more confidence than Democrats tell the truth. And so, Sam, thank you for that question. And I think that we have to approach it with a multi-layered lens. Here's the first thing. There is a lot of research out there that's looking at misinformation and disinformation. And I think a part of what we know from looking at that research is that people are a lot more distrustful of sources of news. And so people might not know what source of news they trust, but they know who they trust. And that trust is often placed in the people who folks are closest to, their loved ones, people in their group chats, which have become a very important place for us to try to get truthful information. And so you've heard me say this a couple of times throughout this forum, but we have to look local. We're not going to boil the ocean. We have to have these conversations in micro ways with people and make sure that folks on the ground down at the precinct level have information that they can share with their neighbors who know them, who trust them, who they have a level of credibility with. But we also have to re-envision what our relationship is with the media. I think if we are being honest, Democrats have looked to the press to somehow be a part of our coalition, and they're going to tell the truth on our behalf. The press is not a part of the Democratic coalition. I'm not suggesting it's their job, but I'm also not suggesting that they are going to show the level of courage that needs to be shown and that should have been shown years ago about the constant lies and bull crap, that comes out of the mouth of this administration on a daily basis. And so I think that we have to create our own information streams, and it's going to require some of the, big donors in our party, frankly, to consider, maybe somebody should be owning TikTok that is a Democrat and that cares about truth instead of allowing, a Republican like Jeff Yass, who already owns 15%, to buy the whole thing. We have to start thinking in that way. That's not something the Democratic Party itself can do, but it is something that good thinking people who care about the future of this country could step up and do.
All right. And Mr. Barbuto, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Sam, for the question. We had a good discussion about this just yesterday, I think. Something that makes it hard to combat what Republicans are doing when it comes to messaging is the one that we've already identified. They're more than willing to share misinformation. It's their first strategy, right? But the second is that all of the Republicans fall in line with each other. So it's not just one or two or a handful of Republicans telling you a story or a mistruth. It's all of them. They all latch on to that same narrative. And that's hard for us to grasp as Democrats because, first of all, we're not going to share mistruths. We're not going to lie to people. We're not going to use misinformation to spread our message, right? That's not even something we'd ever compromise on. But we don't fall in line all the time, because we want to make sure that we do maintain that identity as a big tent party where people can have independent thoughts. But we do need to get more. We do need to get our messaging to be a little more refined, a little more strategic in how we reach people. And I think that goes back to exactly what I've been saying, and others have said too, is going back into communities and engaging in those conversations one-on-one with the people who need to be re-engaged with the Democratic Party. And I think a real opportunity exists there because Republicans aren't doing that right now, right? They talk to voters through the media. That's primarily how they get their points across. but you don't see the Republican Party itself going into these places and having conversations with people. And that's something we can do. That's a void that we can certainly fill as Democrats. And I think the other thing that we need to talk about is, we've heard a lot about Project 25, and before that it was Contract with America. Where is our version of a Project 25 and beyond, right? Why aren't we talking to Americans about what we see as possibilities for this nation? Go state by state, go agency by agency, go by issue, and tell Americans, if you put Democrats in office, from the school board to the U.S. Senate to the White House, here's what you can expect as far as progress and improvements to the lives of the people who call this nation home. We can do that. We just haven't taken the initiative to get it done.
Well, thank you all. We are going to try to squeeze in one lightning round question. So I'm going to ask all of you to keep your answers to about a minute so that you also have time for your closing statements. So my question is, Kamala Harris got just over 75 million votes. That was the third biggest vote total of anyone who's ever run for president, ever. Joe Biden got 81 million votes. And of course, Harris fell a little short of Trump, who came in second on that list with 77 million. It's a lot of votes. Who do you regard as the party's leader right now? And is Vice President Harris the presumptive nominee for 2028? And we're going to do the same order that we started with, which is Mr. Kenyatta.
So first of all, let me say this. I'm damn proud of our vice president for the race that she ran with 107 days, I think it was. One of the things that I know is in the bylaws of this party is that members of party leadership are not putting their fingers on the scale in the presidential primary process. Voters pick our nominee. The Democratic Party leadership does not pick our nominee. What I want to ensure is that we have a fair process and that we have a strong infrastructure that our eventual nominee can utilize to go win. It's why you've heard me talk about so much us executing the single largest voter registration operation in American history. We're on track right now, if we don't get our act together, of losing that registration advantage in many states where we've held it for decades. It's why I've talked about bringing in a new vice chair for new voters of somebody who's 18 to 21 to make sure that voice is included. And it's why I've consistently said that we have to go local. I've run campaigns, I've been elected multiple times, I've run statewide. I know how to do this, and I will with your help.
Mr. Zogby?
The next leader of our party is somebody who's going to be elected on February 1st. And frankly, that's what our party is. It's a party of Democrats across the country who choose a leadership that helps them build an infrastructure, build capacity, build strength, and be able to go and organize to set the stage for candidates who will run in the next round. People have said, you guys don't have a bench. We have a bench. We have some incredible people across the country. We just haven't seen them because they've been drowned out by a number of people who've come along from Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. No, there was no space. And then Joe Biden didn't leave until too late. And then Kamala Harris came in and she did an amazing job in a short period of time. But frankly, we've got some amazing people out there, governors, senators, and mayors who actually would be great presidential candidates. We'll hear from them, but we need to build a stage on which they can operate as we move forward.
Thank you. Ms. Dietrich.
First, I want to agree with Malcolm. We had a wonderful candidate, and I am proud to have been a part of the work to fight to win at every level in the Democratic Party this time. We are going to elect the next leader of the party on February 1st, and I look forward, I hope, to being a vice chair. Regardless of whether I win or I lose, I'm going to be in there supporting the work that our chair and the leadership team of the DNC are doing, fighting with every breath I have, because there is so very, very much at stake. And, you know, our work as the DNC is to make sure that we are ensuring that our multiracial, multi-generational working class base is heard throughout the process, throughout the presidential nominating process, that we have a fair, open, transparent, and accountable process, and the people's voices are heard.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad.
Well, Todd, your question's pretty tough this week, considering that Monday was inauguration. And as the kids say, you know, mentally I'm here. Mentally, I am still with President Harris, and I am still celebrating, Vice President Walz. So, you know, I certainly believe that she and Governor Walz have a role to play in leading this party forward. And we, here on the West Coast, Best Coast, are happy to welcome back Vice President Harris and Doug back home, and we will continue to build with them. But certainly there's a bench that we've had that, this party is needed to make a generational shift. It is time to move towards the fact that, Vice President Harris at like 60, is young. That's where we need to be moving. We need to be making room for this next generation of leadership and talent. And that is from the Gen X folks all the way on through. And we need to be making sure that we are leaving room for those folks to lead. And I think this party is going to be well served by creating that space.
Thank you. Mr. Barbuda.
Thank you. Yeah, just like everybody else on the call, I have a lot of admiration and respect for Vice President Harris and the campaign that she ran. And I saw the way it inspired people even here in Wyoming. It was really incredible and touched the heart. Now, as we look forward, there are a lot of people who are talented. There are a lot of people who could be our nominee, but that's not our job right now. Right now, we need to work as a party to build the infrastructure, to build that base, and to do the things that needs to be done to win elections this year in 25. As a reminder, we have a lot of things going on now, but also in 26 and 27. Before we ever get to 28, we have to do that work to build up this party, to remind people who we are, what we value, and why we're fighting for them. And then whoever the candidate is in 28 for the United States presidency from the Democratic Party will have that strong base on which to stand, right? And that's where our focus needs to be, building the party.
Thank you. And Mr. Blackwell.
Thanks, Todd. So I view the leadership two ways. I think there's a policy leader, and I think there's an organizational leader. I think if we're talking about the organization, the ground game, the legal, the relationship with the state parties, that is obviously going to be the next DNC chair with the rest of the officers as advisors. In terms of who's going to be the leader of the party policy-wise, I think that's going to be Senator Schumer and Congressman Jeffries, soon to be Speaker Jeffries, because we will make that happen. But in terms of the vice president, look, that is my former boss. I've got to see her work up close and personal. She's a hard worker. I know how much she's put into this. I'm incredibly proud of her and our forever second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. But I will say is that if she decides to run, that is her personal decision. As a DNC officer, that's not what we decide. We don't decide nominees. We just set up the system and processes for those nominees to participate in. And also, no one has declared for 28. That's 4 years away from now. So I'm happy to get to that when the time comes.
All right. Great conversation. I want to just point out that to be successful in politics, you have to have a capacity to offer sound bites, which is, this will be a test because you each only have 30 seconds for your final remarks. And we're going to go in reverse order of the opening remarks. So we start with Mr. Kenyatta.
Nope.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, we start with Mr. Blackwell. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you all. It's been an honor to be with you today and then on the rest of the forums. As I've said many times, I am where I am because the Democratic Party gave a damn about me and I give a damn about it. It's only in America can, a kid from the South Bronx who grew up in poverty grow on to serve in 2 presidential administrations and work on 3 national campaigns. I'm super excited about our future. We cannot let our hopes succumb to our fears. And I hope that you all will join me on this incredible journey.
Mr. Barbudo is next.
Thank you. I don't know if you guys can see behind me here this painting, but that depicts pioneers arriving for the first time in the Salt Lake Valley. And I look at that and I see that hope and opportunity, and I think that's what embodies the spirit of the West, and it still exists today. The hope, the progress that they want to make, the opportunity they see in the Western frontier, I see today for Democrats, and we've seen it in the work that's already been done. And I'm optimistic about the future of our party, especially in this region. I'm proud to be from Wyoming. I'm proud to be a Westerner, and I want to take that spirit to the DNC executive leadership team.
You, Ms. Conrad.
We need leaders who understand that political transformation doesn't just happen in that other Washington. I am proud to have the support of the California delegation, all of my Washington folks, so many from the West and across this whole party. I've spent my life organizing for President Obama, for building a multiracial, multi-generational movement, for Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala on global youth mobilization. And I've learned one fundamental truth. Change happens when we listen more than we lecture. I'm ready to listen to you and organize for a better future, and that is why I'm asking for your vote to be your next DNC vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dietrich.
At this absolutely critical time for our party and our nation, we need people in leadership at the DNC who have done the hard work and are clear-eyed about the path back to victory. I will do this full-time and as a farmer and former elected official who flipped a rural red seat to blue. I know a lot about the path forward. I have the experience of turning out the voters we need. Not everything our party has done was wrong, but we can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. I'm Michelle Dietrich, and that is why I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you. Turn to Mr. Zogby.
In 1984, I had the chance to nominate Jesse Jackson for president. As I mounted the podium at the convention in San Francisco, I reflected on it and I said, I'm the son of an illegal immigrant. I'm going to nominate for president the great-grandson of a slave. Where else but in America could that happen? I feel that story is with me every day because I know where I come from and I know the fight to get where we are. And I've been in the Democratic Party for 30 years, and I've been fighting for many of those years for reforms that I know we need to be better, stronger, and more inclusive, to bring back people we've lost while keeping the people that we've got. We got to grow to win.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Kenyatta.
My name is Malcolm Kenyatta, and I ask you to remember that name, Malcolm Kenyatta, because if I'm lucky enough to earn your vote, what you get is a worker. I grew up in a working class family right here in the heart of Philadelphia, to a dad who was a social worker, a mom who was a home health aide. I moved 5 or 6 times by the time I graduated high school, got my first job at 12. Buried both of those parents who I mentioned by the time I was 27 because they didn't have access to the type of health care everybody deserves. Families like mine need a strong Democratic Party. I believe in us, I believe in our future, and I believe in our capacity to win. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. Please remember that name. And I would just say, my husband is from California, so he would agree with Shasni, West Coast, Best Coast. He says that.
All right. Well, that wraps up this panel. We will take a 10-minute intermission or so, and we will convene the next panel, and we will see you on the other side. Thank you all for a very thoughtful conversation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining the second panel of the DNC Western Forum for Vice Chair candidates. My name is Todd Gilman. I'm a journalism professor at the Arizona State University's Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication, longtime political journalist, Washington Bureau Chief for the Dallas Morning News. It's an honor to be part of this, and we'll try to get right to it. I'll try to keep it moving along. There are some rules that I've been asked to read. In order to participate today, all the candidates must have submitted 40 or more verified DNC member signatures by last Thursday. Officers will be elected by DNC members at the winter meeting January 30th to February 1st. This forum will take roughly an hour. This panel will take about an hour, starting with 30-second opening remarks from everyone and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. The order of the openings was determined by random drawing, and the closing remarks will be delivered in reverse order of the opening remarks. As moderator, I have exclusive control over the questions and the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any of the candidates have previewed these questions unless they happen to have watched the previous panel. And the DNC confirms that I received all member questions submitted before the deadline. The forum will prioritize some questions from DNC members from the Western region. Candidates may not receive all the same questions. They will not receive all the same questions, although they'll get a few that all of them will be asked to discuss. But each will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will each have 2 minutes to respond to questions. We may do one toward the end that's more of a lightning round for about a minute each. There's a timer that all the candidates see. When you see me pop up on screen on the corner, that means that the timer clock has run out. That's for viewers back home or at your office or wherever you're sneaking. Hopefully you're not driving while you're watching this. Crosstalk is not permitted. I do have a mute button that I can impose on everyone just in case. And finally, candidates are not allowed to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, Google, any electronic applications or devices. They may have written notes. So with that, we will go to the opening remarks, and we start with Ms. Dew.
Hi there. I am Aisha Dew, based in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. Recently sworn in as a representative, and I'm running for us to reclaim our message, save democracy. I've run over 200 races and have participated as first vice chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party, chair of the Mecklenburg County Party when we hosted the renomination of then President Obama, and I've been doing this work through Higher Heights for America and Vote Pro-Choice.
Thank you. Ms. Blanco.
Hello, I'm Artie Blanco in Home Means, Nevada, and I'm proud to be a member of Team Reed, a state that elected the first Latina U.S. Senator and making Nevada a two-woman Senate state, electing a diverse congressional delegation, state constitutional elected officials, and was the first state to elect a majority female legislature. I'm running to be vice chair of the DNC to get back to basics like I've done in Nevada and as my day job at the AFL-CIO.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
And I've been in the trenches in Deep Red, Arkansas, working hand in hand with the state party to build a resilient party against tough odds. As your vice chair, I'll bring this battle-tested experience to support our chair and each of you as we fight for the people of this nation. The lessons of 2024 are evident. We succeed when we invest in people early, listen to their needs, and reflect their diversity in our leadership and staff. I'm a rocket scientist, and I can tell you, it isn't rocket science, but it does require focus, commitment, and heart. And I promise to bring all three together when we not only survive, but thrive. Thank you.
Ms. Free.
Alito, I'm Kaylin Free, candidate for vice chair of the DNC. My story is a Democrat story, an American story. I'm a Choctaw woman who grew up on the reservation on a farm in Oklahoma. I've dedicated my entire life to fighting for what is right. At the DNC, that means expanding the map, investing in real infrastructure, and restoring our grassroots. I know that the only way to earn back the trust of the American people is to start listening to them, all of them, again. Y'all cookie.
Ms. Repass.
Well, hello from Kansas. Before I say anything else, I want to give my heartfelt thoughts and prayers to the people of California. I have a brother living in Los Angeles and I have a brother in Seattle. And I'd like to thank anyone who's watching this call who's an active duty member of our military or a veteran and any union members. As a red state party chair, I understand the fight that we must take on right now in the era of Trump. I understand the difference between an investment and an allowance. And I know for us to get back to winning big, we've got to be able to do the small things right. I am here for the fight. I would appreciate an opportunity to earn your vote for DNC Vice Chair.
Mr. Hogg.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Hogg. I'm a co-founder of March for Our Lives, a Florida native, and somebody who is running to be your vice chair for the DNC. And I believe I'm uniquely positioned for this role to help us win back the young people. And we saw a 20-point shift to the right with this cycle, but that's going to start with accountability. That's going to start with listening to people and not telling them how to feel. That's going to start with making sure that we are helping to support our younger candidates running for office, which I've done this cycle, raising over $11 million to support young Democrats running for state legislature everywhere from Texas to Florida and everywhere in between.
And Mr. Frisch.
Hey everybody, Adam Frisch. Most of you know that I spend a lot of time running around Western and Southern Colorado as a U.S. House candidate or district larger than the state of Pennsylvania. So by definition, it's incredibly rural. It's an honor to be running alongside and against all these other fine candidates on this call and the call that was on before. And again, the job of the party is to win, to win, to win. And I have overperformed in the last two cycles. I think there's a lot of things that we can do to find. We need to find people that can run candidate-focused campaigns. And that's really how we're going to end up winning.
Thank you all for the opening statements. I'm going to jump right in with a question. So this is the Western Region Forum, and I don't think it's a secret that most states in the Western region, we could have colored red or blue on our 270 to win maps long before anybody declared for the presidential campaign, before anybody filed any paperwork. We knew that Hawaii was going to be blue and Utah and Idaho and Wyoming were going to be red and all of that. So a lot of the focus has always been on the battleground states. President Trump's margin of victory was about 760,000 votes in the 7 battleground states, much bigger than President Biden's margin of victory in those states, which was only about 80,000. I'm wondering what you think about whether the party should focus its resources on these battleground states or spread it around, kind of like the old Howard Dean 50-state strategy. And if I recall, Ms. Blanco worked for Howard Dean at the DNC. What I really want to get at is your thought process about how you would do triage with resources if you were in a position to make those kind of calls. And we're going to go in the same order as we did the opening statement. So we'll start with Ms. Duke.
So I love to hear 50-state strategy. Say it again, Mustafa. At the end of the day, we really need to invest. And I think that's one of the reasons that we won in 2008. And that is because we did the deep work across the country, which helped to turn areas purple. So when you look at some of those same areas in 2010, we didn't maintain them. And in fact, in North Carolina and across the country, that's when we actually lost our state legislatures for the first time in 200 years in North Carolina. And I think it was because we didn't continue to do that work to invest across the country. So we absolutely need to invest in our state parties, and I love it. What Sister Gina says. There's a difference between an allowance and an investment, right? And so at the end of the day, we need to go back to a strategy where we're really working together one of the things that I appreciated about my forever president, President Obama, is that we had the OFA operation, and OFA actually really helped us in our off-year municipal races and really did a lot of work. But there was also a little bit of a separation from OFA and the party, and it was not as integrated as it could be. So we need to go back to an operation that's integrated moving forward, and we need to make sure that whoever our presidential campaign and candidates are, that they are working with the party consistently. They really need to work in tandem with us so that we can continue to make those strides to turn red areas purple so that we can win in our battleground states and maybe even create some new battleground states and recuperate some battleground states like Florida. Glad to always have David Hogg on here. And I don't know, maybe we could even get Texas. But if we actually have, and I think one of our chair candidates said, a 57 state strategy, then we're going to turn the dynamic of this party around.
Thank you. Ms. Blanca.
Yes, hi. I love this question. And yes, I did work for Howard Dean at the DNC. I was actually the Southwest political director, and so worked in a lot of the Western states with the work that I did. The thing that we need to know is that when we started the 50-state strategy, it was a state partnership program. And that was not just funding. It wasn't just a check. I think what has happened is that it was really a partnership. And that's what we've lost along the way. And that's why I'm running for vice chair. Currently, the investments in state parties has continued. There have been resources still sent to state parties. I talked to a non-battleground state party today that mentioned that they get the same funds as they have as other states. But what we've lost is a partnership. As a staff member, I used to meet regularly with the organizers that we had hired and talked about the strategies and the conversations that they were having with voters on the ground. And I remember talking with them about this is about rebranding our party and bringing it back to the community and listening to what the needs are in the state. And then figuring out where and how we can invest. In fact, one of the biggest additional investments that we made was in Arizona in 2006 when they started their permanent early voting list program. And we invested extra resources that was specific to increasing our electorate and expanding that electorate for Democrats in the state of Arizona. But of course, we can always learn from that. And that's why I want to be vice chair. I'm ready to dedicate some time in the DNC to work with the team on behalf and with the chair's vision on how we continue that strategy and that partnership with state parties. It's not just about resources. It is also what are the strategies in order to win. And so I want to bring us back to that time. And we won Speaker Pelosi at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, we absolutely need a 50-state, 6 territory, and Democrats abroad a set of strategies for them. It's a must. I often say that the people closest to the problem are also closest to the solutions. So when we as a national party invest in those that are closest to the problem, we will get the solutions that work. And I think it starts by us taking a step back. And a step back doesn't mean we don't also work and fight. But in the step back, we have to assess and challenge what we know, challenge what we believe to be true. Because we talk about, I can reliably put this state in a red category or a blue category. There was a time when you can reliably put Arkansas in the blue category. But what happened? We didn't invest in the things, and we didn't invest in the stuff that lets us do the stuff. And that's infrastructure. We didn't invest in the infrastructure across the state. And what we found was that Republicans did it, and that's how they won. So we are in a position now to where we have to invest everywhere across the board. And when we do, we will build the systems that are necessary for us to win. I worked hand in hand with the state party here in Arkansas, and we made some tremendous strides. It was a lot of folks that rolled up their sleeves, and our party chair was fixing toilets and roofs, and our party vice chair was calling nonstop and having sleepless nights, and they brought people together. And together, we took the party from deep in debt to being able to then put money on the ground in local races. And as a result of that hard work and that investing in the stuff that lets us get stuff done, we were able to defend every state legislative seat and pick up a seat for the first time in 18 years and elect the first Hispanic American state legislator in Arkansas's history. We're proud of that work. I think the National Party needs to do the same. A 50 plus 6 plus 1 set of strategies that allows us to build and grow and engage.
Thank you. Ms. Free.
Every state is a battleground state. It's just that the DNC hasn't focused on them that way. We lost our party when we allowed the Republicans to develop a strategy to start winning races down ballot, and we did not respond. I started an organization called the Indians List, where I recruited and trained Native Americans and other diverse candidates to run for public office. I worked in purple states, blue states, and red states. I helped elect 63 Native Americans across the country, many first. The first Native American woman in the Washington State House, the first Native American in the Pennsylvania State House, the first Native American to win statewide in Montana. Here's a list of the states that we worked in and we won: Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Washington, and Wyoming. We know how to win. Every state, people talk about, oh my goodness, we lost Pennsylvania. Well, guess what? Where did we lose in Pennsylvania? We lost in rural Pennsylvania. We cannot ever think that we're going to win in battleground states if we don't learn how to listen to rural voters, listen to working class people, and respond to them. That's how we earn back the trust of the American people. And I have worked in those states. I work in those states every day. I have a record of raising over $25 million, electing people in rural states. And that's where we have to focus our efforts. We have to build our bench. We should leave no place left behind. And that's what the Democratic Party has done. We must respond and listen. For the first time in American history, the majority of Americans think that the Republican Party represents working class men and women. We have to flip that narrative. We know it's not right. We know it's not true, but the Democrats have to convince folks that we're listening and we care about them, and we're fighting for them everywhere in all 57 states and territories.
Thank you. Ms. Repass.
Thank you for the question. Let me start by saying that I'm a red state party chair. And I'm one of the states that actually elects women as governors, Democratic women. And I was at an event last night with former governor and former Health and Human Services Secretary Kathleen Sebelius. And she said during her first term, there was a Democratic governor in Kansas, in Nebraska, in Iowa, and Missouri. I'm old enough to remember when there was a Democratic woman being the governor of Texas. Right now, Kansas is the only state standing in the entire Midwest where we have a Democratic governor. We are also the only place where women in this area can come and get abortion care. Even though Missouri fought to get that referendum, they are fighting an uphill battle with the Republicans in charge. So people still have to come or get to come to Kansas to get that care. That didn't happen by accident. And right now, I can tell you the strategy we've had for quote unquote battlegrounds, as Ms. Freed said, every state's a battleground. But if you were in a blue state, you felt taken for granted. If you were in a battleground state, you felt invaded and not listened to you. If you were one of our amazing territories, shout out to our territories, you might as well be invisible. And if you are a red state, you feel completely ignored. And I am out here fighting on my own to make sure that we are, as Kansans, a place where a woman can be a Democratic governor, where we can protect abortion rights. And my national party acts like I don't exist. And yet we fight. And yet there are Democrats squaring our shoulders to the wind and getting up every day and fighting the good fight, whether the DNC wants to support us or not. And I'm telling you, that is why I'm running to be DNC vice chair. We know how to win in red states, and the fight that we are in right now with what the Republicans are doing, you need a red state chair who can lead you through what it means when you're dealing with that. We are not a purple state. We are a deep red state, but we get wins because we know how to fight back. And by the way, for any of you who don't know, Americans for Prosperity is based out of Wichita, Kansas. I am fighting the Koch brothers day in, day out, election in, election out, and I will fight as your next DNC vice chair.
Mr. Hahn.
Apologies. Look, I think that we need to do a lot more than just investing in our battleground states. We need to raise the bar of how much we're investing in our red states. And let me be clear. I've had a number of conversations with people who talk about how oftentimes when we do make progress in our red states, they actually have funding pulled away from them. That's not okay. We need to be rewarding success. If you're helping to break a supermajority and you're making gains in your state legislature and you're winning back your state, you need to keep investing there because they know what they're doing. And with that, too, I think there's a real conversation that we need to have, not just about making sure that we're getting more funding to our territories, but also that we're getting funding to the millions of Americans that are part of, Dems abroad, that are living abroad, that can vote in America, that we aren't tapping into a lot of the time. With that as well, we need to have a conversation about how we're supporting, groups like the DC Democratic Party to make sure that DC is on its pathway to statehood, and our party is supporting that because there are hundreds of thousands of people that live here that do not have representation, that still pay some of the highest taxes in our country, and it's ridiculous that they don't have that. We need to make sure as well that we're investing in our future of our party, whether that's high school Dems, college Dems, or young Dems. We need to see that as an investment in our future where it compounds over time. And with that, too, we need to make sure that we're investing not only in our territories, but in our local races as well. And we're providing funding for our members to be able to travel and see us. I looked up the other day how much it's going to cost for some of our members to come from the Northern Mariana Islands. Right now, if you were to book that ticket, it's over $2,000 to make it here. And it's about 30 hours of travel. Our organization claims to be a diverse and equitable and fair organization. We need to understand that that looks like more than just being on a list or a spreadsheet. That looks like actually being able to afford to be at the table. That goes for our territories, that goes for our Indigenous members, that goes for our young members, that goes for all of our members that are living on fixed incomes and our members with disabilities as well. We need to make sure we're funding their travel.
Thank you. And Mr. Fresh.
Thanks for the question and being here as a moderator and being in journalism. Life's about making decisions and leadership's about making tough decisions. And while money is necessary, it's certainly not sufficient. We've outraised up and down the ticket our opponents a lot, and we've come up more short than winning lately. So it is important. The other thing I want to point out, Todd, is this is not just a presidential race conversation. So my view is that we have up and down the ballot we want to focus on. And while I think it's important to focus on 50 states and 57 territories, some states are probably better off invested at the county commissioner level and at a secretary of state level to kind of build a ground game to get ready when some of our red states can start to move in the right direction. And some of those purple states, if you will, certainly decide that money. But at the end of the day, to me, it's really empowering the counties and the state levels to try to give that feedback back to figure it out. My understanding is that the DNC vice chair is not exactly one of the people that's going to be pulling the trigger with all this money floating around here. It is really trying to figure out what we can bring to that conversation. And one of the things I want to bring to the conversation, above the money conversation, is finding quality candidates. And we need to find candidates that can lead a candidate-driven race and not a consultant-driven race. And when you see the difference between the two, it's light and days who's overperforming and underperforming. And that's what I said before. My hope is to kind of lead the dozen top overperformers that we've had in across our country. They come from suburban and urban and as well as rural areas, like myself, who outperformed the top of the ticket by 8 points and then 5 points. And some of them has lost, some of us have won. We need to have those people around the table to figure out how to inspire and lessons learned, because we need to figure out how to scale and replicate a lot of our people that have done very, very well. And yes, the money is important, but we really need to figure out those candidates that can really run and have the confidence to stand up and focus on local issues.
So at this point, I'm going to invoke moderator privilege and ask a follow-up question as a lightning round, and I'll give 30 seconds to anybody who cares to elaborate on how, given that resources, unless you are the Koch brothers, as was mentioned, resources for the DNC are never going to be bottomless. When it comes right down to it, it's a lot more affordable to invest in a place like Kansas than a place like Texas. Texas, Democrats have been talking for 25 years. We are coming back. If Democrats could win Texas, they have run the board, and the Republicans will be shut out of the White House for generations. And the DNC, the Central Party, never steps up and makes those investments. So when it comes right down to it, are you willing to drain resources away from maybe smaller but more winnable states to go big in a place like Texas? Anybody want 30 seconds to talk about that? Ms. Repass.
I absolutely want to make that case. We can't afford not to. And this idea that there's a lease that we don't have enough is ridiculous. There's over $2 billion with a B, billion dollars that came through the DNC. There is enough. It's about what we do with it. And it's about saying all of it's important. If we don't make the investment, I have news for you folks. 2024 may not have been our bottom. We have to do it. We can't afford not to. And there is plenty if we do it the right way. So yes, I'm willing to do that.
You see Ms. Free's hand is up.
Thank you. This is not an either or proposition. We can do it all. We can work everywhere. I grew up on a farm. My dad told me, Kaylin, there's always enough for the pigs. There's never enough for the hogs. So think about that. Some of my best friends are consultants. I called a consultant a couple of weeks ago, said, you're getting the hell beat out of you up there. He said, Kaylin, let me tell you something. If you're a Democrat consultant living in Washington, D.C., and you didn't make a fortune this last election cycle, that's your fault. We can do it. It's about investing and making wise investments.
All right. So again, my question is specifically about Texas. Ms. Blanco, you want to talk about that?
Yes. First of all, we have a House to win in 2026. If we want to have Speaker Jeffries in place in 700 days, we need to make sure that we are investing in states like Texas and Florida and Nebraska that actually have House districts that we can take back. So there is a way to do both. We need to be strategic and have that real partnership with these states and also our leadership of the Democratic Party in order to be successful.
We'll go to Mr. Frisch next.
Yeah, thanks. The sad thing is, even if there was an 80 electoral vote swing from Texas's 40 votes, we still would have lost. So it's not the holy grail. It's a really important thing, and that's a sad thing. The conversation is between now and 2026. I call it Project 225. I want 225 as a floor, not a ceiling. That's my focus, and Speaker Jeffries as the opening chess move, not a game of checkers. And then in 2 years, we can figure out what 2028 playground looks like. We can't play everywhere, but we'll play wherever we can get the best return on our value, depending on what races we want to run in.
I'll go to Mr. Jones next, and then Mr. Hogg.
Yeah, look, we absolutely should be investing. The question is the where, when, and what. Where do we invest? Absolutely Texas. When do we invest? You got to do it early. And what do you invest? It's not just money. It's training, it's skills, it's infrastructure building. And lastly, I'll say the National Democratic Party is not doing it alone. There are partners like C4s and issue organizations that we can partner with to also invest, and you layer and you stack that investment. I think that's how we make the change. But early is important as much as what.
Mr. Hogg, and then Ms. Dew, and then we'll move back to my regular schedule.
Look, I put money where my mouth is. This past cycle, I spent over $1.3 million in Texas on young people running for state legislature and Congress because I understand the blue wall is increasingly not going to be much of a future if we don't do the just with the way that the population is moving in our country right now. With a lot of people like myself, I grew up in California until I was 14. My family was pushed out of there in part because of the housing crisis there, and we had to move to Florida. We have to invest where our population is going and start to build up our Democratic parties there, and we need to stop seeing this as a zero-sum game.
Ms. Dew, Texas.
To piggyback on everyone else, basically, we need to create a new electorate, right? That's what the 50 state plan laid the groundwork for, and then Barack Obama took advantage of it by creating a new electorate. I'll say it again: we did not win for a Democrat as the president since 1976, which was Jimmy Carter, a white Baptist from the South, and then we won for Barack Hussein Obama. And that is because we engaged young people, new voters, low propensity voters, and created a new electorate. And so that's what we need to do, even in Texas.
All right. I think I called on everyone in that round. So let me go back, and I'm going to ask each of you, and we'll use the original order of speaking again on this question. And there's already been conversation in this forum, and I've heard it in previous forums, that Democrats need to speak to rural voters, and they need to do a better job speaking to working class people. And I'm wondering if you might allow for the fact that they're not buying what you're selling. that it's not just that you're listening to them or talking to them enough or not. The party Democrats got a lot of bounce after Dobbs on reproductive health, but a lot of the exit polls showed that traditional members of the Democratic coalition, Latinos and Black voters who abandoned the party this time around at the presidential level, weren't so happy with Democratic views on things like transgender rights and a focus on racial injustice and DEI, and that the Republicans had really successfully exploited some of those cultural wedge issues. So I'm wondering if it's time, do you think, for Democrats to tamp down some of their more progressive views or rethink some of those views and to kind of maybe quiet down some of those progressive voices in the party in order to broaden the appeal of the party? And I will start with Ms. Duke.
So this is a great question. I was on the progressive mobilization call today, and what I found out, right, is that people don't really have that much of an issue with transgender rights or with civil rights, right? The thing about it is that the right has created a culture war with us. When you look at the way they attacked McBride, and she came back and said, listen, I'm not here to talk about transgender restrooms. I'm here to talk about how we're actually going to help people. The right has done a phenomenal job of keeping us on our heels, of pushing us back, so that seems like that's the only thing we're talking about when it's simply not, and we're doing the work every single day. I talked to some friends of mine in a chat post-election, and they said, listen, it's the price of eggs, it's the economy, it's this. And I started what I call eggonomics. And what I did is I pulled all of the things that President Biden and Vice President Kamala Devi Harris had actually done for inflation reduction, for lowering the cost of medicine. And so these are the things that we now need to talk to people about, because basically Donald Trump came in and he pardoned people from January 6th. And he also said that he was going to lower the cost of groceries. That is a broken promise. We need to talk about all of Donald Trump's broken promises, because the cost of groceries is not going down. And in fact, the cost of eggs happened to go up, right? So what we're talking about is we need to tell the people the story about the work that we're actually doing. I will not concede my people, and they are all my people. My friend's mother voted for Donald Trump, and I said, oh, girl, I talked to her the other night. I said, I cannot wait to start the conversation with your mother about what is really happening right now. We still love each other. We still have conversation. And I do believe that we're still the party of the people. We're doing the work of the people, and we need to do a better job. And when we can't do it, then we need to do what the Senate is doing now, and that is to say, listen, that's not what we're here for. We're here for the work of the people. We're here to make your life easier. We're here to make your work more affordable. And if they're not doing it, then we're going to fight back.
Thank you. Ms. Blanca.
Yes, this is a good question because of the fact that the community that I come from, and I've worked in rural Texas, winning a Democratic seat that was 42% Democratic in 17 counties in West Texas. And it was a challenge. But the thing is that we have to remember, as the Democratic Party, we got to know our audience, and we got to be just be authentic to the group and the audience that we're speaking with. It's not to focus on issues that may not pertain to one community or another. It is just, if we're addressing a certain community at that moment, we need to actually be authentic in what our values are. When we look at polling tells us that on our issues and our values that Democrats believe in, voters are with us, but we're just not able to really connect with the voters personally. And that's what getting back to, yes, it does take listening, but it's building that relationship with those communities, where they are, where they live. I remember when I was like in West Texas, in Crane County, and I'm like, how am I going to connect with people here? I grew up in Houston. But it's simple. You just meet people. You talk about values. You talk about what's happening locally. And we just have to focus on that. And I'm just going to say it. I'm following with what another candidate said. The media is not helpful for us. We have to figure out how we are delivering that message and not depending on them to really ask the right stories, because they're just looking for clicks and they're looking for story ads and buys. And I get it. But at the end of the day, we've got to depend on ourselves, and it really is being authentic and building those relationships with voters that should be part and bring them back to our party, understanding what we really stand for.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
You know, Republicans have implemented a brilliant strategy, and that is convincing or turning your opponent's strength into a weakness. You know, they'll take our desire to love our neighbors, no matter who they are, who they love, or where they live, and they'll say it's a bad thing. You know, you look at the issues, and in Arkansas, we expanded Medicaid. We increased the minimum wage. And what did Republicans do? They fought to bring the minimum wage back down. But the way the Republicans have been able to message in places that we are not existing in, we're not communicating in, they've been able to turn that strength into a weakness. So what I believe we have to do, and I've laid it out in the plan, is to show up, to fight now, and to build forward. And part of showing up, fighting now, and building forward is doing things like a new generation leaders now initiative, where we're saying, let's look at who are the leaders that exist now, and partnering with organizations like NLG that are already supporting those leaders and expanding that program. And let's think about the races that we have between now and 2030, when there will be redistricting. So if we don't hyper target those local races between now and 2030, we're going to find ourselves locked out of a lot of races again for the next decade. So part of what we have to do is understand the strategy of using our strength and our values and turning that into a weakness and saying no more and showing up in places and letting folks know that we actually are fighting for the things you care about. Again, like loving your neighbors. Like, when did quality education become a bad thing? When did universal pre-K become a bad thing? When did feeding kids breakfast, lunch, and snacking in the summertime become a bad thing? It became a bad thing when Republicans messaged that it was a bad thing. And we have to stand firm on our beliefs and continue to fight for those things, because that's what the most of Americans care about.
Thank you. Ms. Freed.
Thank you. So we have allowed the other side to brand us as the party of pronouns, and we have fallen victim to that. As vice chair of the DNC, as a Democrat in Oklahoma, I will never shy away from the values in this party. And I won't support candidates who shy away from the values in this party. I'm going to tell you about a race that I just recently was pivotal in winning, and that is the mayor of Tulsa. The African-American man, 41 years old, came to me, asked me to help him. Very few people thought he could win this race. We were running against the establishment, all the money, all the resources. We're going towards the opponent. Mayor Nichols, who is now the mayor of Tulsa, the first African-American mayor elected in the city of Tulsa 103 years after the Greenwood Massacre, took his oath of office a couple of months ago. He never, ever shied away from his values. He ran as a Democrat. One thing that I have learned, and I learned it very early on, is that a voter, like my friend Artie just said earlier, can sniff out inauthenticity faster than a drug dog can. So we have to stay true to our values. If we try to run as Democrat light, we're not going to win those Republicans. We're just going to continue to lose. And so by recruiting and training and supporting candidates that are true to our values is how we win. And I've been winning in red states, and I know how to talk to rural voters, and I know how to win across the country. And that's what the DNC needs to do. We don't need to get scared and run backwards because they're saying the other side is saying things about us. We need to stand true, firm, and solid on what we believe in. The DNC needs to be directing resources to the candidates and across the country, and we can absolutely do that. And as vice chair of the DNC, that's exactly what I will fight for.
Thank you. Ms. Repass.
Well, let me just say boldly here, this is where the DNC and Democrats can learn from the state of Kansas. Our Governor Laura Kelly, vetoed boldly anti-trans bills, and she is still one of the most popular governors in the country writ large, either party, and wildly popular with Democrats. And she did that before she ran for re-election and then won re-election and did it again. It's not about shying away from our values. It's about making sure that we don't only stand in our corner on our piece. Everyone needs to be heard, but I love the way you phrase this question. They're not buying what we're selling. I'm going to be honest with you. We're selling nothing. We're so busy trying to be everything to everybody that we're nothing to anyone. That old phrase that if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything. It is okay to stand in your values, veto bad legislations that marginalizes marginalized people, and then still say to someone, but you matter as well. We're like the party that's those parents that work really hard. You give a roof over your kid's head, you give them clothes, you make sure they have a full belly, but you never tell them you love them. So then they say, well, Mom and Dad, do you love me? They're like, look, you got a roof over your head and shoes on your back and clothes. Yes, that's what love looks like. But people need to hear it. Love is a feeling. People need to know it. There are people in Kansas who do not care where you use the bathroom. But when bacon, I'm going to give credit to Karen Bradford Coleman for this, when bacon is $14 for a pound of bacon, we are not speaking into what people need. We can do both and. And Kansas, I'm trying to tell the country, please come look at what we're doing here. We stand in our values, but we also reach out to everyone. Everyone has to matter. And right now we're so busy trying to be everything to everybody that we can't be anything to anybody. Stand in your values, speak to people, and tell your story. People don't believe that we care about them. That's what this comes down to, and how we message it. We can't just say, look, you've got clothes on your back. That tells you we love you. No, we have to say it and say it often. We have to go where they are, speak to what their needs are, and then make sure that we are not allowing other people to marginalize us. We can do this. Come take a look at Kansas. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Mr. Hogg.
I think that we need to stop this idea in the Democratic Party that empathy is a zero-sum game. We need to stop acting as if we can't, at the same time, we saw a major shift with young men to the right this cycle. We need to realize that we need to have an agenda that cares about young men, that addresses the loneliness epidemic, the joblessness that they're facing, the fact that they're going to college less, and realize that's not to the detriment of young women. And we actually need to do both as a party. I think increasingly we need to make sure that people know that we care about them. It's not enough just to deliver legislation and executive orders. We need to make sure that we're telling people what we're doing. It's really sad to see right now how many people are out there seeing things like the Office of Gun Violence Prevention that I helped to create at the White House, that they didn't know was created for a long time because we didn't do a good enough job of advertising it. They're like, oh, we had that, and President Trump has now abolished that. We need to do a better job of advertising what we're actually doing. And then I also think we need to realize that the reason why after Parkland, when we had, the horror of that happen, the reason we were able to create change isn't because we listened to the pollsters and pundits and consultants that brought our party to this place. If we did, we wouldn't have ever talked about the NRA. We wouldn't have ever talked about banning assault weapons, and we did. And it changed things. And the reason why is because we were real human beings that were saying what we actually believed, and we weren't walking on eggshells and trying to play the Republicans' playbook. And guess what? It was so effective, even in a Republican trifecta state, they had to pass those gun laws that were so popular because they've been used over 19,000 times to disarm people that risk themselves and others, that not even Ron DeSantis has been able to repeal those gun laws, because Republican sheriffs are the ones that are using them most. Because our policies are good policies, they are popular policies, and we need to stop apologizing for who we are as Democrats and stop listening to the people that say we can't take on these fights, we need to be cowards. We need to be bold. We need to be aggressive. We need to fight, and we need to believe that the reason why people should vote for us is not because we're not Republicans, because we're damn Democrats, and we give a shit, and we deliver.
Thank you. And Mr. Frisch.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your comments. Todd, you're right. And it's not just a one-cycle thing. 1996, Bill Clinton won a majority of the 2,000 rural counties in the country. And we've gone from 50% of rural America to 25% during President Obama to fewer than 8 and 9% with President Biden and Vice President Harris. We have a problem, and it's not just because we show up with text, with cookbooks and the Republicans show up with brownies. We need to find some sincere brownies and figure out how to have conversations. But the things that the voters were hearing, whether it was self-induced by Democratic candidates or machine or the media, is not what a lot of voters were focused on. And that is something that we need to continue to figure out what it is. If anybody was not talking about how much the cost of living was killing people, or how much healthcare or the eggs or education, or that people wanted to try to figure out how to try to have order on the border at the same time, the humanity that we've all honored to do, we were losing touch with everybody. And to your point, as David mentioned as well, They are supporting our issues on some of the issues that David's been talking about, as well as minimum wage. 25 states hiked it this year, but they're not voting for the people. And I'll say it's less about our people than this national brand. And the brand is that we're focused on things that the average person is not focused on. And I'm telling you, some of it's media, but some of it is a donor class, with all due respect, and some special interests that really want to get their message out there. And I want to honor Rodrigo Hang-Leichten from the Executive Director of Advocates for Transgender Equality a month after the election. He said, we need to find people that are going to be future partners with us and not current skeptics. And I think that optimism about future partners is a way that we need to build trust and build a coalition.
All right, so we're running a little bit low on time, so at my discretion, we're going to do a semi-lightning round. We're going to do 90-second answers instead of 2 minutes. I apologize for the constraint, but hey, if you want to be in politics, you got to learn how to do a soundbite. So we are going to go, just to give you a heads up, we're going to do Mr. Frisch, Ms. Blanco, and Mr. Jones, and then we'll keep going down the line. I'll let you know. It'll all be the same question for everybody. So Vice President Harris got 75 million votes. That was the third highest vote total of anyone who has ever run for president. Unfortunately, of course, President Trump for Democrats, got more votes than her. President Biden got 81 million votes 4 years ago. It's a lot of votes. Do you consider Vice President Harris the presumptive nominee for 2028? And who do you regard as the party's current leader? So, Mr. Frisch.
Yeah, well, first of all, again, I'm focused on Project 225, not 228. And 225 is we need to get Speaker Jeffries, and we need 225 as a floor, not a ceiling in the House, and the same thing with 52. So I'm focused on trying to figure out how to build infrastructure now to help the 2026 machine, as well as some important governor's races in 2025 in New Jersey and Virginia, and there's also some other races. As far as what does it, once we get through that, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of people that are going to come out of the woodwork, some deep and some pretty already in the race, and we'll let that play out. I think our job from a DNC level is to make sure that we have a transparent playing field and we can be trusted that the process, again, is open and transparent. And that's what we owe our voters. That's what we owe the candidates. But again, I appreciate all this conversation about this presidential races every 4 years. But one of the reasons we're in this pickle is too many people show up 6 weeks before the 4-year clock's about to run out. And we're not showing up in a lot more in outside of our big cities. We need to get in those conversations. And we also need to be around there for much longer periods of time. And we also need to be having non-political conversations with people, not just political conversations. And that's why it's so important for us to empower our county level and our state parties, because those are the ones that are going to have the biggest output. We have a long time to figure out what the 2028 looks like. And it's not for me to anoint anybody.
Ms. Blanco, is Kamala Harris the presumptive nominee, and who's the leader of the party?
Great. First of all, we will have an open primary process, nominating process in 2028. There's a lot of skeptics and a lot of folks that would throw out who's the lead, who is going to be the next nominee, and they're going to start talking about it right after the 2026 elections. And we've got to slow that down. We've got to figure out who are the leaders and give them time and space and grace to figure out what they want to do as our president of the country. So no, there is no presumptive nominee for the next presidential election. But in terms of who our leaders are, definitely we would talk about the next body of government that we're going to win, but all elected Democrats are our leaders. All elected Democrats are part of this party. All of us are leaders in our own communities, in our own states. There is not just one leader. We are many voices, and we need to be thinking about what is the greater good and what we'll be able to put together in terms of a policy. And right now it is about 2026, moving on to the next presidential, and really making sure that we don't need to limit ourselves. Everyone has a personal story. It's that thing that everybody says, what's the Democratic message? What's the Democratic message? Everybody has their own message of why they are Democrats. We need to be authentic in how we share it and how we just get it out there, because we are all out here. So everyone's a Democratic leader.
Thank you. Mr. Jones is next, and then on deck are Ms. Free, Ms. Repass, and then Mr. Hogg and Ms. Dew. So, Mr. Jones.
It's easy to fall into the trap of spreading our energy, spreading our focus, and missing the main point. And I'm a believer in keeping the main thing the main thing. And as Adam said earlier, look, I want to see a Speaker Jeffries because he is showing us where we need to be. What else I want to see? I want to see us build a bench. We have a lot of leaders in our party. I want us to invest in Texas and see a Jasmine Crockett continue to grow because she's a leader. We have mayors across this state in Randall Woodfin in Alabama. Like these are leaders that we need to invest in now because they have voices that are important now. And in the process, we invest in the infrastructure that allows us to do the work. Because I firmly believe that when the time comes, we will have a fair and transparent process. And that fair and transparent process is what will get us to a nominee. But in the meantime, we need a Speaker Jeffries. We need to support our Southern leaders, statewide and local. We have to invest in infrastructure at the hyper local level so that we'll be ready for whenever we have a nominee. We'll have the ground troops ready. We'll have the message ready. We'll have the mechanism to get our message out. We'll be showing up everywhere all the time with all our might. And that will allow us to win the White House, to win the Senate, to win the House, to win governorships, to win county judges, and to win school boards. I think that's where we need to go.
Thank you. Ms. Free, is Kamala Harris the presumptive next nominee of the party? And who is the leader of the Democratic Party?
I love Kamala Harris. She is not the presumptive nominee. No one is a presumptive nominee. The role of the Democratic Party, the role of the DNC is to do what? To win elections. And I appreciate what my colleagues on this screen have said. In order to win back the White House, we have to lay the groundwork, and we have to be working in all 57 states. We have to figure out where our best investments are. And we need to be building our bench, and we need to be looking not just to the next presidential election, but 10 years beyond. We need a long strategic plan, but we need to be building now. And I remember when I was running for district attorney 22 years ago, and the state senator who had been in the state Senate for 52 years said to me, Kaylin, you want a lot of folks running for county commissioner. I'm like, what? And he goes, people care about who their county commissioner is. When you have people running for county commissioner, it's going to boost the Democratic turnout. It's going to help you win your DA race. He was absolutely right. That's how we build the party. We have to fight everywhere. We have to be everywhere, and we have to leave no seat unchallenged. And we have to build that bench. And that's why it's important. Like my brother Chris said here, is to be helping those mayors, helping those local candidates, because that's how we build back the White House. And let me just say this. Who are the leaders of? We have the Obamas, we have the Clintons, we have folks in leadership everywhere. This is kumbaya moment. We're calling you in. We need everybody to help build this party.
Ms. Repass.
Well, thank you. Well, to answer your question, first and foremost, Vice President Kamala Harris should be able to be the presumptive nominee if she wants to. And I'm going to say this out and loud and proud. When the country got in trouble, we did what we always did, is turn to a Black woman, slap the weight of the world on her shoulders and said, come save our country, and therefore actually go save the whole world, because the whole world was watching. I'm not sure that she wants that, and I'm not going to speak for her. What I will say is the problem with the question is presumptive. And this is where we are missing the mark. Ask yourself why Donald Trump won twice. He wasn't presumptive anywhere. He was on a reality TV show running The Apprentice, which we all figured out was also fake. The only thing he's presumptively good at is being a good liar. But he came out of nowhere. And I think this is what our problem is that we're sitting here trying to do, oh, Lord, help me. The perception of Democrats is that everything's presumptive and that we're doing backdoor deals. Look at how we're whipping votes right now. Take a look in the mirror, Democrats. I'm going to call us out. There's a whole lot of presumptiveness going on, and that's why people won't vote for us anymore. People don't think we're authentic. I'm not saying we get ourselves a Donald Trump, but people, if you're an authentic liar, at least you're authentic. Right now, what people think are Democrats do backdoor deals and force someone down their throat, and nothing is that. You want to know why we can't relate to them? Because everything's presumptive. It's done in a backdoor deal with a consultant with his hand in your pocket, and you don't actually get to choose, and we don't represent you anymore. I have no idea who the next leader is going to be. Maybe it'll be me. I know it needs to be someone who's authentic, who's willing to do the work, who's willing to stand in the gap, and who knows how to talk to people, look in the eye, and tell you the truth. That's what I think we need to be worried about.
Thank you. And then Mr. Hogg.
Jeannie, you're awesome. I gotta say that. Can we let's go. That is the type of anyways. Look, is Kamala Harris going to be the next presumptive nominee? If she wants to run, I think she should. But ultimately, she has sacrificed an enormous amount for this country as a public servant. If she wants to take a break, I cannot blame her for that. And that is totally up to her. And ultimately, we're a party that needs to make sure that we are not just, setting people up for failure. We need to support them as much as we can. And that means if she wants to take a break and rest, that is okay. And ultimately, we need to have an open primary process that is representative of and puts our candidate through the test of making sure they can win. That includes in small states, obviously, like New Hampshire, but that includes in places like South Carolina. And it also includes in places where we've seen major shifts to the right with our Latino and Hispanic voters in places like Nevada as well, and making sure that they have a very significant role in that process, because we need a candidate, regardless of the order that you want. We all agree we want to win, ultimately, right? That is what we want to do. And I want to make sure that we bring our party to that point by giving our candidates the test that they need through that primary process. And ultimately, we're the Democratic Party. We need to make sure that people understand that this is not a dictatorial process where it's just a smoky room where we pick the nominee or something like that, that this is a democratic process. And we should not be putting our thumb on the scale to decide who that nominee is and, going against that. We need to go with where the people are at, and we need somebody who can win.
Thank you. And finally, in this round, Ms. Dew.
This is just a point of personal privilege. Such an amazing group. I mean, I'm coming to your states. I'm hanging out with you. I'm bringing you all to North Carolina. David, thank you for giving me my colleague, Mr. Pittman, as a representative here in North Carolina. So let me just say this. This is a bench. We have talent. We have people. And so I came back to the party again after coming in with Obama 2008. Because of Bernie Sanders. And so I was a part of Unity Reform. I was one of the youngest people in the room. So we will not have a presumptive nominee. And let me also say with full disclosure that Kamala Harris was our candidate when I worked for Higher Heights for America. And I believe that Black women lead. And if she wants it, she's going to get it. And we are not going to put our thumb on the scale. So we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the leaders. We are the leaders of our party. And that's what we also need to embed in all of us around us. Like, we don't need to wait. Donald Trump was running for 10 years. He didn't stop running. So we have to keep running for our people. So when we have a top of the ticket, they will know who we are. They will know us by name, and they will know that we are with them and stand with them in solidarity. So our candidates don't have to do it on their own in an 18-month period. We've got 4 years to lay the groundwork. Well, we got 2 years to lay the groundwork, and we have 4 years to continue to tell the story by the time we get to our next presidential election day.
Thank you all for indulging my questions. And we have come to nearly the end of this panel. We now go to the closing statements in a reverse order compared to the opening statements. Each candidate has 30 seconds, and we start with Mr. Frisch.
Hey, everyone. I just want to say thanks as well for listening in on this conversation. And obviously, it was said before, hats off to everyone out in California, especially around the LA area. I put a lot of miles on the road and listened to a lot and have raised the money. And as you guys are going to have a tough choice out here because there's a lot of great candidates, but the fact you have a chance to pick three is helpful. And so I just think about trying to balance and diversify, background and experience for that. And I'm excited to see everyone in DC next week. Hopefully it will warm up by then. And it's been an honor to be here with everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. And next is Mr. Hogg.
Ultimately, I think that one of the biggest places that we saw a shift to the right this cycle was with our young people. That saw a 20-point shift to the right. It concerns me when I'm at the executive committee and I'm listening to Molly, our pollster at the DNC, say why we lost. The first thing she brought up was 18 to 29-year-old voters. I didn't see a single person in that room under 30. That is a problem that we cannot consult our way out of. We need people who actually be in the room and at the table to be talking about what young voters are thinking. Also, I wanted to answer the last part of that question previously, which is who are the leaders of our party? Honestly, I think it's our mayors right now, more than anybody, because that is who faces the brunt of the responsibility and charges of what people want them to fix in their communities with some of the least power to deal with it. And we need to highlight them more.
Thank you, Ms. Repass.
Thank you so much for the time. Our former president said that we were in the fight for the soul of our country. I would tell you, Democrats, right now, you are in the fight for the soul of your party. It is our opportunity to choose who we want to be. Do we want to continue to do backdoor deals and whip votes in a certain way and give to people who have the most money or the most connections and who knows who is a friend? Or do we want to look ourselves in the eye and say, we've got to go the places we haven't gone. We need to find fighters. I'm a fighter. That's why I'm running. I'm fighting every day in Kansas. You need red state chairs at the table, or you're doomed to do what you've always done. And unfortunately, you're now getting diminished returns.
Thank you, Ms. Free.
I have a record of winning in red states, raising money, training candidates, and training hundreds of organizers. That's why my candidates are successful. We have to realize that we are losing the backbone of our party. People of color, working men and women, we have to start listening to them again. There are folks like Mayor Monroe Nichols all across this country. Our job at the DNC is to find them, give them the skills, the resources that they need to run winning campaigns, lift them up, let them win, help them win, which helps us win Speaker Jeffries and the presidency. That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you to my new best friends, and thank you to everyone who's listening. My heart goes out also to those who are in California. My sister's out there in the RV now, so I'm praying for you all. Look, the road ahead is not easy, but I'm confident that together we can strategically fight the madness. We can enthusiastically revitalize our party, and we can confidently secure a brighter future for all Americans. We can lay the foundation for a Democratic Party that is inclusive, responsive, and more effective than ever before. So I'm asking for one of your votes for DNC Vice Chair, because I will be honored to have your support in this crucial mission.
Thank you. Ms. Blanco.
Hi, we are at a crossroads with our Democratic Party, and I'm running for vice chair at large because I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work alongside our new chair with a shared values and a shared vision about getting back to basics and reimagining the Democratic Party, going back to the reinvestments of not just dollars, but actual strategy, a real partnership. We have our job cut out for us. We've got to take back the House in 2026. We got to prepare for a presidential election. I want to be your vice chair. Vote for me.
And finally, Ms. Dew.
All I can say is we were not outnumbered. We were out organized. We can do this again. We can win. And my mama, I'll end with a story about my mama, who was a teaching artist, put me through school as a teaching artist and had the ability to get me out of college. I want to go back to a space where we're actually able to help people afford the lives that they deserve for the work that they're doing. That's what I got.
Thank you. And thank you, all of you, for your time and energy and sticking with us. Thank you, all the viewers. That is it for the vice chair forum. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. I won't, but somebody else will be back shortly with a forum for the vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DNC Candidate Forum. My name is Gabby Birnbaum. I'm the Washington correspondent for the Nevada Independent, and this is for the Western region. Before we start, I'm going to go over the rules really quickly. In order to participate today, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures on Thursday, January 16th. Candidates who do not meet this deadline may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting on January 30th to February 1st. This forum will take place over 60 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. And we determine the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in the reverse order. As moderator, I have been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Western region, but may include questions from other DNC members as well as myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question, and there is a timer available to all. Once a candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate and they will be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted during this forum. And finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. We'll start with opening statements. And to kick us off, let's go to Michael Blake. And I believe you're on mute.
Good evening, everyone. With endorsements from 4 state party chairs in the Western Caucasus region, as well as just today 2 mayors in the West, being Mayor Gallego and Mayor Nuremberg in Texas, I come to you as the candidate that is ready to lead in civic engagement and voter participation. From using technology for good, from finding ways for sports and entertainment to mobilize new voters, we have to change the game in how we are mobilizing. My name is Michael Blake, and I ask for your vote on February 1st to be your next vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation.
Next, let's go to Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
Thank you. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I want to be your next vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation. My work in civic engagement and voter participation is unmatched, served as the Ohio House leader and delivered the majority. I understand states. I'm from a state once blue and now red. I will help fund and speak up for every state to make sure that every vote and every voice counts. I have my entire Ohio delegation, mayors, governors, members of Congress from across the state. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I want your vote.
Thank you. Now let's go to Rosary Tucci.
Hi, I'm Rotucci. It's an honor to be here with this esteemed group. I'm here because it's all hands on deck, and I'm stepping up. I'm a leading global civic engagement practitioner who deeply understands the unprecedented context we are in. And I'm also a community leader who is in touch with the local needs and knows the courage and success of everyday individuals to push back and build the future they want for themselves and the next generation. I'm here to push us to go further, to build and spark civic activation beyond engagement, and to challenge us to ask the hard questions about how we build in our own party. I'm here to help us innovate and pivot fast to a winning strategy.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Sheikh Rahman.
Hi, my name is Sheikh Rahman. I represent one of the most diverse state senate districts in the country, the heart of Gwinnett County in Georgia. I'm also the first immigrant, first Asian American, and the first Muslim legislator of the state of Georgia. I'm blessed and honored to serve such a diverse community in Georgia, and also honored to win my 4th term last November. And I had the honor to serve at the DNC from 2016 to 2020, and looking forward to earn your vote.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Congresswoman Nikema Williams.
Good evening. I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams, chair of the Democratic Party of Georgia. I want to acknowledge the devastating wildfires impacting our communities out west. Y'all, moments like this remind us why our work matters, why we must come together, organize, and ensure that every community has the resources and leadership they need. As your vice chair, I'll lead year-round organizing with the 57 state and territory strategy to play offense, meeting people where they are. I have a clear vision to win everywhere and include everyone as your next DNC vice chair.
And then let's close out with Raina Walters Morgan.
As the DNC's former voter protection director, I worked on the litigation strategy that protected thousands of voters nationwide, including fighting the Arizona proof of citizenship law that threatened to cancel registrations before the 2022 midterms, pushing for expanded voting options during COVID in Nevada, and much more. My legal, organizing, and advocacy experiences make me uniquely qualified to be your next vice chair. I'm Raina Walters Morgan and look forward to sharing my vision for winning with you today.
Thank you all so much for those opening statements. So my first question is going to be for everyone, and we're going to go in reverse order. I'll call it out as it happens. But my first question is this. Western Democratic parties have had a lot of success in the last 20 years. In Colorado and New Mexico, parties have turned what used to be swing states into solid blue states. In Washington state, Vice President Harris outperformed President Biden's 2020 vote share. I think it might have been the only state where that occurred. And in Nevada and Arizona, state parties have expanded their capacity in state legislatures and won difficult presidential elections. Though, of course, the most recent election demonstrates there's work to be done. Are there any strategies you've seen from Democratic parties in the West with respect to civic engagement and voter participation that you would try to replicate nationally in this role, or any strategies you'd want to see applied out West as the region grows? And we'll start with Raina Walters Morgan on that.
I think that what you are describing are some of the most progressive voting rights policies in the country. The West is known for having policies that really encourage voter participation. Several states in the West send voters ballots automatically. As long as you're listed as an active voter on the voter rolls, you will get a ballot in the mail. And I think this demonstrates just how important it is that we have pro-voter policies. And it's something that I think that we should try to replicate across the country. I know that it will be difficult, but I think that we can see from the expanded outreach, the expanded participation, that when voters have access, they do show up to vote and we win.
Thank you. Let's go next to Congresswoman Nikema Williams on that same question.
So absolutely, there are things that we need to be replicating. When we look at states like Arizona, Colorado, those weren't always the blue states. And so while Georgia, a lot of people have us in the red territory right now, I say that we're periwinkle because we're building and we're growing. But that comes from intentional organizing. And we saw that in a lot of our Western states when we saw Colorado having people on the ground to build those multiracial coalitions, to lift up trusted community messengers so that we are meeting people where they are. We've got to get on the ground, meet people where they are, have conversations. And when we tell someone to show up and cast their ballot, we've got to make sure that it counts. It's not enough to do the civic engagement if we're not protecting that vote once people show up to cast it. And we look at states where we're winning on the state level, and that's how you change these voting laws on the state levels, because right now we don't have the majority in every chamber to get the John Lewis Voting Rights Act across the finish line. But we're working on that in Congress. And until we do, we've got to continue to build on the local level. That's what we've been seeing in these states that have trended from red to periwinkle to a deep shade of blue. We've got to do more of that. Meeting people where they are, having the conversations, year-round organizing makes a huge difference, and talking about the issues that matter to people. We've seen that in a lot of organizations within our greater progressive and democratic infrastructure. Maybe they're not Democrats, but they're doing the work, getting the message out about the issues that matter to voters. We've got to bring those trusted communities, those trusted messengers into the party so that we can have those conversations with the voters. That is how we continue to trend, because I'm looking forward to Georgia not just being periwinkle, but a deep shade of blue like some of our Western states one day.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Let's go next to Sheikh Rahman.
Hi, every state is different. You know, sometimes we can bring something from one state to another, but sometimes we can't, because there are some stuff that we cannot, even if we want to bring from California, from Colorado, in Georgia. Right now, we have governors, state house, state senate, everything controlled by Republican. But we tried our best. We flipped 2 Senate seats in 2020. But that was the effort that we had because of the diversity, because the coalition that we built with all walks of life, people from all walks of life, from all different communities, and we came through. But the thing is, we have to empower every single state their own way. They know what the best. Georgia, what we know how to organize, how to move forward. So not necessarily everything that we want to nationalize. We're going to look into it. If I get elected, I'll make sure I'll empower the state party, the county party, and the leadership at the state. They know more than any of us. I don't know much about the California or Colorado. I might know from outside. From inside, people in the community running the state party, the DNC member, they're working in and out, day in, day out. We need to trust them, let them do their work. If we can help, we can ask them what kind of assistance we need from the DNC, how we can help. That will be our job. Our job is not necessarily to bring something that might not work. It might work in one state, might not work in another state.
Thank you. We'll go next to Rosary Tucci.
Yes, I definitely agree with the pro-voter policies, whether it's no excuse absentee voting, mail-in voting, early voting, kind of just the range of types of ways to make it easier and more accessible to vote. And also the protections. You know, I did talk to one of our colleagues in Colorado who said that sharing the lessons learned from states, actually, Raina, I think that maybe you were helping to forge, really does help. So sharing those lessons learned from one state to the next, creating those spaces to make that happen is absolutely critical. Also, the investments in the state parties themselves to do year-round organizing, as Congresswoman Williams said. You need money to organize year-round. You need, and in particular, to make those connections with the grassroots organizations. That takes time, space, convening. And when I say these local organizations, whether it's Swing Left, Indivisible, Sister District, I mean, there's just so many organizations on the ground that we can really be that connective tissue with, that are helping to build that broader network of support that is absolutely critical if we really want to activate the base that we need right now. The last thing I would say is that you mentioned the last 20 years, and in fact, some of the policies, the voting policies have become easier in some of these states, but the context is getting increasingly more difficult. And that's why I do think the long game of working in the local races to get legislators in office, working through the courts, there's a whole process that we're going to need to lean into there, because the context is tough. Trust is decreasing, the polarization, the mis and disinformation, it's going to get harder.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Congresswoman Beatty.
First of all, let me just say thank you for that question, because when you look at what's happened in some of those states, like you mentioned, whether it's Colorado, whether it's Washington or Arizona, I think the practices that they have in making sure that they have greater access to the ballot, whether they have early voter registration round the year, which is one of the things that I have in my plan that we will do around the year. Access to the ballot, registration, campaigning. We can't just start in the last get out the vote for the last couple of weekends. You also have to look at their ground game. And when you mention Ruben Dayango, when you look at Gabe Amo, when you look at people like Joe Neguse, people who actually represent districts in many of those minority districts, that population is less than 1 or 2% of people who look like me. But they were able to win not only in the United States Congress, which they did handedly, but they also won at the state house level because they figured out how to come together and work the polls to make sure that they implemented rules and laws that would be more helpful. And I think that many of the tools that we do have at the DNC that we will hear about and we've heard about are things that we need to make sure that we get into these states, that we make sure that we go into those reservations, for example. We could do the same thing, I'll take Ohio, by going more into some of our inner city communities. See, I strongly believe that we can look from those lessons learned. I think another one of the things, you have to make sure that you listen to the people. You have to go where people are, and you have to do more than just listen. You have to be able to bring it back. You also have to be willing to go in red state areas and put money in those red states.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And Michael Blake, go ahead and take us home on that question.
First, let me commend Congresswoman Williams for her comment and showing love to our families in California, our family in Hancock Park. So it's definitely very top of mind of what's going on with the fires. And so let's be keeping them all of our thoughts and prayers to the degree that we can. To the question, there are many things we can learn in the Western region about what we can do to do this better as Democrats. Let's go back to 2020, not just 2024. In 2020, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington were second, third, and fourth in the country in terms of voter turnout, demonstrating consistently, even when coming off of a global pandemic and the social justices and injustices happening around the country, that we should be learning to the tactics around vote by mail, around automatic voter registration, around ensuring that our young people are part of the process earlier. The first part of this role is civic engagement. And we're watching it in full degree what's going on in California. People have to understand that government matters for them. So first, let's use technology and peer-to-peer communications, whether it be WhatsApp groups, Telegram, Signal, et cetera, so that we can have direct dialogue to voters, no matter the distance in the state, so that we can actually communicate on why government matters to you. Second, we have to think about voter participation from a degree of how do we get people to vote and how do we get people to vote for us? And when you think about how we get more people to vote, vote by mail has been exemplary across the Western region. When you think about what's happening in places such as Oregon, such as Washington, and all across the West, we understand that you will increase turnout by doing that. But moreover, we have to be mindful of the dynamics in states such as Nevada, where you understand because of union workers who are working in casinos and the day shift times that are happening, you have to have expanded hours across all of our places to have greater voter participation. But then you have to communicate on why someone should vote for us. And doing so, we are losing working class voters, we are losing young voters, and we're losing people of color, in particular men of color. Trump going to a barbershop doesn't show that he gets it, but black and brown men not voting for us show that they don't think we get it either. So that means we have to use gaming tournaments, which I've done out in Nevada through a simulation football league, because the chats have been focused by Republicans as opposed to Democrats. It means we have to figure out how sports and entertainment can be utilized for good, because 93 of the 100 top viewed shows last year were NFL football games. When we do these tactics, we can demonstrate how we can mobilize in the West far more effectively and make it better across the country.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder that you guys have 2 minutes for each question. I'm a little over there, so just so everyone knows. For the next questions, I'm going to direct one question to 3 of you and then a separate question to 3 others. So to start, this one's going to comes from a DNC member, and I'll direct it to Sheikh Rahman, to Congresswoman Williams, and to Michael Blake. This is from a DNC member in Nevada. She says, Democrats have been bragging about knocking on millions of doors across battleground states, but as someone in a battleground state who was out knocking doors every day, I know this was not as great of an accomplishment as we are attempting to make it sound. I knocked on thousands of doors, but I talked to more ring cameras than voters, which is not how we win. How do you propose that we change how we measure success, and what would be an example of a metric you believe would be valuable in those efforts? And we'll start with Sheikh Rahman.
Well, we turn out, we knocked door thousands of doors, but think we lost. But we have to make sure that we have the commitment. When we knock the doors, we talk to the people, we talk to the community. Sometimes we have talked to the community that we think might not vote for us. We have to reach out each and every single voter. It's not necessarily just because we knock door, we think they're going to vote for us. And who is knocking door? That's important too. You gotta go to the community, the people from that community. We need to get there. Sometimes we have people coming, I'm grateful that just like in Georgia 2020, people came from all over the country to help us knock at the door. But sometimes the messenger who is sending the message, who is knocking the door, that makes a difference too. So we have to make sure every community we go, we need to empower our local county party, local state party, and the folks on the ground. We need to have that. It is must. We just can't bring people from all over the world and knock door for us. Each community have to have their own folks knocking at the door. That's the only way you can win.
Thank you. Same question for Congresswoman Nikema Williams.
Thank you. When I think about this question, we cannot, while we might not be reaching the people that we need to reach on the doors, we can't get away from the doors. We have to layer that with other options. The bottom line is that we've got to think differently about what it means to meet people where they are. So I have a quick story. This fall, my 9-year-old, my Carter cake, y'all will hear me talk about Carter a lot as my why. My Carter came to me very, very frustrated, and he was asking Mommy, why are people saying that Miss Kamala is for they, them? He said, Miss Kamala is for everybody. She's not for they, them. And that was on repeat on YouTube Kids, this ad around Kamala, she's for they, them. And when I found out all of the other Republican attack ads that filtered through my filter system on YouTube Kids, I knew that if Carter was picking up on it, other kids and even parents were picking up on it. And so I don't share that as saying that running ads on YouTube Kids is the sole path to messaging and to victory. But as a party, we've got to position ourselves to show up in all the spaces where conversations are happening, whether it's YouTube Kids, Spotify, Facebook, or the church basement, y'all. We've got to show up and meet people where they are. We need to leave the messages on the Ring doorbell and leave the literature at the door. You might not talk to them one-on-one, but you can't scratch that off of our tool list. We've got to try multiple options and layer them so that we're meeting people. And it's not enough to just do that at the DNC level alone. That's why we have to have a 57 state party and territory strategy so that state parties are trained in getting the resources out with our own messengers on the ground. My plan for a 57 state and territory strategy and year-round organizing includes making messaging resources available. That's how we meet people where they are. Even when they're peeking at you through the Ring doorbell, they still know that Democrats showed up to fight for them.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And Michael Blake will be the last one you hear on that question.
Well, look, a lot of people don't want to open their doors, especially if you're here in New York, because it's freezing cold outside, or if you're out west because you just don't want to talk to someone for whatever the reasons may be. And so we got to be cognizant of that. At the end of the day, we got to reach people much more effectively. To your question, you asked about demonstrating a metric of success. So let's start from the baseline. 86% of Americans receive their information through a smartphone, an electronic device, or a tablet. They're not getting it by what you leave at a door alone. This is not how it was back in the day. We got to be more creative in that regard. And so very concretely, what do we need to do differently? Get to voters and how they're actually consuming information. That means going to Gamer Stream, and because in the chats within Gamers, you can actually talk to them more consistently. Telegram, finding more peer-to-peer, WhatsApp groups, click-through conversion rates. That actually shows that we're paying attention. Why am I using that? Because at the end of the day, when you see that you can send something out through a WhatsApp group, or you send it out through Signal or through Telegram, and you can then actually track, did someone actually open the link and then click through it to learn more about that candidate? That's what you want. You don't want a piece of paper that ends up in the garbage can. You want someone to be actually to learn the information and be empowered. That is how we think differently. It's not about just trying to knock on someone's door. You also have to change what we're saying. And many people did not feel like Democrats were actually talking to and listening to them. They were giving them elitist language that wasn't connected to them on the ground. They want to understand, and we need to hear, are you going to help me pay my bills? Are you going to help my families with my home? Are you actually going to protect us and what's happening here? Lastly, especially in the West, we need to stop treating communities as just monolithic. The Latino community is not one block. The Black community is not one block. Our indigenous people are not one block. Women are not one block as well. We have to be more creative and more distinct in how we organize. Click-through rates to show how we are actually showing success is how we can demonstrate we're doing it differently.
Thank you. And then staying on the topic of sort of campaigns and what strategies work for the next three people. In the 2024 election, down ballot candidates across the West and elsewhere in the Nevada Senate race, the Arizona Senate race, House seats in California, overperformed the presidential ticket and were able to win even in areas and states won by President Trump. What did you learn from those campaigns or take away from those campaigns? And how would you apply those lessons to your civic engagement and voter participation strategy? And we'll start with Congresswoman Joyce Beatty on that.
Let me say thank you for that question. And that's the question many of us asked each other because we were so devastated on November the 4th. So one of the things that I believe we have to do is we move forward. We have to look at lessons learned. And I agree with everything what people were saying about layering our communications and making sure that you do what I call old school, new school, because you have to look at our base. And that's what I was able to learn. When you look at our base who are seniors, and we have an amazing senior caucus within the DNC, they receive their information much differently than you look at our high school caucus members, our college caucus members, our young Dem members. They are more in the digital area, in the technology area. But I think one of the things we have to do, and one of our members asked this question because she received more votes or as many votes as Donald Trump did. And on a down ballot ticket, the answer was that you told me what I needed to know. You told me that eggs were $9 and here's what you were going to do. You didn't come up with the language or the tools that were very sophisticated that the average person doesn't understand or know. We have to meet people where they are. You have to make sure when we look at our down ballot tickets, they're closer to the ground. When you look at state reps, I was the state representative, and we were not only knocking on doors, we were passing out literature. We were also using the technology that you need today. You have to go into the communities, you have to go into the neighborhoods, and you have to be able to put all the things together, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to feel that they were heard. Everybody wants to feel that you're there to help them. And the down ballot ticket folks were closer to the ground, and they were knocking on the doors, they were touching people, and they were all over social media, which was a huge asset.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Rosary Tucci, same question on down ballot races.
Yeah, I mean, I think this speaks exactly to the environment that we are in right now. And I started to mention that before. You know, the trust is at an all-time low. The environment is polluted with mis and disinformation, and our environments are polarized, right? And so in these types of environments, relationships matter, trust matters, and you tend to trust the people you know. And that's why the local organizing is so important, because it's neighbors talking to neighbors. And that's how you break through that mis and disinformation. That's how you break through that polarization, right? You're willing to talk to your neighbor, maybe not all of them right now, but you're willing to engage. And so I think those local leaders had more credibility, more trust, more relationships. They're at the local food drives. They're at the school board meetings. They're in the places that people are at every single day. And again, that mis and disinformation can be combated. And I think, if I heard correctly what the Congresswoman was saying, they're talking about the local issues. They are talking about the schools. They're talking about the hospitals. They're talking about the roads. And so they're connecting directly one-on-one with what matters to everyday people. And so between, you know, having those relationships, the trust, talking about the issues that matter to me, people, I think that tells the story of why we did better on the local races than at the national.
And then to finish out that question, Raina Walters-Morgan.
One of the lessons that we have to take away from the down ballot races is that showing up in a community matters. Listening to people matters. It's really interesting to think about the messaging on the national level and just how, unfortunately, we miss the mark. When people are saying the price of eggs is too high, and at the national level, we're saying, no, it's not, there's a disconnect. And so we have to do better. And I think that's why we've seen down ballot do better. They're in the communities. They're knocking on doors. They're having the conversations. And as the next civic engagement and voter participation vice chair, that's what I want to replicate across the country on the national level. We have got to listen. We have got to build the bridge. I have heard so many people say that they didn't feel like the party was listening to them, and they didn't feel that the messages were getting across. And some reason the messages that they were saying were so important to them were not reflected in the decisions that were being made. I'm going to help change that. I want to be a bridge. And I think it's also important to also emphasize the importance of year-round organizing, advocacy, and education. As the DNC's former voter protection director, that's what I did, because I understood that if you put people on the ground a few weeks before an election, you're not going to find success, because decisions are made well in advance of that. And so really thinking through, how are we organizing? How are we building infrastructure? How are we supporting state parties, supporting grassroots organizers? We have to do that at the national level. We have to support those efforts at the local level, and then we'll start to win again.
Thank you so much. Our next question is going to be for everybody, and it also comes from a DNC member. Latino voters are a critical voting bloc across Western states, and a group that Democrats had traditionally, relied on for their coalition, but lost significant levels of support with this cycle. What lessons did you learn from this election cycle about Latino voters, and how would you use this DNC role to re-engage Latino voters with the party and with the candidates? For this one, let's start with Sheikh Rahman.
We cannot take granted. Latino folks, they thought that we are taking their vote for granted. As a matter of fact, Republican, they did a better job reaching out than us. I think that's my personal view. Thing is, we have to have Latino at the leadership level, at the party, at the state party, at the county party, and also at the national level. So thing is, we just missed the mark. We lost it because we didn't reach out the way we should be. It's almost unbelievable that how much Latino non-participation, we didn't engage long enough, early enough. We just go there when the election time comes in, just a few weeks, a few months before. So every group, Latino groups, Asian group, we have to have year-round folks working in each and every state that connect with them. So that's the only way we can win. We can earn their vote. We can just expect the Latino are going to vote for us. We got to reach out. Are we reaching out? That's my question. Are we reaching out? Are we doing year-round organizing within their community? I represent one of the most diverse, most Latinos in the state of Georgia, in my Senate districts. It's hard to reach out to these folks because of the language barrier, because the way we treat them. But we need to make sure we reach out to them year-round, not during the election time. We have to earn their vote. We haven't earned it. We got to do a better job in order to earn their vote. And as a matter of fact, all of us has a responsibility to do that in our own community, in our own state.
Thank you, sir. Same question to Congresswoman Nikema Williams.
Thank you for that question. Multiracial coalitions is how we win elections because none of us can do it alone. One thing that I've learned in my many years of organizing is that we are, in fact, what Secretary Clinton told us, stronger together. And we win most often when we work together as a coalition. And so we have to make sure that when we are looking at communities, we've talked about this earlier, whether it's the Latino community, whether it's the Asian community, whether it's the Black community, we're not monolithic. Even when you look at communities by geographic diversity, every rural person does not think the same way and every urban person doesn't think the same way. So we've got to truly meet people where we are. Multiracial coalitions were critical to our successes as we've continued to build in Georgia. And not everyone at the table is necessarily going to wear the Democrat label loud and proud on their sleeves, but they came to the table because they shared our values and we were working towards the same goals. We can do a better job of engaging many of our legacy organizations in communities so that they can be those trusted messengers in the communities to make sure that we're connecting with people, not just in a GOTV mode, but in that organizing, year-round organizing, because it's going to take a 57 state and territory organizing strategy. This is not a one-size-fits-all model. It's not going to be the same for what we do in Atlanta and South Georgia, let alone Georgia and states in the West. So we've got to be clear that the DNC might not be the strongest trusted messengers. They might not be the best person to go into the communities, but we bring people together, build multiracial coalitions, and realize that our communities are not monolithic. We've got to get back to listening to the people on the ground. Our job is to give the counties, the states, the resources and the tools so that we can have a broad strategy to reach the voters. Coalition building is never one size fits all, and you can count on me to support individual game plans as your next DNC vice chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Raina Walters-Morgan, same question to you. How does the party re-engage Latino voters?
We missed the mark this year, and I think that's very obvious. I've spoken to so many people who are frustrated and angry because they feel like the effort was too little, too late. If you are not in communities they will not trust you. If they do not trust you, they will not vote for you. And so I will do a better job of bridging the gap. And again, of making sure that the messages on the ground are getting to the decisions that are being made at the leadership level. But I also want to say we have to think about how we are providing resources and how we are investing. While I was at the DNC, we made it an effort to try and provide resources to as many communities as possible, including Latino communities. We have voyavotar.com, which is a one-stop shop for voter education resources. My team is the team that powered those voter education pages. Also, my team ran the National Voter Assistance Hotline, and we made sure to have Spanish-speaking volunteers so that people who called had a resource to go to get their questions answered. These are just a few things that we did. And I can't forget about the translations. The DNC provided extraordinarily great translation services. And it was one of the things that we were complimented on the most while I was there. In 2022, we translated over 300 documents into 27 different languages. This is an effort. We've got more to do, but I think it shows that when you put in the effort, people appreciate it, but we've got to do more of that to make sure that we don't continue to miss the mark. And I will do that as the next vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation.
Thank you. Michael Blake, same question.
Mi nombre es Michael Blake de Nueva York y candidato para vicepresidente del Partido Democrático. Los latinos necesitan que luchemos por ellos. For those that don't speak Spanish, and it said that my name is Michael Blake and I'm from New York and I'm a candidate for vice president of the Democratic National Party. And the Latino community needs us to fight for them. That's why we lost. Because we continue to treat the Latino community as monolithic. We continue to not listen to the Latino community. What's happening for the Puerto Rican community that I helped host earthquakes and all the devastation that's happened there is different for the Dominican community. It's different from Mexicano. Definitely different for Venezuelan who are coming to our communities that need our help right now. We have to also have language access. Too often we're sending out information that's only in English. And then we're wondering why the Latino community is not excited about what we're doing. In a community, in a moment right now where whitehouse.gov is no longer in Spanish. So families are wondering if an ICE truck is going to show up in different communities for raids, but they can't get the information that could be in the language that can help them. We then have to go a step further and understand that we have too often strategies that don't connect to our communities and our Latino communities in particular. And so it goes back to, if we are serious about civic engagement and voter participation, WhatsApp groups, critical for our Caribbean communities in particular. Thinking about ways that we actually have continual civic engagement, finding new tactics such as sports. We can't continue to ignore the impact of soccer in so many of our communities. As a Jamaican, I clearly appreciate that, but we also understand that when you have FIFA coming back to LA and other places, it is a part of our culture and our communities. If we are serious about mobilizing Latino support, which I'm grateful to have the support for former Mayor Marty Chavez in New Mexico and many Latino leaders across the Western region, it is demonstrating that we are not going to show up 4 weeks before an election to the Latino community. We will empower the Latino community every single day, from consultants to the community.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Congresswoman Beatty on that question.
Thank you very much. Let me just say, when people feel left out, they disengage. Communication is a major part of civic engagement and voter participation. If we don't know how to communicate because we believe that we are a monolithic party, if we believe that one size fits all and what you do in one community will be good enough, that's a problem. When we send people to go into communities, we need to make sure that they are bilingual. We need to make sure that they understand the cultural differences. And that's a part of engagement. I can tell you that in my community, we were able to make sure that we put people in the polling places that spoke the languages, not just one language, but multiple languages. We made sure that the literature and the sample ballots were in multiple languages. We made sure that when we talked about our issues, they weren't just issues that were germane to one population. We all had common values. Look, we talked about the economy. We talked about jobs, but we had to then explain to people in those communities that we understood what their needs were. And I'm proud to have the support of Robert Garcia, who is a brand new member and a DNC voting member, because he said, you came to me and asked me the very simple question, what is it that you need? How can I help you? We have to understand that our diversity is our strength. But if we're going to have power, we have to unite, because unity is what brings us together. And I think we learned a lot of lessons. And I think if we take those lessons and put it into our ongoing action plan, as I will do as your next vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation, we will be able to win over more people, as we did as the Black Caucus when we started the Tri-Caucus.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And Rosary Tucci to finish us off on that question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a case of what many of our colleagues are saying, maybe to put it in a little harsher terms, elite-driven, consultant-driven, Washington-driven, however you want to frame it, top-down agenda, kind of telling people, how they should feel, what they should see, what they should care about. And so I think that's how, we missed the mark on what this community, and it's not a monolith, but what different parts of the community cared about, and how it was at crosshairs with the top-down agenda that we were really pushing hard on. And I talked to one of our colleagues in Texas, and kind of that's what I was hearing, is that the issues that were important to them were very different than the issues that were coming from the top. And so that's why I talk so much about a bottom-up agenda. And that's why we haven't talked about it yet now, but this member-led organization where the state parties are really building the agenda together from that foundation, from the local to the states, feeding up to the national, so we can avoid these moments when we find ourselves this far out of touch with what our constituents are saying is important to them. I also agree with the trusted messenger being who's authentic. I think we have to go further than just trusted and think about who's really authentic. And then I want to switch gears a little bit. Micro-targeting was part of this. Preying on people's grievances were part of this. Enhancing misogyny, nationalism, that's all part of this. And that's the tactics of our opponents right now. And if we're not in tune to what they're doing, we won't be able to combat it. And I want to talk more about how to combat that, which is about us defining the narrative for ourselves and not letting our opponents define it, and connecting to emotions. That's how you get ahead of some of this micro-targeting and other tactics that our opponents are using. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So next question, this is for everybody as well. I think conventional wisdom has typically been, right, that high turnout benefits Democrats. That's sort of always, been the thought in political science, I think. That's been undermined a bit by this past election, when several states, including several Western states, saw record high voter turnout, but it did not translate into Democratic victory. And I think you can contrast that with down ballot races where there are fewer voters, right, where Democrats overperformed, or the 2022 midterm when Democrats did really well. And that's typically more high propensity voters turn out for those. So how would you use this role to engage those low propensity voters throughout the election cycle? And how would your understanding of the new dynamics of high turnout elections inform your approach to this role? Is your goal to get people who stayed home this cycle to participate, to try to persuade some of those low propensity voters who went for Trump? Is it all of the above? How would you sort of think about turnout and what we've learned from this past election? So for that one, let's start with Congresswoman Williams.
Thank you so much for this question, because we are still going through the numbers from Georgia, where we turned out 74,000 more Democratic votes in the 2024 election cycle than we did in the 2020 cycle. In our historic 2020 win, we still turned out more votes in this last election cycle, but it was not enough to get us to that victory to make Kamala Harris our next president. And that's a problem. We know that when we are doing work, we often have to look at how resources are divided and where we're going to concentrate things. But the challenge is we don't have the luxury of an either or strategy. It has to be both and. We have to make sure that while we're doubling down on our base and making sure that we are not ignoring those deep blue parts of any state, we also cannot ignore those deep red areas either. So no area is too blue and no area is too red to organize. We've got to make sure that we are having a conversation that meets our base and turns out our base, while also making sure that people who don't even consider themselves a Democrat or Republican or anything in between, that they know that there is a home for them within our party because we have someone showing up to fight for them every day. The number one thing that I heard on the campaign trail and trying to get these, and I often said that we didn't have a problem with people voting for Democrats or Republican. The Republican Party was not our opposition. It was the couch. The couch was our opposition. And that's where civic engagement comes into place. We've got to make sure that we are showing up for people who don't feel like either party is fighting for them. Because I would hear, if the Democrats aren't fighting for themselves, how do I know they're going to fight for me? But in my deep blue district, I had people who voted for Donald Trump, who they thought would fight for him, and for Nikema Williams, because they know that I'm going to be on the front line fighting for them, just like I'll fight for the DNC and fight for Democrats up and down the ballot as your next vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Raina Walters-Morgan on turnout.
Traditionally, we have thought that when the numbers are higher, that we win. And I think what we've learned, not just in this last year, but in the last few years, is that we really have to do more on our messaging. We really have to do more to let people know that we are here and that we are the party of the people. When our messaging is not connecting with voters, when voters don't feel like there is a reason to vote for Democrats, then we are missing the mark. And so as the next civic engagement and voter participation vice chair, I will dedicate myself to making sure that we are having those conversations, that we are clear on our messaging. At the end of the day, if people are talking about the economy, we have to be talking about the economy. And it's not an either or. We can talk about all of the issues that are important to us, but we have to make sure that we are not ignoring what people are talking to us about. And so I think that that's a really important thing that we've got to think through. Another important aspect of this is that if people don't have the tools that they need to vote, they are less likely to vote. And that's why the voter protection piece of this is so important. That's why the voter education piece is so important to all of this. We have got to make sure that we are providing educational resources. And I've done that through the work with iwillvote.com, through the work on the National Voter Assistance Hotline, through building infrastructures at state parties. This is all one big circle and one big thing that we've got to do. We have got to work together. We have got to build that infrastructure, because if you build the infrastructure, if you provide the staff, if you provide the education, then people have what they need, and then they will turn out to vote. And so we've got to make sure that we are being very thoughtful in how we approach that. And finally, again, we have to show up in communities. People won't trust us if they don't see us. And so making sure that we are in the communities and we are meeting voters where they are, we're on the internet, we're in person and doing the digital strategies, we can do all of this and get people to come out and vote for Democrats.
Thank you. Michael Blake, New Turnout Dynamics.
Voters don't think we give a damn about them right now. That's what we got to be real about. I'm running for this role specifically. You gave me the chance to be a vice chair at large before, but now I'm running for civic engagement voter participation because young, working class, and Black and brown men did not vote for us in the numbers that we needed. Sisters are holding it down every single day. That's very clear. But we can't keep ignoring the fact that Trump effectively doubled in some communities around Black and brown men in particular. JFK said it best in 1958 in Tucson, Arizona: so long as there's one child without milk, so long as there's aged farmers without homes, so long as there are working mothers and overcrowded hospitals and inadequate schools, will be the need of the Democratic Party and the need for us to assume the responsibilities of leadership. People do not feel right now that Democrats are actually fighting for them. That's why we're losing. And when you look across the country, we got to be real with ourselves. We won every statewide Democratic position in North Carolina, but we lost the presidency. We won a U.S. Senate seat in Michigan. as well as 2 Supreme Court justice seats, but we lost the presidency. So when we think about what's going on, yes, we're seeing turnout that is great in some places, but people are not feeling like we are actually talking about how are you helping me with cost of living? How are you helping me keep my home? How are you actually helping me protect my family? And stop judging me with these utterly discriminatory languages. Stop talking to voters, especially in the West, of saying, well, I'm going to take your guns away. I'm going to tell you about faith. I'm a reverend. I'm not going to tell someone about that. It's about speaking to someone and listening in that way. So the reason why we are running for this, and I am running for this in particular, is that we have communities that should be voting for us that we need to get back right now. In particular, young Black and brown men and the working class. If we do this, we can get back voters to us.
Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, your thoughts on turnout.
Let me just put it this way. Let's talk truth to power here. We know that our voters were unmotivated. We know that many of them were unengaged. We actually heard people say, young people and not so young people saying, I'm not going to vote. I don't like any of the candidates or the messages, because we didn't go meet people where they were. If you want to talk about real civic engagement, you need to talk about us having a ground game. Yes, we may have had great tools. Yes, we may have had good messages or poor messages. They didn't work. While we were talking about inflation is coming down and we were doing all the intellectual things, people were going to the grocery store and not able to feed their children and babies. We had young people who said, they're not relating to me. We should have been able to take our young people who have a vote with this DNC, whether they're the high school students, the college students, or the young Dems. I heard the same thing when we talked to people in our red state saying, I'm a DNC member and nobody talked to me. I felt that I didn't have a message to go back and say to my constituents. I just did a conference call with Democrats abroad, and they said, what about us? We didn't allocate dollars. We didn't put people on the ground for them. So my friends, if we're going to talk about real civic engagement, if we're going to talk about voter protection, then we have to start here. And that's why my background, my skills, my energy and excitement to be engaged is going to be 100% for a 50 states, 7 territories, and Democrats abroad. We have to make sure that we include everybody. We can no longer just sit here and play like we did everything great and then say, oh, why didn't 6 million some people vote? Why did people not vote?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Next to Rosary Tucci on turnout.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of reasons, and I think we've got to look at all of them. And if we don't look at all of them, we're not going to get to where we need to go. So first, I think the stat is 15 million people didn't vote. There's a lot of apathy out there. I was knocking doors, and people don't believe in the system anymore. They think it's outdated, whether it's redistricting, limited choice, and we are not recognizing how much people think the system is outdated. And I'm not saying we could change that overnight. This is a long-term effort, but at least let's connect to how people are feeling. And again, you talk about listening. Listen, acknowledge, validate. Some of these concerns are very legitimate and real, and we need to talk truth and say, yeah, that is a struggle. So that's how we get back, or that's how we embrace all those people that didn't even vote. I totally agree with the year-round organizing, because we need to be doing voter registration drives and reaching out to people in much more frequency. I remember my Obama days when I was on the voter registration for 12 hours a day. I was signing up people on the McDonald's line. I was signing up the mechanic while he was working on the car. I literally signed up the butcher behind the supermarket store. I talk about meeting people where they're at. That is the grit it takes to get to people. And so I think that's why the year-round organizing is so important. And then I go back to the mis and disinformation. We got to find ways to combat the mis and disinformation. That's how we're losing certain groups, through this micro-targeting and then spewing certain lies, conspiracies, aggravating grievances. And the only way to do that is to really connect to emotions, connect to how we're making people, how people feel, and to really show action. Michael was saying that action, action, action. This is what we've done for you on repeat, and going to those places, those podcasts where we might not want to show up, puncturing the opponent's media bubble, all those types of tactics. Thank you.
Thank you. And then to finish out that question on turnout, State Senator Sheikh Rahman.
Well, we turn out in Georgia more than 70, as Chairman Williams said, 74,000 more votes. That's great, but we still lost. One of the things that happened, we lost. One of the things the DNC did, the campaign did the translation in my diverse community that I said that represent such a diverse community. When I looked at some of the sign, one of my own language that I speak Bengali, sign that was not embarrassing, that was almost like offensive. I had to call the campaign and I told them, take that sign away as soon as possible. So we have to make sure who is making the decisions, who is doing all this translation. Those are the things we have to look at too. And also, a lot of people that told me they voted for Trump and voted for me, I never thought I'm going to happen from this diverse community. And they thought we don't care. It's like almost embarrassing, it was unbelievable. I never thought in my life that somebody in my district going to come and tell me they're going to vote for the other guy at the top and voted for me. It's unbelievable. So we cannot leave any community. We cannot leave any area, any part of the state. It doesn't matter, if you're in a blue county or red county or whatever it is. We are in one state, one country, one county. We have to treat everybody right. We have to motivate. We have to make sure people think that we care about it. The biggest disappointment for me when people think Democrats, we don't care for average folks. How that happen? How we get there? This is Democrat. We should be the party of the people for regular folks. Now, some of the folks, they think we become a party of the elite. We also become the party of the billionaire. We lost average folks. We can't have that anymore. We got to have a touch. We got to get in touch with regular folks and talk to the regular folks each and every day. And that's the only way we can win the election.
Thank you all for those answers. This will be my last question of the night, then we'll have time for closing statements. I think this speaks to a theme that a lot of you have brought up, and I only pulled this data for the 50 states, not the territories, so my apology for that. But in the 2024 election, when you rank all states by median income, Democrats won just 2 of the bottom half, just 2 of those bottom 25 for median income, family income, Maine and New Mexico. So to win in the future, the party will need to do a better job of engaging working class voters. So for each of you, diagnose what's gone wrong and how you would use this position to improve outreach, to improve engagement with working class folks. And let's start with Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
When I think of working class folks, I think of my household and my parents. And I can think of what made me excited about being a public servant. And that was a U.S. congressman and founder of the CBC knocked on our door and sat down with us and asked us, how were we doing and what did we need? It goes back to everything that we've heard tonight. If you don't meet people where they are, if you don't stop talking to people with what I call inside baseball, we say all of these things and everything is perfect and all the great things we've done, but then we forget about those people on the street. We forget about those people who are counting on us. So I think one of the things as the next chair of civic engagement and voter participation, you have to do just that. Voter participation is protecting the vote. Voter participation is making sure that you explain to people how they can have access to the ballot box. Civic engagement means that you have to travel to the states. You have to be willing to spend time. You have to put resources in there. And I can tell you, when we were doing those bus tours, I didn't see a lot of people actually on the bus. I saw people coming and taking pictures in front of the bus or not there. Civic engagement is not sitting inside an office. It's getting out into the community. It's going to those working class people and telling them you are fighting to make sure they keep their home. They can take care of their children. They can feed their children, that we will be in the game with them because they look at us as the elite and the people who are writing the game. I'm going to make sure that I am on the ground, and especially to my Western regional folks, The red states got overlooked. They didn't get enough attention. And then we lost in the battleground states. We have to understand it's not about one group because we have a big tent and the working class is the backbone of this party. And so let's stand with them. Let's get excited. Let's get people angry and then give them hope to make a change.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Next on that question, Rosa Ritucci.
Yes, I think I hate to be a broken record on this, but there is a decent amount of mis and disinformation. I think, there were narratives around who's taking whose jobs. And so I just want us to really recognize the impact that this information is having. And I mentioned it before, the ability to define the narrative about us to be able to get ahead of the game and not let our opponents define the narrative for us. And I think that's what we're doing too much of. And that's where I was trying to get at the end of the last question, is that's why we need to be in those unconventional spaces. Because when we're absent from those unconventional spaces, the narrative is being defined for us, right? When we are not in all the red states or in the rural areas, the narrative is being defined for us. The buzz is being created, the energy is being created, and we have lost at that point. We no longer have control of the narrative, and it's being identified for us. We also have to get back to shared values. What do we all believe in? Whether it's hard work, dignity of each individual, and really lean into some of those shared values. And then I think the last thing I would say, and I started to talk about it in another question, really moving away from this building together model. And I think, a lot of our workers, whether they're union members or not, they know how to build, they know how to work together. And when you work together and you build, that's where you have agency, contribution, and you feel like you are part of a system. You feel like you are part of the Democratic Party. And I think we moved too far away from that. I think the top-down approach, people felt talked down to, they felt invalidated, and so the whole process led to that. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. State Senator Sheikh Rahman, how do Democrats win back working class voters?
Well, they feel like we abandoned them. We have to make sure we build confidence to those folks. If I get elected, my plan is going to be within the next 2 years, I'm going to be visiting 57 states and territories everywhere. I've done it before. I travel around the country, try to help the candidate minorities all over the country. As a matter of fact, in 2020, in Georgia, we won by 12,000, less than 12,000 votes. But you know what? Democrats abroad vote was over 20,000 vote that voted in Georgia election. So we got to participate. I'm going to call all around all the party, state party chairs, all the DNC member, whoever I can, to make sure in every committee how I can reach. As a state senator, we are a part-time citizen legislator. I have the time to travel around the country, energize those folks, the working folks, different community that they think we don't care about it. I'll be there. I'll show up. That will be the number one priority. And we cannot discount one single vote, one single committee. We got to add. We have enough Democrats all around the country. We just have to motivate. We have to tell them we care about them. We have to show up for them. And we have to ask for their mercy and for their vote. We have to win back their heart. And that's the only way you can win. That's the only way you can win. And I know a lot of us feel like broken, but the future is good. The future is great for Democrat. We have a hope. We cannot be disappointed ourselves. Doesn't matter how low we are, we're going to come back. We have to come back. People are looking at us for leadership. People looking at us for the new way out. We got to be winning from the White House to State House to Courthouse. We just cannot give up. We have a hope, and we can do whatever it takes to get it done.
Thank you, sir. Congresswoman Nikema Williams, your thoughts on working class voters?
Thank you. As a member of UFCW Local 1996, I fully understand the importance of making sure that we are focusing on our working families in this country. We've gotten to the point where I remember having conversations with my grandpa who raised me in rural Alabama. Y'all, I grew up in a home with no indoor plumbing and no running water. And my grandpa taught me what it was to be in community and to organize. And we have conversations now who this man who taught me how to organize, who at a very young age, I knew I never wanted to be a Republican, didn't quite know what a Republican was, but I knew I didn't want to be one because there was a guy across the street, Fred Harris, and my grandpa and my Uncle Willie James was like, he does not represent our values. But what I know is that conversations that we have now, my grandpa and my Uncle Willie James would not quite understand. When I go into my community and I hear we've had ads or mailers going out around the Inflation Reduction Act, that's so abstract to people on the ground. That is so abstract to our working class voters who are not tuned in to all of the DC policy wonk speak. And so what I would say is that's just a fancy way of saying, y'all, that we lowered your cost and put more money back in your pockets. When you got your light bill, was it cheaper? That's what Democrats did. We've got to get back to talking to working class voters about the issues that matter to them. Now I represent the seat that was held by the late Congressman John Lewis. So democracy and voting rights are at the core of everything that I believe in. But if working class voters can't put food on their table and take care of their families, then democracy is abstract and they can't get to that point. We've got to make sure that we are meeting the needs of everyday working families so that we can talk to them about the other issues that the Democratic Party is fighting for. And as someone who grew up living this life, I grew up in poverty, and I know that the Democratic Party fought for me. The Democratic Party has changed lives for so many people, and we can still be that party fighting for working families, but we've got to show up and we've got to fight for the people.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Raina Walters Morgan, working class voters, how would you use this position to message towards them?
I grew up in a working class family. My parents both worked multiple jobs. There were times when they worked so much that I didn't have the chance to see them very often. I was one of those kids who got a job as soon as I was able to because I needed money because my parents were, working class, and definitely it was a struggle sometimes. And I think that's why pro-voter policies are so important, because when you are working, when your family is working, when you're working multiple jobs and voting is not easy, it might not be the first thing on your mind. And that's why I have dedicated my life to being a voting rights advocate. That's why I have been doing this work since I was in college. When I was in college, I initiated efforts that led to the first satellite polling location within walking distance of my campus. And now we see that multiple voting sites and multi-district voting sites are the norm in many places, especially in the West. These are the things that are important to working class voters, having access to go vote. And I've dedicated my life to doing that. I do believe that the Democratic Party has a significant role to play in making sure that we have significant pro-voter policies. I will advocate for that as the next civic engagement and voter participation vice chair, because I've been doing that. We do have to have the infrastructure on the ground. We do have to have a 57 state party and territory strategy, and the DNC has started to do that. I implemented a 57 state party and territory strategy as the voter protection director at the DNC. Yes, we have more work to do, but we made strides, because what we know is that when people have access to voting, they will go out and vote. And it's not just working class communities, it's all communities. We need to make sure that we have more pro-voter policies.
Thank you so much. And Michael Blake, we'll let you have the last word on this, winning back working class voters.
As someone who sold dinners to pay rent with my mom on Saturday afternoons, my mama who worked 40 years in a manufacturing plant, raised 4 boys. My late daddy was a 1199 SEIU man who mopped hospital floors. Instead of us as Democrats talking down to the truck driver, maybe we should just help people understand and talk about how we help them pay for their gas and put money in their pocket. We have become a party that is seen as elite as opposed to a party that is here for everyone. I traveled to 31 states and 2 countries when I was a vice chair at large, in particular to demonstrate that we can connect with the people. So to your question, there are very specific things that we should be doing. First, around sports and entertainment, we need to stop overlooking communities where people would listen to us. We had too many Democrats who would say, well, don't go on to Joe Rogan's podcast. That didn't make any logical sense. It's where people are listening to information. We would look down on people when it came to UFC and WWE. That's where people are watching for entertainment and consuming information. And too often we forget that the everyday person is going to those places in that regard. I run my own small business, and we don't actually talk about the practical implications and the benefits of our policies for small businesses. We need to use this moment immediately. And if you give me the chance to elect me on February 1st to talk about actions like Trump, where his executive action on raising prescription drug costs will have a damaging impact on those in the working class. Civic engagement, make sure people shows that what's happening in government impacts them. Voter participation gets them in the game. And as part of this, yes, is voter protection, but we need people to vote for us before we protect their vote. And so it's all intertwined. People need to see and feel and know that we are actually fighting for them, and that our communications, our organizing, and our mobilizing strategies throughout the Western region and our country and abroad is showing that will help them to win.
Thank you so much. And thank you all so much for participating in today's forum. We're going to do 30-second closing statements in reverse order that we did the opening. So Raina Walters Morgan, go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
My experience speaks for itself. I'm scrappy, I don't back down, and I want Democrats to win. At this moment in our history, when the majority in Congress is the slimmest it's ever been, we need leaders who will make the DNC their priority and who will give this work the attention it requires. The stakes are too high and the threats are too real to wear multiple hats. And that's why I'm here. I know what this position is, and I've envisioned what it could be. I'm running to be the change I want to see at the DNC. I'm Raina Walters Morgan, and I hope to have your vote on February 1st.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Congresswoman Nikema Williams.
Y'all, I'm a proud daughter of the South, and I know that change doesn't come easy, but showing up consistently, that's how we win. I'll lead a year-round organizing with 57 state and territory strategies to play offense everywhere, because you can't win if you don't play. We'll have specific game plans for every state and territory, bringing Georgia's innovative voter protection programs nationwide, and fight for earlier investments everywhere to energize our voters. We'll build on our base and expand our reach. Y'all, I'm Nikema Williams, and together we'll show up, organize, and win.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Closing statement from State Senator Sheikh Rahman.
The current diversity of this country does not reflect the makeup of the leadership at the DNC. It's about time that millions of folks that looks like me to have a seat at the table. I'm here to represent them. As we navigate the uncertainty of the next 4 years, I want to be part of the team that will win the future and bring changes from White House to the State House to the courthouse. I hope to earn your vote, and I have 100% commitment that I'm going to do whatever it takes to travel around the country to energize the people who look like me to come to vote for the Democratic Party. Hope to earn your vote on February 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rosary Tucci.
The hill is steep, the real talk. The environment out there is tough, and we need tactics that address what I talked about: mis and disinformation, polarization, the hate, nationalism that's out there. But on the positive side, we need builders who are creative, bold, and interactive to strengthen a movement of activists that can rebuild trust with those who feel fragmented, tired, and distant from us. I've had conversations with many members from most states and territories. It's that openness, that welcoming, interacting, deliberating with an unfamiliar face that's going to be part of the secret sauce to a winning strategy. It's all hands on deck here. Bring your ideas, your creativity. Let's harness that rich expertise and energy. I'm a builder, whether with our constituents or inside the party. A vote for me is a vote for activation on all fronts.
Thank you. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
Thank you. I'm Joyce Beatty, your next Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation. I have fought, I have won, I have led. I have my entire state. No other candidate has that. Former chairs of the DNC, labor stands with me, teachers stand with me. I want to be that new face because I'm going to bring it. Great leaders are given more to lead and put more on their plate. If you want somebody who's going to stand up, speak out, fight, and win, I'm your person. Elect me. I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty and proud to serve.
Thank you so much. And our final closing statement, Michael Blake.
With the support of 10 state chairs, including 5 in the West, I come to you to ask for your support to become the next Vice Chair of Civic Engagement Voter Participation. Technology for good so we can connect people from City Council to Congress, regaining young, working class, and Black and brown men who we should have, and electing state legislators and Board of Elections leaders so that we can actually protect our vote. We can do it all. I am Michael Blake, and I'm asking for your support. Go to blakefordnc.com so that we can change the game for our people once again.
That concludes this section of the forum. Thank you all so much to our candidates for participating, and hang around. The next forum will be coming up.
Good evening. Thank you so much for staying put for the final forum of the evening. This is the DNC Chair Candidates Forum. I am Reese Colbert, host of Sirius XM's The Reese Colbert Show, the politics and culture talk show on Urban View Radio. I'm a published author with 2 books on the 2022 midterms, an advocate, political commentator, and disinformation expert. I live just outside of DC with my brilliant husband, who is an elected official himself, my wonderful baby girl, and I'm an alum of UCLA, Go Bruins. This is the Western region that we are focusing on today, and Northeastern University. I'm so glad to be here with you all. Before we get started, though, I have to remind everyone of a few rules for today's forum, this evening's forum. In order to participate today, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures on Thursday, January 16th. Candidates who did not meet this deadline may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting on January 30th through February 1st. This forum will take place over 90 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determined the order of openings by a random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I have been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Western region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded the time to respond to other candidates unless directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 2 minutes to respond to each question. There's a timer available to all candidates. Once a candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate and they may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. All right, now that we've gotten all that out of the way, let's begin now with opening statements. Again, the order has been randomized, and we will start off today with Governor Martin O'Malley.
Reese, thank you very much, and to all of you for being here tonight and caring so deeply. My name is Martin O'Malley. I'm the former mayor of Baltimore, former governor of Maryland, President Biden's commissioner of Social Security. At this time of crisis in our nation, our party needs to select a new leader, a leader who can bring about the change we need to make in order to win. All of these candidates bring different perspectives. I bring 2 proven capabilities. 1 is the ability to go toe-to-toe with the Republicans on day 1. 2 is the ability at every level to turn around organizations and get the best out of them.
Thank you, Governor O'Malley. Next, we have Marianne Williamson.
I'm running for the chair of the DNC in order to transform this organization, not only administratively, but also culturally. In the months and in the years ahead, the American people need the Democratic Party to be a government in exile. This is our mission. We must be mission driven. We must have powerful messaging, and we must have operational excellence. We must be as audacious as Donald Trump, and I will be. I will have his audacity, but a lot more heart. And when the American people see those things from us, we'll win in 26, and then we'll win big in 28.
Thank you. Ken Martin, next. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to keep it simple. We have a choice in front of us right now. A lot of powerful people in the country have bent the knee to Donald Trump. They either see him as a golden ticket or they're afraid that he'll go after them. While Trump was being inaugurated, I was marching with civil rights leaders in Atlanta. And guess what? They weren't afraid. And as Democrats, we can't be afraid either. Under my leadership, Democrats are going to take the fight to Donald Trump, and we're going to show Americans that we have their backs when his agenda fails them.
Thank you. Nate Snyder, you're up next.
Hey everyone, I'm Nate Snyder, and I believe our party needs leadership that's ready to face a crisis. As we stare down the barrel of an emboldened, radicalized GOP, we must ask ourselves, will we remain paralyzed by fear, or will we transform this crisis into a movement? I offer a new approach, grounded in the belief that mission must drive process. Unlike others you've heard from, I recognize we cannot simply tweak our tactics or adopt GOP strategies to win. We can no longer shift our food around the plate and call it a new meal. My vision is about taking our paralysis from fear and turning it into progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Quintessa Hathaway.
Good evening, everyone, and those that will possibly end up watching this later. My name is Dr. Quintessa Hathaway, and I'm seeking to be the next DNC chair because we as a party ought to sing a new song and march in a new direction in order to change the direction and trajectory in which we are on. No longer can we do business as usual or just simply seek a promotion, but to do things in a radically different way. Also, I'd like to speak to a tragedy that occurred in my hometown of Nashville, Tennessee. My heart goes out to the Antioch High School community. I love you all, and I'm sorry for what happened as we continue to experience these massive these shootings that are occurring across our nation.
Thank you. Ben Wilkler.
Thank you. And thanks to all the Western region states and territories. This is a moment of crisis from the fires of California to the unfolding disaster in Washington, D.C. And we need a chair that is ready from day one to fight the fight to contain the damage and to work to build for victory from day one across all the parts of this region. I'm honored tonight to carry the endorsements from 7 governors, including Western governors Kotek of Oregon and Governor Lujan Grisham of New Mexico, because governors know, because Democrats know everywhere, that this is a moment we need to unite, to fight, and to win.
Thank you. Last but not least, Jason Paul.
Here's the truth. We agree on a lot. Right now, where we are different is more helpful in deciding who to support than who can best articulate agreement. Everyone wants permanent organizers. I want 10,000. Everyone else wants some. Everyone wants to crack down on bad fundraising actors in our ecosystem like mothership strategies. I name names and propose plans. Everyone sings the praises of youth. I have comprehensive plans on how to tackle high schools and colleges. These differences are why I ask for your vote.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get into it. Let's start to get specific. I've had the pleasure of watching several of these forums, so I have a good idea of where everybody stands. That's not why my questions are designed the way they are. They're designed to give the audience a chance to get specific about what you plan to do. So let's start off. We are several days into the Trump administration, and he is swiftly implementing Project 2025. There are a few schools of thoughts about how Democrats should respond to Trump. Some believe we cannot get bogged down in responding to everything that Trump and Republicans do. Others believe we cannot let anything slide, and we must relentlessly push back. So I want to hear from each of you, starting with Governor Martin O'Malley. What school of thought do you belong to, and can you explain what kind of resources and tactics you plan to employ to combat Trump and the Republicans? Governor O'Malley, you're first.
Sorry. There's 2 levels of this. One is we need to have a litigation strategy. We need to work with the attorney generals of the United States on that litigation strategy, as well as other partners. There will be so many things that he seeks to do. The birthright citizenship was, just one of them. The other things contained in Project 2025, the things that he's looking to do to fire career civil servants, all of those are going to require a litigation strategy. When it comes to pushing back on a larger front to the general public, a lot of those things can sound like ground clutter. We need to be focused on pushing back on the things that do harm to the economic security, health, and well-being of the hardest working people in our economy. Those very people that were persuaded that he might actually help them because they weren't happy with the status quo. So we need to push back hard. In addition on the larger message, there's also another very important thing, and that is the dignity of every person. This is a president who gives not one iota about the dignity of every person, whereas we are a party that actually does care. We are a party that fights for the dignity of every person, one of the most important values in our republic, which leads me to the third one. Every day in the United States of America, kids still take a pledge of allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. When Donald Trump does things that undermine the very foundations of what it is to be a republic, I'm talking about rule of law, or his new theory of, divine right of dictators or divine right of kings. We need to hit him hard on that as well. We can't go after every shiny, bright thing. But when it comes to his dismantling of our government, litigation strategy, when it comes to message, it's economic security, health, well-being, dignity of every person, and the republic.
Thank you. Ms. Williamson, same question.
One of the first things I will do is to establish a DNC Policy Institute. We will be on it every single day, both with the news that's unfolding as well as things that Donald Trump has done. What is our best thinking to provide for the American people the alternative to that? People's fear will be lessened because they will know we have a better plan. This is what we are going to do. We have a Project 2028. We will see everything he does in the context of what we plan to do. Then we will push out this information. We will push it out to every Democratic leader. We will also take from the Democratic leaders, both on federal levels, state levels, and local levels, the ideas that they have. We will make sure that every Democrat out there, everybody in the electorate has the information. We will use media. We will establish our own media. And we will do everything that is necessary to make sure that we, as the government in exile, are holding the space for a government that is based on our national creed, our Declaration of Independence, and our Constitution. We will also point out the large picture issues that are involved. He's very shrewd, Donald Trump, and he has a way of doing the worst things and making them sound to many, many people like it's a good thing. We'll make sure that people know. As Governor O'Malley said, we're not going to pick on every little thing. We're not going to deal with the noise. We're not going to deal with the distractions, but we're going to deal with the basic issues. What Donald Trump and the Republicans have done is they've created a cohesive story. We haven't done that in the past. And when I'm the chair of the DNC, we sure will. People will understand not only the policy, but the larger context, the larger values, and the larger American story that they are part of. No one will have to be afraid of Donald Trump because we will put them into action. And they will know we're getting ready for 2026 already. This is what we need to do. Keep your eyes on the prize. The prize is we're going to win in 26. We're going to win in 2028, and their madness will be behind us.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, same question.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, look, we already know that Trump will fail Americans. He's already failing Americans, right? You can think about this just in the last 3 days alone. The policies he's pushing are not going to help anyone in this country. I don't know how changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America helps working people in this country. I don't know how it helps working people when you take away birthright citizenship or when you're increasing the cost of prescription drugs in this country. And so we have to fight back. We have to stand up when the stakes are so high. If our Democratic Party is not willing to stand up and resist right now the excesses and extremes of this administration, how in the hell can anyone believe that we will fight for them when we're back in power? So it is absolutely critical at this moment when Trump fails the American people that we stand up and fight back and push back hard. Right? We have a new oligarchy that's controlling this government. You saw that on Monday when he was inaugurated. Sitting right behind him were the three richest men in the world. And his cabinet, by the way, is worth a combined total of $460 billion. $460 billion. This is not the top 1%. This is the top 100th of 1% now controlling our federal government. You think they give a damn about working people in this country? You think they're going to stand up and help anyone actually put groceries on their table or bring down the cost of their lives? No, just the opposite. They propped up this guy, Donald Trump, so they could rob this country on the backs of working people. And we have to stand up and fight back against them. And we're going to do that by having a permanent campaign where we're out there talking to people every day at their doors. And we have a permanent communications infrastructure. So we're not starting to define ourselves a few months before the election. This is critical. We have to be everywhere, organizing everywhere, and communicating everywhere to get our message out. We also, by the way, have to define ourselves and give people a sense of who we are and what we're fighting for as a Democratic Party.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
Well, I think unlike some of my colleagues here, I spent years at the Department of Homeland Security fighting domestic terrorism, fighting domestic violent extremism, taking on groups like the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers that we've all seen in the news. They've made it abundantly clear that they now are going to run for office. And they've now been emboldened by a narrative pushed by the president. currently. I haven't heard really any new ideas. I've heard organizing. I've heard various other things. These are within our norms. If we are going to take this battle on and win it and dismantle this propaganda machine and really do some good work here, then we need to start thinking differently. The other side's been able to weaponize information in a way to where it's filling various spaces. They're throwing everything at the wall, and when things are sticking, they're double or quadrupling down on it. We need to think in this context. We need to think in a crisis mentality. And what that means is also improving our information sharing infrastructure. Right now, we are not filling the space. We are not responding to what's happening on the border. We're not talking about the immigrant communities that are being targeted or the threats that our law enforcement officials are facing. Look, you know, some of the survivors from the January 6th attack, I mean, they are having their families swatted. So what we need to do is improve our communication infrastructure. I have a proposal that would set up a new analytics center within the DNC that would share information with the states on real-time basis to sift through the mis and disinformation, but also provide actionable information of what they can do to push back. And this will go to our allies. These will go to our activists. And it needs to be two-way communication. Because as we've seen things that can be very local become national at a split second. Right now, we don't have the ability to do that. So all the talking points and organizing can't be calibrated at this moment, because otherwise we'll be moving and going through plans blindly. This is critical into what we must do in order to move forward and to take on the hate and the fear that we're seeing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Dr. Hathaway, same question, please.
Ms. Reese, can you restate the question, please? I'm so far down the line.
Oh, it's okay. Yes, I'm more than happy to restate it. So the question is, what kind of resources and tactics do you plan to employ to combat Trump and the Republicans? And do you think that we should be responding to everything, or should we pick and choose our battles? I'm paraphrasing that part.
Okay. Even within this race, it is not reflective of the multiracial, multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-gender, sexual orientation, even within the chairship race. It is going to take all voices coming to the table, us listening, not just going on this speaking and listening tour, but have actionable steps in order to combat the current 47th, 45th administration. What we do know is that women get up under his skin, especially strong, fearless women get under his skin. I'm just crazy enough to believe, because I am in this race and been doing politics for quite some time, that if he were to come across a strong, confident, determined, well-spoken Black woman like he did back during the recent election, there will be some problems. There will be radical change unlike he has never seen before. We're going to cover this thing on all fronts. I say within the first few days of being elected for this seat, we are going to go into every church and mosque and synagogue and crisscross across this country, beginning in the South, which I am most familiar with, in order to get our messaging out, to project in such a way that there is a new vision, a new leader, a new executive leadership, a new DNC that has been breathed into the Democratic Party. I believe in us as a team. I saw something that Mr. Paul put out earlier today, kind of put a little smile on my face. Go ahead, Mr. Jason Paul. We kind of probably talked the most among any of the other candidates. But I'm telling you all that something new, a new life, a new song will be injected into how we communicate and how we treat one another as a Democratic Party.
Thank you, Dr. Hathaway. Mr. Wickler, same question, please.
Thank you. Trump launched his presidency with what was intended to be a shock and awe campaign. And at this point, none of us should be shocked and none of us should be awed. Our job is to recognize that while lawmakers and elected officials have to do a lot of things at once, the Democratic Party has just one job. It's to defeat Republicans and elect Democrats so that we put people in office who can make a difference in people's lives. And that speaks to our job when it comes to communication. Donald Trump is already betraying every campaign promise he made. Among his flurry of executive actions, his attacks on immigrant families, his attacks on Americans across gender identity, his rollback of half-century-old civil rights measures, his unleashing the January 6th insurrectionists, all of which we need to fight. Amongst all that was his rollback of the Biden executive order to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. And I can't think of a single person who voted for Donald Trump, except maybe someone who will personally profit from it, who wants prescription drugs to be more expensive. And in the wake of that, we have the opportunity to make sure that voters know that Trump is already trying to rip them off. Now, we do that by recognizing that people get news and information from a million places and that pictures speak louder than words. And that means that the photos of Trump and his oligarch row, that shows whose side he's on. And we work with influencer networks and creator networks. We go on right-wing media. We build up progressive independent media. We shape culture to make sure that people can see that they feel that. We know that Elon Musk sure looked like he was throwing a Nazi salute in his announcement. And no matter what explanation his allies try to dream up, the reason why that hit home is because the policies of this administration are attacking and demonizing communities across this country. And while we tie the Republicans up in knots by moving faster than them, by undermining their attempts to fool the public, to divide us, to rip us apart, we also build plans to elect Democrats and contrast the Republican wreckage with what Democrats do to change people's lives. And when I say Democrats, it's not just the Democrats in elective office, it's the local unions like the culinary workers in Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Wickler.
69-day strike.
Thank you, Mr. Wickler. You're out of time. Mr. Paul, same question.
So, I believe in being an opposition party. And what I mean by that is if Donald Trump in Congress would like to offer us 90% of what we want, then we should take it. If he wants to offer us 80% of what we want, we should think about taking it. If he wants to offer us anything less than what we would do if we were in charge, then our mission, our statement has to be very clear. It is his job to fix all of the problems in this country. Because one of the things about a strong man that Donald Trump believes himself to be is that excuses for why you can't get the things you want done do not play at all in his sort of strongman world. So it is incredibly important that sort of Democrats not play the game of maybe we can, for the good of the country, we should save this thing, or for the good of the country, we should save this thing, and for the good of this. No, at the end of the day, the American people expect Donald Trump to solve all their problems. He promised to solve all their problems, and it's incumbent upon us to sort of not let him accomplish anything by being a true opposition party. I mean, this works in Europe. In Europe, when you're not in charge, they don't expect you to vote for anything. It's the government's government has to pass things. No one in opposition in England is expected to vote for the government's plan. I know we have districts, but we are now so partisanly set that works for pretty much everyone in our caucus. And if it doesn't for a small number, maybe they can get exceptions. But really just be in opposition, because if they can't accomplish the things they say they're going to accomplish, then the failure itself will speak the entire tale. And I agree we need better messaging, and I think we need all the good stuff that a lot of my one of my fellow candidates said. But really, to me, it is about letting Donald Trump have all of the power to fail on his own.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. All right, moving on to the next question. I think many of us can agree that the natural disasters and climate crises are becoming increasingly politicized and weaponized by political opponents. We've seen this happen with the disinformation that spread around the Biden-Harris administration's response to the hurricanes, and more recently against Democrats like Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom with the California wildfires that are still raging. What role, if any, should the DNC and/or the DNC chair play in the political response to these events? I'm going to ask you all this question, and to keep it simple, I'm going to keep it in the same order so that you know when to expect to speak. So again, Governor Martin O'Malley.
Hey, thank you. I'm the only candidate in this race so far, I believe, that unveiled a 100-day plan. And on day one, I'm going to announce the standing up of that information war room that you've heard a lot of us talk about. One of the really positive developments out of this debate is most everybody agrees we need to have better rapid response. We need to be online. It is, and in an instance like this, when we see Karen Bass being savage, when we see Gavin Newsom being savage, we need to speak up as a party. When our candidates are attacked in these ways, we need to combat the disinformation. We need to push back on the things that they are aggressively pushing to try to take advantage of this suffering. And by the way, my heart goes out to all of you in California that have been dealing with this, the loss of life, the loss of property. It is just disgusting to see Donald Trump take off after this tragedy and then try to use it as a way to smear and attack the elected officials that are out there doing everything they can to address this emergency. So they have to stay focused on the emergency, but we have to stay focused on the emergency that is Donald Trump using his 24/7 disinformation, misinformation, and we have to be able to push back on it. To that end, I want to regionalize the directors and put them out in the regions. And I also want to invest in digital communications experts in every state party, so that as the DNC is doing the good work that we must at the center as an enterprise with the analytics that Nate mentioned, with tested messaging that works, with the recruiting of influencers and people to organize online, we need to be able to link up with the states to do that too. That's the most important thing that we can. It is the single biggest failing as a party is our inability to respond rapidly to disinformation and to be organized online. And
Thank you. Ms. Williamson, same question.
One of the most dangerous things that Donald Trump said in his inaugural address was drill, baby, drill. And he's even been successful at convincing people that somehow this will help them because this has to do with inflation. His entire argument makes no sense. His drill, baby, drill is a plan for the desecration of our planet. We had last year alone 34 of these disasters, each one of them billions and billions of dollars, wreaking havoc on people's lives, and in some cases, people lost their lives. We need to do more than win elections. We need to win minds and hearts. And the Republican forces, guided by all of that money from big oil, has convinced people that climate change is a hoax. We need people to understand this is not the time to be revving up fossil fuel extraction. This is the time to be ramping down fossil fuel extraction. This is not a time to be withdrawing our resources from the development of clean energy. This is the time to be massively claiming and resourcing the development of green energy. But we have to be as audacious once again. We have to make it clear to the American people what we stand for. We need to tell the American people in ways that are very, very clear. You think that hurricane is bad? You think that fire is bad? According to every scientist, climate scientist out there that's not paid for by big oil, more are coming. We must treat this as an emergency. We must see that this is something, this lack of reverence towards the earth, this lack of reverence towards animals, this lack of reverence towards ourselves and our own grandchildren is not only un-American, it has no reverence or caretaking for humanity itself. We must tell our story. We must connect our plans to mitigate climate change with the highest values of our democracy, the highest values of our humanity, and make it so clear that it's obvious that those oil execs and those oil billionaires that have taken this country from a government of the people, by the people, and for the people to of the corporations, by the corporations, of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires will end as soon as we get back in office. Help us get there.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, same question.
Thank you so much. And look, you know, my niece is a firefighter for CAL FIRE. And while her and her colleagues were literally trying to save people's lives, save people's homes, the Republican misinformation campaign was out there trying to politicize a natural disaster. I mean, look, we've seen terrible natural disasters around this country, North Carolina, Florida, and California. You know, they don't differentiate between red states or blue states. The reality is we have a solemn obligation to help those communities, whatever state they're in, that's in crisis. Yet the Republicans continue to politicize. And, you know, one of the challenges for the Democratic Party, of course, is they're very sophisticated in how they do this. They start online in all of these information spaces, conjuring up all these conspiracy theories. And over time, and in a very quick time, they're able to get that into the mainstream media. Within hours, a mainstream media were repeating the same conspiracy theories, targeting elected officials who were trying to deal with the crisis. We have to do a better job in this moment of combating misinformation and disinformation in real time. I agree with Governor O'Malley. I love the idea he has about having an information war room. Look, 40% of Americans say they avoid the news at all costs. But we know that 90% of Americans have smartphones and they're getting barraged all the time with information. Much of it disinformation, much of it misinformation. Nate Snyder on here is an expert in this, and he's brought up a lot of important ideas that our party needs to adopt to make sure we are doing this in real time. We can't wait days to combat misinformation. We have to do it in real time, because if we don't, it starts to bleed into the mainstream media in ways that it then, because these perceptions and conspiracy theories start to become real in the minds of voters and others throughout these communities. We've got to do better as a party.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
All right. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that acknowledgement. I mean, look, I had to deal with this at DHS to where we had to protect our workers from FEMA and our first responders while they were getting attacked essentially by this mis and disinformation. So, yes, there's an incentive right now that we didn't really have as a Democratic Party, because a lot of the institutions that we relied on right now, quite frankly, are rotting with the folks who are coming in within the Trump administration. So we have an added responsibility, not only to protect our communities, but protect those first responders, because the mis and disinformation is affecting their ability to put fires out, to make sure that people are safe. And so there's actually all the things that people are talking about from a digital space. Yes, we need to do all those things, but even more so, we need to do a better job educating not only the DNC members, but candidates, those in elected office, on the indicators, on the behaviors when it comes to this digital landscape, and also the various messaging that comes through it. This is all from a big picture on the disruption. And so, yes, it's easy to get overwhelmed, but the easy place to really focus on is local. So that's really where my plan's going to look at, is enabling, empowering those at the local level. Because if we can make folks force multipliers, yes, online, but more importantly, offline as well. I mean, who better to interfere or interrupt, like whether it's a trusted teacher or a parent or a coach or a first responder or things of that sort, to where you can dispel these lies, this fear and this hate right then and there. But you got to do it in both ways. So yes, I think youth is a clear solution to this. I agree with Governor O'Malley. We need to empower youth, but they're also native users of this environment. We need to put them in leadership roles. We need to put them in leadership roles at the state level, and we need to unleash their creativity and their ability of knowing this space, not only to lead the party, but to lead the way with those who need to be protected. And that's something that we haven't done and is quite frankly easy to do. And then last, like I said, I would love to have a digital boot camp for folks so they can get up to speed on this and learn the threats as they're coming out.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway, same question.
As DNC chair, whomever rises to that position will have a national and international megaphone to speak to the issues that are most pressing, not simply in the state of California as they experience the wildfires that are ravaging communities, tearing apart schools, separating communities. And I truly believe that some people will simply not return back to that area because of the traumatic experience that they are having. I say all those things because we collectively, individually, have a megaphone right now from the space in which we are sitting to use our voice, our time, our talent, our expertise to craft a message around what is happening right now in Southern California. We have to use it. I actually tweeted, X, however we want to call the platform now, just the other day about every governor in this country ought to use their firefighters, deploy them as well as National Guard all across this country, because a natural disaster can strike anywhere across the nation, and have them sent to Southern California to be able to determine how can they be, as a party, be of most effective manner. That could cut across even Democratic AGs, lending their voice to those that would those that would be victims of insurance fraud or housing insurance claims that would not be acknowledged. Even among the Democratic Governors Association, have that pool of individuals speak directly with Governor Newsom and say, hey, how can we be of most service considering that we're all a part of the same party? What I'm saying is that we can do some intentional, methodical things in a new way once we all unite and come with a regular season message.
Thank you. Mr. Wickler.
Thank you. This is a time of tragedy, and it's compounded by the most hideous GOP assault, which I wish was something new, but it's what we're seeing over and over. And unfortunately, we've had to learn how to counter disinformation, which is to lead with the truth with trusted messengers. And a big part of our job is to build that trust so we can break through the wall of lies in moments like this. The truth is that Republicans are playing politics with people's lives as homes burn. They're putting strings on disaster aid. It's a betrayal of the idea of the United States, the ideals of our flag. And we can put Republicans on defense by demonstrating that they're opposed to values that the vast majority of Americans share. I'm sure all of us running for chair now, probably most people watching here, are close to people who've seen their homes burn down, who've seen things that they've treasured throughout their lives disappear in the wreckage and in the flames. And the idea that the Republican Party thinks they can get away with these conspiracies and this character assassination and these attacks without suffering political consequences is a dream that Republicans have that we need to puncture immediately. Now, when we go on offense, it does mean working with creators and influencers and people who work in culture and don't think of themselves as working in politics, but who recognize the assault on our shared values that Republicans are perpetuating. To be able to do that, we do have to be, as Governor O'Malley has said, we have to be on every platform. And I'm running for chair in part because at the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, we've built the strongest digital communications infrastructure of any state party in the country. We worked on Twitter to build a massive national network. We worked with influencers and creators. Now it's over on Blue Sky. We've built on TikTok. Now it's on Red Note. Whatever platform it is, we need to be able to be there and communicate to beat the lies with the truth. And when we do that, we'll defeat Republicans and have the power to address the underlying issues of climate change and inequality and injustice to reduce the risk that people in red, blue, and purple states alike face in this warming world.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
So cyberspace is mean. We need to compete there, and everyone's ideas to do that are good. But we aren't going to win there because a lot of disinformation is what people want to believe. Birtherism, QAnon, Trump won in 2020, the flimsiness of all of these shows, it's what people want to believe. They actively choose it. I agree we have to fight it, but it's a much harder thing. For me, the way we fight it is not racing into those spaces, though we need to. The way we fight it is with my 10,000 organizers. It's one per county, so we show absolute respect to everyone. It's 10,000 because that's one per 50,000 voters. And I want to put them in blue counties, red counties, yellow counties. If Donald Trump succeeds at taking Greenland, then we're going to put an organizer in Greenland. Every place has to be different, but we're needed everywhere. I think some people might say, well, that we can't afford this. And I say we can't afford not to do it. Because if we don't have someone who's a permanent social presence in the communities, it is very clear that in a lot of red areas, they don't know a Democrat who they like. And if you don't know a Democrat who you like, it is almost impossible for you to decide that you like Democrats. It's much easier when sort of, Barack Obama ascends the stage and everybody loves him. And so people are like, I like that Obama guy. I don't care what you say about him. He's great. But when you don't have that sort of figure that has that like deep rooted appeal, people don't want to, if people don't like both candidates, they're going to go with the way that their community is. And I think we've seen that over and over and over again, that we lost both elections because of people who didn't like either candidate choosing to vote for Trump by 20 points. And that's because we're not there. And I want us to be there. And if we can't afford it, we have to afford it.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. All right. So this is the Western region that we're focusing on. And so we've received some questions. They're going to be more so show of hands, but if you really feel like it's a gotcha and you want to elaborate, then feel free to pipe up and I'll allow some time for particular responses. But these are not meant to be gotcha questions. So the first one comes from Michael Capp. He is a California DNC member, and he's asked the question, have you always been registered a Democrat? So show of hands, have you always been registered a Democrat?
Wisconsin doesn't have partisan voter registration, but I've always been a Democrat and I've always been registered.
All right. Sounds good. And Ms. Williamson, looks like you're muted. So
I'm sorry. I was an independent for about 6 months.
Okay. All right. That's great. So you've explained it. We can move on to the next question. The next question comes from Joseph Salas, who is also a California DNC member, and he wants to know, do you support the formation of a Muslim caucus at the DNC? Show of hands if you support that.
And I would just say in Minnesota, we're proud to be the first state to establish a Muslim caucus, and we want more state parties to do the same.
Ours is in formation right now.
That is a point where I also agree with Chair Martin.
I know that there's
they should have their space at the table equivalent to all other caucuses.
Okay. And Ms. Williamson, you wanted to make a quick comment?
I'd ask the Muslims if that's what they want. And if that's what they want, then I'd say yes.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. And then the last question, there were a lot of questions and concerns around transparency, around potential conflicts of interest. So I whittled it down to the most common denominator of those questions, which is, will you exclusively serve the DNC as our chair and resign or withdraw from all existing employment, self-employment relationships? If not, then I will give you time to respond to that. But if that's an easy yes, show of hands, can I see those hands? Okay. It looks like everybody raised their hand. If anybody didn't and I missed it, then please feel free to unmute yourself and I will give you 30 seconds. Okay. All righty. So let's move on to the next round. There were more questions, but like I said, I whittled it down as to the common themes so that we weren't redundant and long-winded. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about tactics. It's been mentioned several times throughout this forum about fundraising. And I have a little beef with fundraising in the sense that we are constantly bombarded with text messages and emails. And I know that many of them do not come directly from the DNC, but I'm curious to hear from each of you. What do you plan to do to ensure that the party reaches people beyond just asking for money and for people to feel like they're getting a value for their contributions? So each of you are going to answer this, and we're going to stick with the same order with Governor O'Malley coming first.
Yeah, there is a crying need for greater openness and transparency at the DNC. Not only how we spend our money, but how we raise our money. And I am the first candidate in this race, and I challenge all the others to follow suit to publish all of the people that have given money to my campaign. I know we don't need to do that for another, 30 days. But the reason I did it is because I've heard on all of these calls that we've been making, I've heard from people that they feel like they cannot trust us. They feel like there's some other forces that work on the Democratic Party to possibly silence us or to have their own way. So I have released all of my contributions. We set a goal of what we needed in order to make our case to the 440 some members of the DNC. We raised our money to do that. And I would hope that the other candidates would show who is funding their campaigns. I think that's kind of a top line thing that we should expect, because our party needs to be more open. We need to be more transparent. We can't, every time somebody opens a DNC email, it shouldn't be like we're a vacuum cleaner saying, give us more money, give us more money, give us more money. We're a party that stands for the economic security, health, and well-being of every man, woman, and child in our country. But in this new era, with declining trust in government and institutions, including parties, the only way for us to regain the trust that we need to regain in terms of our party's ability to fight for people is to be open and transparent about our own finances, about our own contributions. And I think that in this race, we could set a really good tone for this next era of change, of openness, of transparency. I wrote the book on openness and transparency. It is the only way to turn an organization around, to get people back in the game. We have to be open and transparent. And I believe that begins with this race.
Thank you. Ms. Williamson, same question.
The Democratic Party's relationship to money has poisoned our relationship with the American people. It was only in the late 70s that the DNC even started taking corporate money. And from that point forward, our hypocrisy became so obvious. Now, this is the deal. Hillary Clinton had a lot more money than Donald Trump. She lost. We all know about the absurd expenditures that were made during the Kamala Harris campaign. The gold of the 21st century is not money, it's human relationships. Our relationship with people in which we just show up during election season, give me money, give me money, give me money. When every donor to the Democratic Party now realizes what a low return on investment they got anyway. So we have to be talking to people every day of the year. What do you need from us? Not what they need to give to us in order to win. Bernie Sanders and his campaigns has already proven what we can do with low dollar donations, not the billionaires that are funding so much of what has happened during the primary and even influencing this particular race. It's got to stop. We need to make a commitment. The American people need to see this. And because what has happened now is that the perception on the part of Americans is that we're more about corporate donations than the Republicans are. Now, you and I know that on a certain level, that's absolutely absurd, but on another level, it's not. The American people don't trust us right now. And cleaning up our relationship to money is a large part of the repair work that we have to do. If we can't get the job done without huge corporate donations, if we can't get the job done without huge billionaire funders, then shame on us. We're not doing it right. We need to be based on our values. We need to be based on our word. We need to be based on our policies. And that doesn't take a dime. And when we start doing it that way, people will send us their dimes, their dollars, their appropriate donations, and that's what's going to make us win. The money has poisoned things for us. It hasn't ultimately helped.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Well, thank you so much. And let me just start by saying I'm really proud of Governor O'Malley for taking the lead on this. And our campaign will be releasing a list of our donors and how much they've given to the campaign. If we are going to talk about our values as a party, we have to live them. My old boss, Paul Wellstone, used to say that you should never separate the life you lead from the words you speak. There's too many hypocrites in politics who say one thing and do another. And I'm proud of Governor O'Malley for taking the lead on this. And we plan to release our donors and that list within a couple of days here. But let me get to the specific point that you made, Reese. The reality is all of us are sick and tired of the emails, the doom emails. The sky is falling. If you don't give us $5 today, within 24 hours, we won't meet our deadline and we won't win, right? What about an email asking folks to volunteer, to go out and door knock? What about an update email saying, hey, here's what we're doing to get our message out. Here's what your contribution has allowed us to do on the campaign. What about just, maybe an email asking folks for their ideas and giving them a sense of ownership and agency within our campaigns? No, we're all sick and tired of these doom emails saying that if you don't give, we're going to lose an election. I know why we do it. We all do it because it raises a lot of money. But at some point, at what cost? We're turning people off from the party. We're turning people off and away from politics. There's already a low trust in institutions. There's a low trust in politics generally. And the more that we engage in these behaviors, whether they're successful or not, the more they're turning off some of the most loyal people who have always been there supporting us with small dollar contributions, right? Most of the people who give to us are giving $5, $10, $15, $20 a month on a regular basis because they believe in our party and our party values. And sure, they want us to win. We don't have to beat that into them, right? They know that they share our values and our desire to win, but we don't need to scare them into giving. And if that's our tactic, we shouldn't be doing it anymore. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
I think it comes down to reimagining on how we fundraise, period. And also repair our relationship with donors. Look, I've talked about being a national security expert for some time. I also come from SEIU, and being the national political coordinator over there, I revamped and reled and redeveloped a whole entire plan focusing on building political power through memberships, through direct donations. The big thing here is it was sustainable. It wasn't always every 2 to 4 years or every election cycle when these ebbs and flows. So we hear all these things about, permanent organizing, or even some of the things that I mentioned. None of those are going to be possible unless we have a steady revenue stream that's sustainable. And so I think in order to get those things done, we can learn from labor. We can learn from their models on how they're building political power through reoccurring donations. We can also learn from programs like, say, for instance, with the steelworkers. I was an affiliate steelworker member, and a great program of that. They told you what you were buying into. They also told you what the benefits were of doing so. We need to improve that visibility and transparency with the 6 million donors that we're working with. And even further, we need to ask more. In so many ways, with the 6 million donors, we are asking them for their money, but it's only transactional. Then the conversation stops. And it also goes down to our values. Look, also working for labor, also understanding too, that when you get a check from labor, that's coming from hundreds of thousands of people, not just billionaires and not just corporates. And so I think we need to take that into heart too, because the one lesson I learned through all that organizing and working through members and those who are giving the most, it boiled down to this. It was those who made the less gave the most. And so I think there needs to be a re-emphasis on small dollar donations, building a culture of transparency, and rethinking entirely how we're building a new relationship with our donors and how we go about tactically on how we raise money in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway.
In industry, there is a concept called outcome-based contract award. We must begin to do the work seriously to guarantee that our dollars are connected to outcomes and actually winning elections, local, state, and federal. We have to use those dollars to support candidates in each and every state, as well as have a serious presence at the county, state, and DNC level. I know we keep talking about this 448 membership, but as the leader, the chair of the DNC, that individual is a spokesman for the entire party. And that spokespersonship expands when we are out of power, which we are there at a trifecta level in the courts, the legislature, and the presidency. I took a couple notes, you all. Y'all know I'm a teacher. I can't help myself. But I also wrote that personally, my expenditures, my revenue comes directly from my personal salary. As I've talked about and is able to be found, I'm a school teacher. I use my teaching salary in order to pay for all of our travel, all of my travel and my food and lodging and all those things as I've been on this campaign trail. So I'll speak to that piece in response to Governor O'Malley. But when I tell you I understand, even as a former candidate for Congress, the majority of my campaign even came out of my own personal expenditure, my own personal coffer. That happens to many candidates that put themselves on the line when they run for office, and the DNC, and oftentimes not even the state party has the revenue to reimburse them after they have put their all on the line for a campaign. So when I tell you, I hear you, that our budgets are a reflection of our value system, they are a reflection of our priorities as a party. Under new leadership, those things will change.
Thank you. Mr. Wickler?
We have a lot of great ideas in this race about what we need to do. Making them real will take funds. And there's a real question in this race if we can raise the funds to fight everywhere year-round and live out our values to make a difference in people's lives without burning out the people that we're asking to donate to that work. If we want to raise this money, it's going to take engaging with people, as Jason Paul says, as human beings and not as ATMs, and it will require showing that we can be stewards of people's resources. I've built a record as the strongest fundraiser in this race. We've raised more in the Democratic Party of Wisconsin in 5.5 years than other candidates have raised in 14 years leading state parties or as heads of national committees. We've raised more than any other Democratic state party in the country. And we've done that because we show what we're going to do, and then we do it and we show our work. We lean into fights that make a difference in the lives of working people. When we're organizing a year out from an election, we're explaining why we're going out to listen, to ask people at their door what issue matters most to them, because that's how we build the trust that we can then use to win elections the next spring for local office and to win statewide races the next November. We lean into those fights. We do this work, and we engage with people knowing that they only donate to Democrats because we know the values that we're fighting for, the people that we're fighting for, working people across race and ethnicity, across all of our communities. This is a moment when Democrats don't have the White House. We don't have a Senate majority. We don't have a House majority. What we have is our values and our determination to win elections so we can make a difference in the lives of working people. And if we're going to be able to work with the union movement, with grassroots organizations, with our allies and partners, and be able to look ourselves in the mirror and look to our donors, millions of people chipping in at all levels, they need to know that we'll use those funds to be able to deliver victories and to make change. That has been my record as the Democratic Party of Wisconsin chair. That's what I'll bring to the DNC race. This will take funds to be able to win. We need to raise them and use them to make a difference.
Yes, that was it.
Mr. Paul.
So the first thing I said in this campaign is stop the damn texts. And a cultural icon as powerful as The Simpsons focused on this as a problem in their Halloween episode. The blue monster was going to destroy a gun factory, and then instead the blue monster sent all the blue people a text telling them to give in the Nevada Senate race. So when it's become that level of cultural takeover, we know it's a serious problem. The texts now use horrible practices. 500% matches. They're promising laws. After we lost control of Congress and the White House, they said, if you just give, we're going to get the No Kings Act. If you just give, we're going to get 4 more Supreme Court justices. $5 can fix everything to a vulnerable, angry, scared population. They then said one that was a non-senator had proposed a new law. And I will say that one of the things I did, when figuring this out, I was like, well, who's responsible for this? And unfortunately, there is one company that sends about 80% of the texts I get and 95% of the ones that are bad. And sort of we need to figure out a way to, if we have to go to Act Blue and tell them you can't treat our donors like this anymore, they don't exist without us, we don't exist without them, we might have to do that because experts are telling me it's not just annoying, but it's destructive and destabilizing to our entire ecosystem of wanting to be involved in this. It's a joke. It's a meme joke. And I would say we need to get into the entire ecosystem and not throw up our hands and say, well, this isn't us. This isn't the DNC. I will say that Chair Wickler's emails from the Democratic Party of Wisconsin are all, there are a lot of them, but I don't find them to be at that level. But, when people think that it's us doing it, if it says Democrat, that's us, whether we want it to be us or not. So stop the damn texts.
Thank you. All very good answers. I appreciate the dialogue on that. Now, I've watched prior forums, so I have a good sense of everybody's philosophy on how the Democratic Party presidential nominating process should be handled. That is one of the major responsibilities of the DNC chair. But I want to hear specifics beyond holding listening sessions on your position as of today. So I understand that you all want to take the pulse of a lot of people, but your instincts, your position, short of what people will then tell you and inform a new position, what is your position today about what the process should look like for 2028? And I will start again with Governor O'Malley.
You're talking about the order of the states and what order they go in for their primary?
Yes, it could be that. It could also be the participation, the eligibility, all of those things, of debates and all those things.
Yeah, let me say with regard to the actual order that there has to be an open and transparent process within the DNC to debate the pros and cons, which state should go first. And I would hope that's guided by a desire to make sure that those earliest states are small enough so that as many candidates who can afford to can compete in those states. And I also hope that it is diverse in terms of its geography, the regions of the country. I feel like the the people of South Carolina really stepped up in recent years. They helped us in their own discernment process and their own vote. I think have 4 good years between these 2 Trump administrations. And certainly if we're going to have, as Dr. Hathaway often reminds us, if we're going to have a new strategy for the South, I believe that there's nothing wrong with having South Carolina be the earliest contest. Now, that'll have to be a decision made by the DNC, but it would certainly mean that our candidates have to be tried out and they have to compete in a southern state. And the future of this party and the future of our country depends on our party becoming better in southern states. Let me address a little bit another very important thing. Most people don't know there is no equal time in American party primary debates. There's equal time when you get to the general, and people can see it. You divide the time equally between the candidates Harris, candidate Trump. But in the primaries, the rating agencies and the entertainment industry have taken over who we hear from and who we hear from the most. And if I am the chair of the DNC, and I need your support, I am going to make sure that we have a backbone again when it comes to people covering or broadcasting our own primaries. There needs to be equal time, not a foot on the scale to see which candidate agitates and sells the most soap.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Mrs. Williamson.
Isn't this about, didn't you ask about specific plans? Is that in general? Specific plans? Yes.
Specific.
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, in defense of this entire group, I've heard specific plans from everybody here. I think everybody here has a lot of really great specific plans. You can see mine at marianne4dnc.com. You can see my plan, but this is the issue. There is so much the DNC can do to up-level our candidates. Candidates have to spend too much time raising money in order to do things that we can help them with, okay? And that's leaders as well. So first of all, I talked about the Policy Institute. We should be putting out policy papers all the time that Democratic candidates can use. Also, we should be getting a lot of our technical capacities in bulk. Why should every candidate in this country who is a Democrat have to raise the money for their own NGP van, for their own websites and so forth? The DNC should exist to help candidates, to stand behind until the people have decided who that candidate is. And the part of our planning should be to actually help people up level. This goes back to the issue of what a cohesive message the Republicans have. We need to be continuing to give not just Democratic talking points, but Democratic policies, Democratic values away to our candidates. Too much of the DNC operates from a you give to me, everything having to do with candidates and having to do with states, whether it has to do with money, whether it has to do with data. My plan has to do with pushing out not only as much of the money that we can, but also through the Policy Institute, through buying some of this in bulk. This is such a money game. And at this point, we have a money game that's high, and it is at the expense of our ground game. It's paradoxical. The money's not helping us. That money should be less about asking for money and more about giving out information. It's mental power that we need to use. It's heart that we need to use. All of us have plans. My plan for the Project 2028, but it's going to have to do with enrolling people, the imagination, the inspiration that enrolls people in effectuating the plan.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. And I was not trying to insinuate that you all were being evasive. I was just setting the stage for hoping to hear specifics about preferences and the order of things that you all plan to help navigate as DNC chair. So moving on to Mr. Martin.
Thank you so much. And this is really important because our party has to make sure that we do not have our thumb on the scale in any way, shape, or form. That our process has to be, of course, open and transparent as we're setting the calendar, that anyone who wants to participate in that process can. Any state that wants to be heard and make a bid can. And at the end of the day, when we then set the Rules and Bylaws Committee sets the calendar, we have to have one guiding principle that guides that, right? Not having a thumb on the scale for a particular candidate, a particular state, a particular region, but realizing that the process of setting the calendar has to be as transparent as possible. And we do have to seek input from not just people on the DNC, but our larger democratic ecosystem. Second, when we set the calendar, the guiding principle has to be that it's both rigorous, efficient, and fair, that it battle tests our nominee in a way that helps us win the general election. And this is critical. I think for us, we really have to guard against any perception at all that the DNC chair or people within the party are putting their thumb on the scale to favor any particular campaign. This is critical as we go into this next primary conversation. And let me say, we don't know whether or not the party itself, writ large, is going to revisit this question of the primary calendar. That will be up to the RBC and members on the DNC to make that decision. But I can tell you, as the next DNC chair, as someone who's pushed for reforms in this party, as I've said, I'm here to democratize the Democratic Party. I will tell you this. Ken Martin will not have his thumb on the scale for any state, any region. We will have a fair conversation that honors both the traditions and the diversity of this party while making sure that everyone has a shot to be heard. And then again, putting forward a calendar that makes sure we win the general election by battle testing our nominee the right way.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
I think one of the tenets of my campaign, this also comes from my national security background, that you always want mission to drive process. You don't want it going the other way around. So I do respect and I do know the various traditions when it comes to early states. And I think I have an additional perspective here as probably, I think, the only person here, non-candidate, but as the only person who's organized and set up and led plans in all the early states, South Carolina, Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire. And so one of the things that I think Ken brought up very specifically here, which we need to really think about and that I would examine, every early state brings in the notoriety, it brings in the media, it brings in the money, it brings the attention, it brings in the organizers. And during these early state contests, it really sets the groundwork and infrastructure for that of the general election. So I think we need to take that into strong consideration when looking at the map further, because the mission is to win. Okay. And if we are not doing that and we are hindered by potential tradition, then we need to relook at that. So I would definitely engage in that conversation, and it would be a tough one, but it's one that we need to have. Additionally, if we're going to work to our values of supporting working families, then I know this is a break with tradition. I apologize to Iowa and Nevada, but look, we need to have primaries across the board. Working people do not have time to participate in caucuses, period. I've been there. There's been concessions made with Nevada at their at-large caucuses. But look, if we want workers and people to participate widely in this democratic process, then we need to make it more accessible as well. I know some states have done that. They've seen increased turnout, and it's benefited things along the way.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway.
We are going to have to litigate our way back to power. We are going to have to break the bonds of racial and partisan gerrymandering in this country. We are going to have qualified candidates to run across this nation in every zip code, local, state, and federal election. I will continue to hone in on the fact that we must use with all intentionality a Southern strategy to win back the South and no longer concede that region to the opposition. I'm going to bring one point in that Chair Martin brought up once before in a forum that we had. He talked about the growth of the South. I'm a newcomer to the Midwest, to the city of Chicago, but I am a Southern woman born and bred in my heart. So I feel as if I can speak more directly to this issue, you all. When we invest in the South, we are investing not only in the most loyal constituency of the Democratic Party, the African American vote, but we are maximizing our presence. We are showing that we care about issues that are not just central to the African American community, but that cuts across, again, race and ethnicity and economics and social status, and that cuts across linguistics, because still the majority of people that support the Democratic Party live in the South. Also, I want to give everybody my number because I don't live in fear. God loves me. I want to reach out to every Democrat in the DNC across this country and let you know that I'm here to support you. My number is 615-473-3213, and my name is spelled just the way it sounds. Under new leadership, I am here to support the DNC and the Democratic Party holistically.
Thank you, Dr. Hathaway. Mr. Wickler.
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Hathaway. We have to invest in the South. And we're here in the Western States Forum. We need to invest in the West as well. And to pick up on a note just now, we're going to have early states and they need investment, and every state needs investment, no matter how red or how blue or how purple. There are fights that we need to invest and win in, and they'll be different in every state. And we need a plan for every state. And I think we should put that on one side and at the same time recognize, and I agree with Chair Martin very strongly on this, that when we choose the calendar for 2028, the DNC chair's thumb should not be on the scale. The DNC chair's job is to ensure that there is a fair process in which we do what the RBC and the DNC voted to do, which is to revisit the question of the ordering of the states, to carry forward an inclusive process as we go forward that honors our coalition, that honors our tradition, that gives every candidate a fair shot, and that chooses a winning nominee, battle testing our candidates in ways that include people. This is on my website, benwickler.com/platform, also in Spanish at benwickler.com/plataforma. And I'm proud to be the only candidate with a Spanish language website. And I think it should be a commitment that all of us make, that DNC members will get to decide what the calendar will be. The specifics of the process are pretty clear. It's up to states, if they want to bid to be one of the early states, to make their case. And I've said this in private and in public, and I want to say it again tonight, that we should have a fair hearing where states get to make their case and DNC members get to have their say, because this is a significant decision that will shape the path to the presidency in a moment when the presidency will be wide open. Trump doesn't get to go for a third term. We're not going to rip up our Constitution to do this. This is a chance to build the future. And we need to get this right as a party in a way that inspires trust, so that once our nominee is chosen, this entire party can unite around that person and work to make sure that they win, that we win in the House, that we win in the Senate, that we win governor's races and down ticket state level races and trifectas, so we can make real change in working people's lives.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
So one of the advantages of not being one of the leading candidates is I get to answer this question entirely honestly. I don't think our war with New Hampshire is going to work. I know that the RBC did that. I know they tried it. I know they want to make it work. I don't think it's going to work, because I believe at the end of the day, New Hampshire state law and the Secretary of State in New Hampshire is going to force them to be first no matter what we do. And people have said, well, we can take away their delegates. We can try and punish them. We can, make that, sort of wrap our knuckles at them and say, you shouldn't do that. We have a process. But at the end of the day, I think their state law is going to win. And I think it's not a fight worth picking. So the way that I would compensate for that is you get to go first, but you have to go really early. You have to go so early that we get 4 weeks between New Hampshire and the next state. So it's possible that some candidates will choose to skip the New Hampshire primary, or the results of that will fade. From there, I think the way to make the process work is we need to do 4 small-ish states that go 1 week after another, because I think one of the major problems we had in our nominating process in 20 was a decision was rendered on Saturday. It was reaffirmed on Tuesday, and there was not any real possibility for deliberation when it came to respect to that. It was done. It was cooked. And I think because of COVID, it was almost certainly going to be cooked, but it was cooked. And so the concerns that the early state primary voters had, except for South Carolina, were basically dismissed. And then, that was an issue that carried through with us the entire process. So I want to give the opportunity for small candidates to get their names out. And now I can see my time's up.
Thank you. All right. So we're nearing our end. I have one final question. And I know you all get 2 minutes, but you are more than welcome to leave 5, 6, 10 seconds on the clock so that we can end on time and you all still get to do your closing statements. But this one is kind of an easy one. So every election cycle, people run for a position in both parties and in third parties. And they pop up every 4 years and they disappear until it's time to run again. So I would like to hear from each of you one thing or more, if you choose to say that, that you pledge to do whether or not you become the DNC chair in support of the Democratic Party. Starting with you, Governor O'Malley.
Well, what I would like to pledge to do is exactly what I did in 2016. You know, the last time we did this to ourselves, I continued to travel the country, and the name of my PAC, as I asked my closest friends to continue to give money to me to keep going out there and highlighting local candidates, the name of that leadership effort was called Win Back Your State. And we had some amazing people running in all sorts of really important districts. And I think we realize now that we have to snap out of this notion that there's 7 battleground states and instead realize that the United States is our battleground. So what I will continue to do is to encourage the next generation of candidates to go out there and to run for office, especially in state offices, state legislators, legislative chambers, Senate, House. In 2018, we actually flipped 17 legislative chambers all across the country. The way we win back our country is to first win back our states. And we have an enormous opportunity to do that now with 36 governors' offices up, treasurers, secretaries of state, and all of those courthouse offices. So I'm going to continue to encourage the next generation of people to go out there and run. There's nothing more important that our country needs right now and that our party needs, are for people to run everywhere, all across America, including so-called red states. Those were some of the most courageous and exciting candidates I got to campaign with, and in Oklahoma and Colorado and other places. So with that, Reese, I will yield back 15
seconds. Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor. Ms. Williamson.
No matter what happens, I will continue to be me, and I will continue to tell the truth as I understand it. In the past, I've made it clear, hosting conferences such as the Sister Giant conferences, thousands of women brought together and supported in running for office, like the Progressive Candidate Summit, where I supported progressive Democratic candidates. The issue is to call the Democratic Party to its highest ideals. And I've been very honest about where I think we need to rise and places where I feel that we have fallen down. In the conversation that we were just having about the primaries, I can assure you the problem was lack of ethics and lack of alignment with our own bylaws. In the bylaws of the DNC, it says that the party will not weigh in on who a candidate should be, who the nominee should be, until the people have chosen. And that didn't happen in several cases, in several states this last election. If this were to happen under my watch, if I am chair of the DNC and any state party chair is messing with that, is kicking people off ballots, is telling the Secretary of State, oh, it's just our candidate as opposed to the others running, that state party chair will receive a phone call from me. And I will firmly but gently make it very clear that these are not the ethics of the Democratic Party that we want the people to see. These are not our bylaws. These are not our ethics. And I will, as I was saying before, we need to do more than win elections. We need to win the hearts and the minds of the American people. We must realign with our own values. And that's the conversation I will be having with the American people. As chair of the DNC, I will get to make it real in terms of the functioning of the DNC. And that's why I'd like to be chair. But even if I wasn't chair, I would be saying it. Because if the Democratic Party does not get back to its own moral calling, to its own prophetic voice, unequivocal advocacy for the working people of the United States, according to the deepest ethical and moral values, then Donald Trump will continue with his power. We cannot afford for the Democratic Party to fail. I'm clear about that, and I will do everything I can to make sure that it doesn't.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Well, look, the most important title I've ever had is organizer. And I started 34 years ago in this work with Paul Wellstone, as many of you know by now. And if I'm not elected chair, I'm going to continue to do what I've always done, which is to engage people in conversations on the doors, neighbor to neighbor, person to person, giving people a sense of who we are as a party, what we're fighting for. Most importantly, listening to people about their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations, and making sure that at the end of the day, we give people a sense of hope. You know, so many years ago when I started in this work, I got the sense that government can be a catalyst for change and make a difference in people's lives, like my family's life. As a son, oldest son of a single mom who had me when she was 15 years old, I know that politics matters. And so regardless of whether or not I'm chair, I'm still going to be in this fight. I've been in this fight my whole life. I'm not giving up now. Be honored to be the chair, of course, and continue this work. But I'll do this work whether I'm DNC chair or not. Look, I am the only candidate in this race that door knocked in all 7 battleground states multiple times. I've traveled to 40 states just in the last year alone. No one on this call can say that. I show up in places like Fairbanks, in Spokane, in Central Oregon, in Boise, doing a 17-county tour throughout Nevada, in Sierra Vista and Nogales, Arizona, in Roswell, New Mexico. I go wherever people ask me to go. I have one rule, 2 or more, which means as long as there's 2 or more Democrats, I will show up. And you need a chair right now who's going to go out there and give people hope, who's going to be the organizer in chief. And I will just tell you what, if I'm not chair of this party, I will still be an organizer, but I'd like to be the organizer in chief to model the type of behavior we want from the rest of our party, which is to get back to basics, to get back to organizing, to get back to giving people a sense that we're listening to them and we're going to lift up their values.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Well, for the whole entire 25 years of my professional career, I've served Democratic causes, whether it was working on campaigns throughout the country, 4 presidential cycles, or joining the labor movement as an organizer in upstate New York, or working for SEIU International as the national political coordinator, as you heard me say before. But I also served in 2 Democratic administrations in national security, in both the Obama and Biden administration proudly. And so I'm not going anywhere. I will, make a promise now that I'm going to be in this fight, whether the other side likes it or not. Look, I have a weird, maybe combination of national security and politics, but now we're seeing a convergence of that. Okay. And it is needed. And I think I've hopefully proven that through my experience, I am a crisis manager. And I think we need that in this fight. Because one thing I want to make abundantly clear is the other side is normalizing nationalist white supremacy in the narratives that they're using. Okay, we see it mimicked in their executive orders right now that's seeking to go after immigrant communities. This is, unfortunately, the new normal we need to work with now. And so one of the main things that I want to do, working with people here, working with Democrats and those in national security, first responders, and even just regular citizens, not only to win elections, because that's how we win back. That's how we push back. That's how we push back against this narrative. But the one goal that I have is to disrupt, dismantle, and take on this machine of propaganda that is spewing hate, fear, and seeking to divide us. That's their game. And the way we push back and we win is not only uniting, but staying true to our ideals and fighting for working families here. That's how we win. That's our center of gravity. And that's how we push back against this hate that we're now seeing.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway.
I'm gonna keep on talking. Keep on walking, marching on to freedom land. I have been marching since I was 15 years old. I marched this past Monday in my hometown of Nashville, Tennessee. I also received a message today regarding an upcoming march at the Tennessee legislature regarding the incident that happened in metropolitan Nashville, Davidson County just on yesterday. When I tell you all, it pulls at my heart to know what happened again in the county in which I was raised. This is personal on so many levels because I have family and friends and church members that are directly connected to the Antioch community just outside of Nashville in southeast Davidson County. I'm tired of hearing about these things that are happening to our young people, as well as victims of violence across this country. I will continue to write and speak out on the things that I'm most passionate about, most specifically politics and education. I've sent out thousands of emails over the years, even when I had a blog that serviced people of a range of walks of life across this country as well as internationally. I'm going to continue to do voter registration as often as possible. And I told myself even today when I woke up and meditated and prayed that I'm going to use every opportunity to be of greater service to all people, even in this capacity, whatever influence I think I have. I'm going to use it, maximize it, and give my talent, my time everywhere I go to expand the tent, not for my own sake, but I know that this work is much greater than me as well as my family.
Thank you. Mr. Wickler.
This fight is bigger than any of us. And I think it should be a point of pride for all of us running for chair and for our whole party that I have every confidence that all 7 of us candidates will stay in this fight. We'll do this work whether or not we're elected chair. It's on all of us, every Democrat, everyone who believes in democracy and decency and the idea that everyone deserves a life of freedom and dignity and opportunity to contain the damage of this Trump administration. It's on all of us to work with the union movement, with our state parties, with this national party, our grassroots allies, with elected officials and Democrats at all levels to fight and win elections and make a difference in the lives of working people everywhere, and then to build something better. Whether or not I win the DNC chair's race, I know that on April 1st in Wisconsin, there's a Supreme Court election that'll determine the majority on Wisconsin State Supreme Court, either with Judge Susan Crawford, who believes in a court that's ruled by the rule of law, or an extremist politician named Brad Schimmel who wants to re-rig Wisconsin and take it back to the days when voters had no say. And these elections matter. If Republicans hadn't grabbed the state Supreme Court majority in 2022 and rigged that state, then Leader Jeffries would be Speaker Hakeem Jeffries right now. We need to lean into these fights, and they happen every Tuesday in a state or a territory, every week, week over week. Fighting and winning these elections is all of our job. We need to build a strategy for each of these fights. We need to work across our coalition, across race and ethnicity, across language to lift up everyone. I'm honored that AFSCME and AFT and NEA and the ICIU have endorsed me and elected officials have endorsed me because we work together in these fights throughout our lives, no matter what hats we wear. And in my state, where Republicans smashed unions and suppressed votes and gerrymandered maps, we fought back year over year and faced down the biggest attacks the GOP could levy and unrigged our state. And now we have to unrig the country. And whatever hat we wear, I know that all of us will be in that fight. And I'll give you back the last 5 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
So never give a politician an open mic, but basically just starting off, my personal email is Democrat Jason Paul. I think I've had it for 15 years. So I'm clearly not going anywhere. I believe firmly that this party is the best way to help people live better lives through better government policy. And because I believe that, I'm going to keep fighting for it no matter what comes my way. I do, as I said, open mic. I did want to, since the opportunity presented itself, I did want to talk a little bit about sort of the principles and the plans I'm bringing into this race. I think the 5 core principles that our party needs to adopt is being human and empathetic. We need to have a Moneyball mindset. We need to be locally grounded and culturally attuned, and we need to be proud of the party. In terms of plans, I already talked about stopping the damn text. I will also say that we need a subscription model party-wide so that if you give us $10 a month, that's all that we ask of you. I've talked about my 10,000 organizers. I've talked about our college plan, our high school plan. I really think that we need to jump into doing nominee funds this cycle because I think that if we can raise money early, we can win with candidates and not cash. I want to do a Shark Tank-like idea to find the best ideas across the party. I think we need to provide services to obtain attention. I want an Uber-like app so that if you want to do work for the party, you can one click and get that done. And I want a research and development department, mostly because as I think about such matters, a question that's bugging me is which college campus had the highest turnout in this cycle? And what did they do differently than everyone else? And how can we do that across all of the campuses? And I don't think we know the answer to that. And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to learn the answer to. But clearly, I will be in this. And if I'm elected chair, I would like to bring all of my opponents along for the ride who wanted to as at-large members if they were so willing.
Thank you. You may have stolen your own thunder there because we do have time for 30-second closing remarks, as I mentioned at the top of the program. And so each of you will get 30 seconds to say whatever it is that you have left on your mind. And as I said at the beginning, we're reversing the order. And so, Mr. Paul, you have another 30 seconds.
Fantastic. So a lot of this for me is the voices I've heard on this campaign. So I heard from Vince from Putnam County, Indiana. He wants my organizer, but he doesn't think we can afford it. We have to get it to him. I think the Democrats abroad who I spoke to are needlessly getting peanuts as they try and chase 5 million voters abroad. Idaho just wants people to know what's going on there and how bad it is. A Nevada DNC member told me that everything can't be great if we lost. And a Minnesota DNC member told me that we need to have pride in our party again. And I've used up all my time.
Thank you. Mr. Wickler.
This is a frightening moment. This is a moment when we're under attack across all our communities in a nation of indigenous people and descendants of enslaved people, of immigrants and descendants of immigrants. This is an administration that is trying to divide us, trying to undermine us, trying to assault all of our communities. And we need a Democratic Party that inspires people to know that they have the power to fight back. We need a Democratic Party that is ready to dig into this work, to communicate and organize everywhere. And I'd be honored to have your vote, DNC members, to be your next chair to build that party.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway?
To answer Mr. Paul's question, what that looks like in order for us to get young people activated across this country on their college and university campuses, we have to reach directly out to the Board of Elections, the County Election Commission in each of those areas, and they'll have to do an application petition process in order to get campuses that have precincts and polling places. I just want to answer your question. We could have called each other, but it's okay. I'm here to be the next DNC chair because I believe in the power and strength of the United States of America. And if given the blessing and opportunity from the 448, we're going to do some amazing work together and build upon the successes of the previous administration.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Thank you. This has been a great conversation. Look, I hope I've proven that I am a crisis manager, and that's exactly what we're in. But I also want to point out that we need not give into fear and the anxiety and just, quite frankly, the exhaustion that we're all experiencing. We need to shift this into a movement, and we need to do it in a new way to where we're not operating in shades of status quo. We need to reimagine things because the other side is operating without consequences. And so we need to unlock our full potential. And so I hope I can earn your vote and lead the charge doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you so much, Reese, and thanks to the Western region for this forum tonight. I am honored to have received so much support over the past few months, including from over 200 DNC members. But look, I know everybody in this forum wants the best for our party and our country. Donald Trump doesn't care if people end up worse when he leaves office. Our party is needed more now than ever. So we got to get off the mat. We got to dust ourselves off and we got to get back in the fight. I am a workhorse, not a show horse. I promise you, I will work my tail off every single day to help people, to help our party, and to help our country. Thank you so much, DNC members. I look forward to your vote next week.
Thank you. Ms. Williamson.
Donald Trump, as well as Elon Musk, yes, are doing everything possible to send dog whistles to white supremacists. That is a mindset and a policy position based on hate. We will defeat that with a party based on love. People hear us on the level that we speak to them from, and that is what I will do. There is so much intelligence in this group of candidates. I will be honored to hold the space for a team of rivals here. Everybody who is on this forum tonight, every candidate has such great ideas. Let me take them in. All these ideas are needed, and let me go out and give a message of love, because what we can do on the level of mind and heart is what will pave the way to the electoral victories that we need now.
Thank you. Governor O'Malley. You're on mute.
The purpose of our party is the economic security, health, and well-being of every man, woman, and child in America. And with that as our purpose, there is nothing that I fear. But our party is needed right now more than ever in our country's history. And in order to fulfill our role, we need to change. We need to change our operations, our tactics, our strategies with openness, with transparency, with truth about ourselves, So in this changemaker election, I ask for your support to change our party, to change our country, to fight for the hardest working people in America and save our republic. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to all the candidates for a wonderful evening. It was a very robust conversation, and I'm sure that people are a lot more enlightened and probably more confused about who to pick because there were so many great ideas coming from all of you. So thank you for your participation. There will be another forum, I believe, next week. And just a reminder, the elections for the DNC chair will take place at the DNC winter meeting, January 30th through February 1st. Thank you all for participating tonight, and thank you to the DNC for having me host.
Thank you.